Barely. I slept in. But, yeah, hey. Hello. Good to finally get a stream in. It's been a while. So I'm not sure entirely what the plan is for today. There will be Ms. Fizz. That's what we're starting with. We'll probably be waiting a while for the sim to load in because I literally just woke up at like 10 a.m. We will probably try and squeeze in some DCS, but there's a big question mark over that. I don't know. We'll see. I'm definitely going to do armor tomorrow, as usual, right? Unless I sleep in again, because my sleep cycle's like totally fucked at the moment. I was meant to be going to a party last night, but like by about 3 in the afternoon, I was fucking dead. So I passed out at about 4 o'clock and slept right through till 11. Then woke up, which is why I was shitposting in like the middle of the night. And then hit the wall at 5 a.m. Went back to bed. Hang on, This is why you don't fidget with your fucking meds, you just take them. I don't know where it went. What the fuck? Yeah, so anyway, I fell asleep again at 5 a.m. There it is. And, and I'm still drowsy as fuck. So I slept for like 13 or something hours over the past, like last night. So if I don't get 8 hours of sleep, I'm dead. If I get too little, I'm dead. If I get too much, I'm dead. So I'm not going to be super sharp today, just a heads up. But yeah, I do want to try and squeeze some DCS in. I don't know if we'll do it this stream, but we're going to have like a little unofficial wake for Alpen's server, which for those who missed the news, after many very successful years, he's decided to call it for the time being. So for those that didn't know, he had another kid, like, fairly recently, which is why he finally decided that he needed the second admin. Unfortunately for him, his choice in second admin, is a flake that can't manage their own time, so it ended up being that both of us were extremely busy. The population dropped off. I've had my rant about people's theories about why it dropped off and the reasons it actually dropped off before, and it didn't take long for the thread to turn into that again, so I'm not even gonna fucking touch that, but you all know my stance on it. But yeah, so my favorite DCS server is now no more, at least for the foreseeable future. It might come back in a couple of years once the little one grows up and he's got more time on his hands. I don't know. So I don't know what I'm going to do in DCS now. We'll probably play a bit on Tempests and kind of try and get back into the Mirage 2000, that is. Now there's 2 of them. Enigmas is still up, but there's not really that much challenge on there. There's a few things in the pipeline that should bring me back more, but like for the time being, it's just that the average skill level there is too low, and without the combined arms element, which is what really set Alpen's apart from everyone else's, the battles can get a bit predictable. So like one of the things with Enigmas is once you learn the mechanics of it, it's very like one day blurs into the next type of thing, with a few exceptions, like when SimG got on for a Sanaki strike or something. But Alpen's, like, it was like a warm, comfortable blanket, because the missions were ones that I'd been playing for years, but every time I played them, they'd play differently, because Mike Delta would hide a fucking hawk site somewhere different. I'm gonna miss that. I'm gonna miss that a lot. I kind of feel like this is the thing that's gonna start me shifting away from just doing DCS stream after DCS stream, because I kind of don't have a reason to anymore. With that said, I did some brief evaluations against the AI. It's less predictable than it was before. It's still predictable, don't get me wrong. Like, it's still predictable. If you are even vaguely competent at lift vector placement, you'll still be able to get into a situation where you can beat it easily. It's not hard. However, it takes me longer to kill it, and it's not a case of just vertical loops that I eventually cut inside and get a really nice deflection kill on. I actually have to work for it, which is good. It's a start. So what I'm going to have to do later, probably not on stream, but we'll do it at some point, is we're going to throw down a pair of AI and see how they cover each other. Because it's like IL-2. Like, IL-2's AI is still better individually, although at this point not by as much. However, what makes IL-2 AI so deadly is how well they cover each other. So we'll see how the DCS AI does in 2-ship. I might be able to get the 475th encounter experience, even if I'm not playing on the same server as the 475th guys anymore. So that'd be nice. Anyway, I let myself get sidetracked. So today will be MSFS. It might be DCS. It might be other things. I do not know. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for today. I would like to go, for like 10 hours or whatever, but I don't know if I got the energy, and I do need to prepare for some stuff tomorrow, so we'll see. Yeah, so armor tomorrow as usual. That's what I was talking about before. I remember now. Armor as usual. We might do some Gunner Heat PC, but I cannot let myself end up, hyper-focused on streaming, so I can't tear myself away again. So, for those who aren't in the Discord or just haven't been able to check it, which I totally feel you, even though I can't keep up with my own Discord anymore, my little freak out last stream about, oh my god, I'm missing an assessment task. I had my weeks fucked up. It wasn't that Monday, it was this coming Monday. So I freaked out over nothing. I missed an assessment task the next day because they're like, whoa, dude, you're fucked up. Just skip the one tomorrow and you can sort them out, both out next week once you get your head clear. So yeah, that was fun and cool. In the end, all I actually missed was the teachers demonstrating, how to do the thing that they wanted to assess. So something I could catch up on quite easily just watching the video back. The music is on. Those of you who have been following some of the issues I've had since the chatbot update, when I updated the chatbot, and also possibly a Windows update may have interfered with this as well, my music splitter stopped working. So the music was coming through the system audio channel, which was bad no-no, because it means it was in the VOD. Well, after several days of smashing my head against a wall, and seeing that the chatbot says, oh, we can't split, or, we can't support a different audio channel, this is just for alerts, because C, F Sharp, and Chromium doesn't support it. Which I don't think they said before. I think before, all I had to do was set it on the chatbot, which the music bot is part of. Well, turns out they do support it, you just have to do it separately. So I had to go into advanced settings, find the C, F Sharp process instead of the actual chatbot process, and run it through the second channel. So, that was fun and cool. That epiphany reached me at like fucking 3 this morning. Not long before I went back to bed. So that was good shit. But we have our music back. We got a few more songs on the playlist because I'm just, every time I hear a song, I'm like, man, I haven't heard that for ages. I'll just add it straight to the playlist. I think we'll leave it on the loading screen for a bit, because we are waiting for MSFS to load still, but I'm here, I'm chatting, so. Today's flights, I do not know where we will go. I'm kind of toying with the idea of doing the Canaries again, but I'm just worried that we'll run into the same issue of MSFS and OBS fighting for resources and causing hell stutter. We'll try it, we'll see how we go. I got some pretty performance-heavy photogrammetry scenery in that area, though, so it's a bit sketch. Calgary is now full photogrammetry by default, which is pretty cool. Edmonton's still only the CBD, but Calgary's like the whole city out past the fucking river. Hey, Legolas. I did a short little flight around Kharkiv yesterday. I went looking for something. I got a mod that adds in all the big radio telescopes and observatories. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them around the world. So, in my naive hope, I was going to see if I could spot the ionospheric research array just outside the city by Zmiev. Unfortunately, it's not there. Not only is it not rendered in 3D, because I guess the guy either doesn't know it exists or hasn't got around to it yet, but it doesn't even exist in 2D because it turns out that the day they took the satellite imagery, the whole southern area just out of Kharkiv was clouded over completely, so it's all generic textures. Very sad. Very, very sad. But I did find an old S-200 site in the forest next to it, between it and Chiguyev, which is a major airbase. Well, was a major airbase. So that was pretty cool. You could see the outline of the launcher batteries and where the fire control radars have been through the trees. Because even though the forests are grown back, the trees are actually different heights, which is... That's impressive. Like... It can actually, the AI can actually detect and visually represent old growth versus new growth, which is fucking phenomenal. I don't know how they've done that, but from 2D images, it's impressive. Yeah, man, I know. Like, it caught me by surprise. I figured the server would be up until, like, basically until he ran out of money, but I guess running out of time happened first. It sucks because I've been off DCS for like 2 months and I was just planning on coming back to it like this week. Wanted to get on the server and get some action in, but it's like, well, don't know where to go now. On the plus side, you know, if he is away for a few years looking after the youngest addition to his family, by the time he has some free time again, we should have a MiG-23. We should have a G91. We should have an F4 Phantom. We should have an A6, an F8, an A7. Might even have an F104, F111, Man Can Dream. So it sucks the server's gone, but it's not the first time he's taken a break from DCS, so I'm sure he'll be back at some point. Managed to just checking out Mirage F1 changes, like the adjusted missiles and new HUD modes. I did, to a limited degree, was fighting against the AI. I haven't gone really in depth with it yet, though. Also, I discovered some issues while recording in DCS with OBS, but it might just be because I was recording and it might just be because I didn't resave that particular mission. I ran into a fabled bug that Alpin actually warned me about a while ago, which is random updates will just break missions for no readily apparent reason. Like, nothing will change. The mission will just, like, run like dog shit, or it won't work. It'll straight up freeze or crash the game. So I had to open a mission, which was running at 1 frame per second when I tried to play it. Open the mission and resave it, and it fixed it. Like, what the fuck? DCS spaghetti strikes again. Tempest server does look like fun, particularly in the Mirage, which is something I've always wanted to have a chance to fly more. But I will say, I also watched Zach's 2 videos of the Mirage 2000 in Tempest server, where he wasn't even bothering with 530s, he was just fucking lobbing magics at people in the mountains. And it's like a challenge to try and spot the one Tomcat player whose IQ is above room temperature. Spoiler, there wasn't one. It's just like, this is the same problem I have with Enigmas, is the opposition in the air is really, like, really bad. There's no 2 ways to put it. I'm sorry, but, like, they're bad. The servers are really well thought out. The gameplay can be really fun if you encounter somebody that isn't, like, terrible at the game, but the majority of people you encounter are just, like, they're free kills. Like, especially if you're flying a Su-25 on Enigmas. Holy Christ. Like, they pretty much just commit Sudoku by flying in front of you and then trying to fucking rate fight a Su-25 once it's clean with, you know, half fuel. Which is not a fight that pretty much anything on blue will win, except a very well-flown Tomcat. It's just depressing, man. Like, that was the nice thing on Alpines, is yeah, it had its share of bad players too, but the general skill level was much higher. Like, because you have only very few good players to go around, but because the player count's lower in general, just the way that the server was, the concentration, I guess, of good players was higher. On Ligmas and probably on Tempest too, it's diluted to shit, because it's like, you know, 30-something, 40-something normies, and then like 2 or 3 people that know what they're doing. So you have a very low chance of encountering the people that know what they're doing. That, and I kind of got fatigued from just hanging out in the Discord, because, like, I've been over this before on stream. Why I don't really hang out in Enigma's Discord at all anymore. In fact, I haven't even checked to see if anyone's pinged me for a couple of weeks. I don't have time. I spent, like, the better part of a year just in there all the time talking to people, and I kind of realized, like, I'm not getting shit done doing this. I need to, like, not do this. I'm still not getting shit done, but now it's for other reasons. But yeah, like, it was interesting, because there were cool and fun discussions in there. I learned things I didn't know. And there were some really cool people in there, but unfortunately, over the past couple months, the proportion of knowers to loudmouthed idiots has drastically declined, and feedback and ideas has gone from a funny place to laugh at Blue Force skill issues to Blue Force skill issues being, like, the only thing it's used for, and people being super fucking toxic about it, and then calling me toxic when I call them bad. You know, like, asking for shit that is blatantly unbalanced, or that didn't exist before 1990-something, or 2000-something, because they think they need it. Like, nah, dude, just get good. Like, actually, this is, I don't think you'll mind if I say that we were talking about this, because it's an issue everyone's been talking about, I think. But Enigma and I were discussing the 530 EM the other day, and it's like, is the missile overperforming? Probably a bit. Is the radar overperforming? Yes. Is it, like, patently fucking broken, if we just ignore the stats for the moment? Is the missile and radar combination itself broken? Like, no. The missile's still a piece of shit. It's slow as fuck. Like, yeah, it turns reasonably well, and it preserves its energy really well, but it's still a slow piece of shit. Like, if you... This is the issue that people have with shit like the R3R, or the R60M, or the AIM-9P5, or the fucking R530, is they do not defend until the missile is already about to hit them. This is the DCS player problem. This is why people say this missile or that missile's OP. This is why the R3R got fucking knocked off one of Alpin's missions, because I smacked someone who couldn't handle it in the face with one. Once. One time getting hit by that missile was enough to cause that. It's because they didn't know what the threat was. They willingly put themselves in a position where it was like the most obvious trap on Earth. Like, let's climb up above a solid overcast layer to 10-kilometer altitude where the MiG-21 enjoys the biggest advantage over the F-5, and then let's try and fly directly towards a two-ship of MiG-21s. And even then, they were flying at an aspect to me that the missile would not have hit if they had not turned into me at the last moment to try and get their own gunshot in. You know, a head-on gunshot. People don't understand the threat. They don't set themselves up for success. If anything, they set themselves up for failure. And then by the time they realize that they're in the shit, because they just got a launch warning, or they see the missile trail coming for them, it's too late, dude. When the missile's off the rail, it's too fucking late 9 times out of 10. Yeah, you might jink it, or it might go for a countermeasure, or something else might happen, but if you wait to kind of do your missile defense checklist until the missile's already in the air, like, you're fucked. You should have started that long ago. You should have probably started that before you even got close to the guy. But people don't do that. People still, with aircraft that have, like, really wide radar gimbal limits, like the Tomcat or the MiG-29, they still fly directly nose on at an opponent, and they wonder why they get hit. Like, it's just basic shit people don't do. And then the solution to them is to go and accuse the missile of being overpowered, or the radar of being overpowered, or this or that being unfair. Like, nah, dude, it's a skill issue. Spend about as much time practicing and learning about things as you do complaining, and you won't have an issue. Like, it's simple to me. That's what I did. I'm still bad at the game, but I'm less bad than most people because I actually analyzed what went wrong and what I could have done. Just a thought. Anyway, hi guys. MSFS has loaded, so we are go. Hopefully we won't have too many issues with OBS and MSFS not getting along today, but we will see. Where do I want to fly today? I have some new scenery for Hawaii. Let's check that out. It's gonna be like real hit and miss because the default scenery for Hawaii is quite low res, and there's a few seams in the terrain, or at least there was the last time I played. It may have been fixed with an update, but we're gonna take off from here. We might stick with this little guy for now, actually. So this is freeware. It's, I think, a port from P3D or something like that. It's a port from an older sim, but it actually is quite well done. The one thing I have noticed is it has functional rudder and aileron trim when it doesn't appear to have a control for either in the cockpit, so that probably needs to just be zeroed out in the flight model config. I can do that myself, if I remember. And the other thing I noticed is that it puts out a great big cloud of white smoke behind it. I'm not sure if it's meant to. Like, maybe I had a fuel dump open or something. I doubt it, though. But yeah, it is what it is. If that is an actual bug, I know how to fix that, too. Well, I think I know how to fix that. I could probably find it in the config pretty easily. There is the fact that if you get caught with R530s mounted, you can eject because the plane won't... you can eject because the plane won't turn for shit. Yeah, you just jettison them or, you know, yeet them off in the great hope that it'll hit something. One of the other sort of factors for why the 530 is enjoying such, well, two factors why it's enjoying such a high hit rate versus the Sparrow and the R27 is that people are conscious that the 530 is a bad missile and it has short legs, so they fire them at point blank range. Like, I was watching Cookie, a video Cookie put out of using it, and Cookie was waiting until being so close to the enemy that it was a risk to their own aircraft. Like, it's not going to miss if you do that. It's slow enough that it's not trying to pull excessive G to make that turn either. Like, the closure rate, because the missile is so slow, is actually kind of reasonable. Unlike if you tried to fire a Sparrow or a 27 at that range. So that's one factor. And then you've got your massive proximity fuse and big warhead on the other side of that. The other factor is that people forget that it's slow, but it has a really long burning sustainer motor. So they'll afterburn away from it to try and trash its energy, and then they'll just come out of burner and start chugging along at cruise again. And it's like, that would work against something with a short impulse, like an R27 or an AIM-9. It's not going to work against a 530 because you've almost drained its energy, and then you come out of burner, and it just has enough to reach you. Or, you know, they'll try and turn, and it's like, yeah, it only pulls 16G, but 16G is still, like, almost double what you're going to be pulling, so... Like, DCS players seem to only be able to handle one method of missile defense at a time. They can't combine them, so they get hit all the time. I don't know. It's a skill issue, I think. And you're never going to upskill the community. They're never going to learn from their mistakes if you don't let them make those mistakes. So if you don't give them the 530 to learn to deal with, they're never going to learn to deal with it. I've noticed that a lot with DCS players. If you do not force them kicking and screaming to learn to deal with a thing, they will just not learn to deal with a thing. And every time they see it, they'll just complain to have it removed. I mean, again, to kind of harp on the example of the R3R, the person in question is not bad at the game. The person in question is pretty fucking good at the game and has a deep understanding of their own plane and its capabilities. And they have a deep understanding of tactics that they can use their plane for. But they had a severely skewed idea of what the R3R is. They made the comparison of a Sparrow. I wouldn't even compare it to a Sidewinder. If you know what the threat is, you can fight it. If you don't know what the threat is, you're either going to be blowing it out of all proportion and kind of getting in your own head and being all defeatist about it like that, or you're just going to underestimate it like a lot of people do. Why is it... I told it to not be nighttime. Let's do something about that. And let's also get my view recentered. I mean, nighttime is quite pretty, but this thing is not ideal for night flying, and I want to be able to see the scenery. We'll need to come over here. Let's do, like, morning, though. Right about there, I think. We'll just go with live weather. It looks reasonable enough. Frames are probably going to be shitty for a little while, just while it loads in the scenery. Hopefully it should improve. If it doesn't, we might have a problem. One of the issues I do have with the stream is that MSFS and DCS tend to like different methods of encoding. MSFS, because it actually uses multi-core, likes to use CPU encoding, whereas DCS uses GPU encoding because DCS loads the shit out of a single core. And I'm just worried we're going to have an issue here, because I think MSFS isn't going to want to let OBS have any GPU utilization. We'll try it. Let me know if it gets too miserable, guys, and we may have to restart the stream after switching methods, but I'm hoping we don't. Okay. Turn our lights and shit on. We don't need our waiting lights. Crack throttle. Get our magneto set. Hang on, is my throttle responding? Oh no. Oh, maybe it's just not animated. Okay, we'll see how we go. Like I said, it's freeware, so some things don't work entirely properly. Okay. We're also gonna pull the parking brake now and just stand on the brakes. Oh, I wouldn't walk there, dude. Jesus Christ. Silly me, I should have leant out and called clear prop so the little AI ground people don't stand in front of me. Okay, yeah, we are having this issue. It's not recognizing my throttle. Now, why is it not recognizing my throttle? It recognizes the keyboard input for the throttle. We may have to switch aircraft, guys. I've noticed this issue with freeware planes, sometimes that they just won't pick up the throttle. And I have no idea what does it. It is quite a nice cockpit, yeah. I'll show you guys what the plane looks like externally before we switch over, though. So the graphics are a bit dated because it is a port, but it's actually not bad looking. We are getting some stutter looking back towards Honolulu. But there's also a lot of ground objects around here. So it's a pretty neat little plane. Quite pleasant and easy to fly. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna have issues. So we'll hop back and switch planes. That is a big bummer. The Dragon Rapide has the exact same problem. I would like to stream some fights in the Dragon Rapide sometime, but I have to check my throttle's actually registering first, and if it's not, I may have to restart the sim, and as you guys know, that takes me a long time. So, it's not really viable. But we'll swap over to something different. We'll have a look. What do I feel like flying? So a lot of the freeware stuff isn't going to work that well, probably. The 44 is a nice plane, but it's not ideal for sightseeing. I haven't done the 337 for a while, but I have flown it so much on stream, I kind of feel like I neglect everything else. We've flown him, we've flown that, although not for a while. Long easy. Sure, why not? Why not? Let's go with probably... we might take a bit more than 50%. We'll go up to like 70. Okay, and bring it back to, up to about 620. We may need to adjust that forwards or backwards once we get back in game. Well, your glazing's done really gives me Feast of the Stork vibes. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit like that. The Cub is similar with the Perspex top, but the Cub is a little less heavily framed. I've only flown this thing once so far, so this is probably going to be a pretty messy takeoff, but we'll see how we go. Why? Bruh. Stop making it night. I specifically told you for it to not be night. Where's my top bar? $544. That'll do it. Okay. We'll get rid of the torch. We don't need it. Hello? I think the click spot for the canopy is this thing. Yes, it is. Okay. So my battery switch up here. That comes on with the battery, not the avionic master, so the switchology is kind of fucked. I'll just turn everything on since the switchology is fucked anyway. We don't need the landing light, really. I mean, yeah, it's still kind of dark outside, so I should technically have it, and even in daylight, you typically have visibility on the ground, but I don't care. I can see well enough. Okay. Mixture. That's not moving. Okay, there we go. It's down on the brakes. Did I forget something? I may have forgot something. Nope. Yep. Oh my god, the frames. It helps if you have a fuel tank selected. Okay, there we go. I get rid of the strobe too, fuck it. It's quite a weird little plane. So it's got fixed main gear, but the nose gear retracts. It's got like a little window there so you can see if it's retracted or extended. It's quite weird. Also, don't mind me just drunkenly cutting across the taxiway in the apron. Someone should make the Raptor for Miss... Oh god. Yeah, with an accurate flight model, so it takes half an hour to get to 4,000 feet and goes no higher. It's on the edge of a stall the entire time. Make a sub version of the flight, like make an alternate version with the fucking aileron masses removed, like the anti-flutter weights. So when you do your fucking ground run, it fucking flutters the ailerons and destroys the plane. The engine on this is pretty quiet. I guess partly because it's behind you. Oi, 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 fuck me. Low frame rate or stutters really complicates the process of trying to counter the prop. I'm gonna just bring the view up a little too so I can see over the nose a tad. We appear to have some winds. Some fairly strong winds. Okay, nose wheel coming up. We're getting this fun bug. So the pilot model has duplicated itself. What it's doing is it's displaying the interior model and the exterior model at the same time, which is A, going to tank our performance, and B, it's going to cause this awful Z fighting on the cockpit. The only way to fix it is to zip out to the external and then come back. Of course, my first stream in like a week, and we have every bug under the sun. Excellent. This is the Rutan Long Easy, designed by Burt Rutan. This is, I think, what John Denver died flying, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was the Long Easy. You can see all sorts of cool stuff at this airbase on Google Maps. B2s and such things. I'm not seeing them here in the sim though. Okay, we're gonna come off the power a little more. It still wants to climb. Like, it's really intent on just going up. I think I'm going to run out of nose... I have run out of nose down trim. It's a bit like the MiG-15. Once you get any kind of speed, it just climbs. You have to hold the stick forwards the old-fashioned way, because you don't have enough range in the trim to do it. I don't know if I've seen one of these in real life, to be honest. If I have, it probably would be when I was very young, so I wouldn't remember it. I haven't seen one recently, put it that way. Getting a lot of gusts here. It's parked with the nose wheel retracted, sitting on its nose. Intentionally or unintentionally, that's the question. We'll come back. That's Honolulu over across the bay there. That's Pearl Harbor, that massive water you can see on the right side in the distance. We'll come back there. I just want to do... Maybe we'll head up to this next ridgeline. We'll loop back around. So this area, I think, is where the new photogrammetry added. Because previously it didn't cover this part of the island. Getting a lot of gusts here. CG thing could fall over if it's windy. Yeah, it could be, actually. That is possible. Okay, so this is just auto-gen here. Nice scenery, though. Oh, we got some big boy towers. We'll have to watch out for them. Towers that height, they're probably guy-wired, so we're going to give them a wide berth. Let's stay next to the ridge. I would hazard a guess that's probably some kind of US Navy communication complex, but I could be wrong. Getting a fair few updrafts and downdrafts here. You probably can't see it super well. You know, it'd just look like I'm being lazy with my flying as usual and wobbling the plane up and down, but I can feel it. One moment it wants to climb, the next it wants to dive. I haven't touched the trim at all since I set it full nose down, and it was still climbing before, now it's sinking. Those look like revetments. Ammo dump, possibly. I love this song. I wish I could turn that Garmin off. It's not like I use it. Just sits there sneering at me. Horrible little electronic demon. Solar farm? Behind me, yeah. So the power lines mod, I believe, is what adds those. The terrain here is really something else. I haven't been to Hawaii for a very long time, and usually when I have been to Hawaii, it's just been on a stopover. Beautiful, beautiful place, though. Unfortunately filled with tourists, but such is life in many beautiful parts of the world. For those of you who haven't been, and this is mind you, this recommendation is 20 years old, so things may have changed, although I doubt it. New Caledonia. is probably the place where I'd never even heard of it until we went there, but God, it was amazing. Like, the people there are wonderful. It's just a beautiful place in general. Like, I need to go back there sometime. This thing really doesn't like these side gusts. I mean, you could probably imagine it's not the most directionally stable thing on Earth, so... Just get my perspective fixed here. We appear to have at least temporarily fixed the Z fighting issue, the double render, so that's good. Hopefully it stays like that. I'm not sure what triggers it, but certain aircraft do it and others don't, and it's very inconsistent. Sometimes it'll happen like every time you fly a particular plane, sometimes you won't see it for weeks. It's a mystery. It's probably a LODs thing, like the way they trigger LOD transitions is fucked up or something. I don't know. If there's one thing I've learned from watching CCM streams, it's that like 90% of the fucking devs that make stuff for this don't actually understand how the game works. So they put in weird hodgepodge solutions and then blame Asobo if it doesn't work right. Which sounds familiar, doesn't it? No, couldn't be like DCS. Definitely couldn't be like DCS. Oh, this thing that only our module does that no other module in the game exhibits or has ever exhibited? No, that's ED. ED did that. It's an ED problem. Definitely not us. Our code? No.
Why are you a scrub?
I don't know, but hi Pom. Welcome to Hawaii. Hey Navy boy, what's that? We're like just west of whatever that fucking airbase is called on the other side of Pearl. What's that? Is that a Navy comms array? Tell me your secrets. There's like an ammo dump or something on the other side. I don't know what it is, but it's got revetments on it, so I assume it's ammo. It's dispersed and revetted, so it's either ammo or fuel. I'm west of Pearl. Like, you'll see Pearl around the corner here in a minute. Looks like a Loran array? Yeah, it probably could be. That would make a lot of sense. VLF array... I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Talking to submarines? Ah! Okay. Make another pass. It'll take too long to fly back. There's just two very tall antennas. Just the positioning of the two very tall antennas right next to each other and in a valley made me kind of wonder. It's not really a bitch, it's just not the fastest plane on Earth, so it takes me a while to turn around and go back. So there's Pearl Harbor over there and Honolulu on the far side. That's where we took off from, right down there. We'll do a bit of a pass over the airfield. Bit of a freeze. probably loading in the chunk of map that has Honolulu on it. I think they do, but they're not mixed super strongly, if that makes sense. Like, you won't see them move a lot unless I make a sudden aggressive maneuver. I think, I can't remember for sure. A fucking junkyard down there. It is a fucking junkyard down there, holy shit. Apologies for the stuttering. MSFS and OBS are not the best of friends. I really wish that OBS could save an encoding preset, so I wouldn't have to manually re-enter every single value every time I switch from CPU to GPU and back, because that would make it a lot easier to stream this. I could just switch on the fly, you know, before the stream, select GPU for MSFS or CPU, or other way around, sorry. CPU for MSFS or GPU for DCS, and I wouldn't have to plug in all the numbers again, but that is not a thing, unfortunately, so bit of a pain in the ass. Possible to have a different OBS install with its own preset. That sounds like it would be a pain up the backside. Yeah, there's the military side of things. Let's not fly ourselves into power lines. Not today. So we're back into auto-gen for a little while, and then once we get over Pearl Harbor, we'll be back into photogrammetry. There was a big seam back there on the previous version of scenery, but it looks like the dude's fixed it, which is pretty cool. Love to see it. It's Loran questions on the advancement exam. Nice. Nav lights in the sim are still way too bright. I should not be able to see that guy over there in daylight at this distance, especially with him that close to the sun. Like, there's no way you would see that in real life. Be hard enough to see him at night at this distance with the nav lights on, let alone fucking daylight. I know IL-2 Great Battles has had a nav light adjustment recently, but I haven't seen how they've been adjusted. I assume they're less moth lighty, but I don't know by how much. It's a nice canyon bridge up there. Check that out later. Ice cream and cheese. See the the satellite imagery has caught a few ships in here that aren't represented in 3D. And these, I think, are a mix of British and Spanish air warfare destroyers, which is interesting because the game definitely has American ships in it. I've spotted Arleigh Burkes coming in and out of San Fran, so... Well, not the game, but like the global shipping traffic. These are American, I think, under me. There's the old airbase. Got a little bit of an elevation error in the water there. Slight waterfall. It's one of the pitfalls of trying to stitch all this scenery together. Sometimes it just doesn't match up, and you get stuff like that. There's Missouri. She's doubled up, I think. I'm going to have to do some searching, because I think I've got double scenery for this area. You can see just another stern end clipping through. There's the USS Arizona, with a ship like a fucking gin palace parked on top of her. That's very disrespectful. How dare they? It is. It's even more incredible when I'm not dealing with stutters and freezes because of OBS and Misfits fighting each other for video card resources. This area is mostly custom scenery, so all this fancy photogrammetry is custom. Because Asobo haven't got default photogrammetry for Hawaii yet. But the community is pretty quick to find areas that they can do scenery of their own. So there's mooring points for the battleships, and there's Arizona. You can just see her B turret ring there. And there's pretty much a permanent oil slick under the memorial because the ship's still got fuel in it. Slowly leaks up. Well, it has the entire world. It has the entire fucking world. But most of it's auto-gen, so the buildings are not quite the... You know, they're generally the right kind of shape from above, but they might not be the right height or the right color or the right architectural style. And some things are missing. It interprets, like, some statues as weirdly shaped office blocks and stuff, but it has the whole world. It just doesn't have the entire world in photogrammetry. As far as photogrammetry goes, it has a couple of major US cities and more, like, touristy areas in the US. Yeah, you can see it's doing some LOD pop in here, because this is modded scenery, so it's not very well optimized. It has a couple of major Australian cities, it has Canada, it has the UK, it has various European countries. Like, there's a lot of photogrammetry in the default sim. I think I do have double scenery here. That might be why I'm getting stutters. So I have to hunt through my mods folder later and just clean out anything to do with Hawaii and reinstall it. I see a submarine, a World War II submarine. God needs to reinstall Australia. Not wrong. Not fucking wrong. Bro, could we not do this? What? Why are there so many Iowas here? Why are there so many Iowas here in this? I don't remember them being there before. There must be something adding them in. Can I turn, please? There we go. There's our sub. Where's Steve? Yeah, good question. Where is Steve? So that must be the global shipping traffic mod, but it's got a little carried away with the World War II battleships, it seems. Yeah, you can see the doubled up ships there. I think I've got double scenery. When you have so many things installed, it becomes hard to keep track. So yeah, there you can see I've got double scenery here, so that's why I'm probably getting stutters. So that's okay, that's something I can look at later and clear it out. So as usual, I don't make the best showing of an area on stream, because I forgot to sort my scenery out. It's like a tradition for streaming MSFS. You forget to flush your scenery folder or actually get some custom scenery so an area looks like ours. Still though, doubled up everything aside, it's not bad. Now we're probably going to run into some stutter. You can also see that there's like some big holes in the terrain because the LODs haven't rendered in or the scenery is just not loading. This is my own dumb fault. I knew that Hawaii was going to be super performance heavy and I chose to fly here anyway. This pop-in you can see does tend to happen where you have a shitload of really heavy photogrammetry. Not the default MSFS photogrammetry, because it's quite well optimized, although it does suffer in quality at low altitude, but custom stuff tends to be pulled straight from Google, and so it's very heavy. And you get this really obnoxious pop-in and stutter. So what we might do is we might land, since I fucked this scenery up anyway. We might land, we'll hop somewhere else. Good lord. I really should have planned this out before streaming, but oh well. Get rid of airspeed one way I know how, although I don't know if it's really safe to do in an aircraft of this design. Just chuck in full right rudder and a bit of left stick. It's not crosswind super, I'm kicking the rudder so I get rid of some airspeed. There is a very slight crosswind, I think, but not much. It's quartering as well. World's worst landing approach. About to turn into the world's worst landing, although it doesn't help the sim keeps stuttering. Come on. Come on, down you go. It's floating. There we go. And the plane doesn't want to steer on the ground. Come on. Okay, lesson learned. Next time I stream MSFS, I'm going to have to set it to CPU encoding, because this is, like, almost unflyable, honestly. Forward slip, yep. We'll just call it here. Normally I'd taxi and shut down, but this is giving me the shits. First stream in about a week, and it's already gone completely wrong. Good shit. So they put the Caspian Sea Monster in DCS, if only. But we need the Caspian for that as well. Committing so many violations right now, I don't care. I'm not here to roleplay in MSFS, I'm here to see the world and have fun. Proper comms and obeying fucking regulations is not conducive to fun. So yeah, I'll have to undouble my scenery and we'll do another flight around here at some point, but in its current state, that's going to be an issue. We will try the Canaries, and hopefully it will run a little smoother, although I'm not going to hold my breath. There's or at least the last time I checked, there was a massive elevation error here, like a giant looming dome of water. And I haven't found a fix for it yet, so just ignore that. Just ignore that. Pretend you don't see it. And we're going to take a different plane. Something a bit faster. This thing's pretty neat, by the way. Where is it? We could fly this. I think we will fly it. Afraid of domed water? I mean, wouldn't you be? We're going to load it fully up, although we aren't going to need that much, to be fair. Get rid of the belly tank, because we're not going to need that much. And that should do us. Let me just double check my CG. Holy shit, that's a tight limit. Oh, right, because you can't change it. That's set by the flight model. Yeah, I've got a couple Scream and Cheese. A couple of them, well, quite a few of them are freeware. We'll see if the frame rate here is any better. Like, I can fly around here with no issues off stream, but because OBS and the game fight each other, that becomes the problem. So, like, in MSFS, it does affect the game because it's having that much of a struggle. I guess it's not very good at prioritizing itself. Whereas with Gonna Heat PC, I'll have a smooth 75 frames a second, which I've got it locked to, but you guys will see, like, 1 frame a second because OBS is losing out in priority. Is the domed water still there? It should be on my... Yep, there it is. There it fucking is. Oh, man. Okay, we're gonna get a pushback now, as opposed to with the spinny thing on the front running. I mean, if this wasn't here, I could just turn, but yeah, I can't really turn with that there, so we'll get a pushback to, like, there. And then, I think... Enter... Okay. Pretty sure this is still a Sobo scenery in this area of the islands. I do have mods for the Canaries, but not here. So I think that might be an Asobo issue there. So hopefully they can fix that at some point. I did tell it to steer me. I don't know why it's going directly back, but okay, well this works too. We'll push back a little further, and we'll stop it. No, not with this mod. So this is freeware. GSX, which is like a big payware thing for airliner people, that shows the tug, I think. But this mod doesn't. Okay. Right. RPM full, well, not forward in this, but it's weird on the Hellcat. Full RPM is back, and like it's arse backwards. But anyway, full RPM... Crack the throttle, full mix, come over here, battery, make sure we got a fuel tank selected, left tank. We're going to, I forget which way this thing wants to pull on takeoff. I think it wants to pull left, so we're going to set some nose right and hope for the best. We're going to find out very quickly if that's wrong. We're going to open our cowl flaps and shutter. That won't move until the engine starts and pressurizes the lines. Tail wheel is, or wings, sorry, are locked, which is good. The tail wheel lock is there, I think, and should be fine. Nope, there it is. Disregard me. That's probably a tank release. Drop tank release or something. Okay. Intercooler. Shutter. Open. Radio on. Prime. That's all weapons related stuff down there. We're going to put the external lights on, formation lights to dim. I know it's daylight, you're meant to have this stuff on bright, but the nav lights are too bright anyway, so I just put stuff on dim. Okay. So throttle's cracked. We need our mags, which are here. And let's hit the starter. There we go. No more DCS. I mean, I'm still going to play DCS, we're just not doing it today. Well, maybe later today, but we're not doing it right now. I don't know why that is spring-loaded, but I probably shouldn't be pressing it. I should probably check what these actually do. One of them is the gun sight, I think. Oh yeah, that's, I think, charging the guns. That's the bomb fuses. We're just gonna leave those. Fuck it. What's wrong with the stick? Nothing, it's vibrating because the aircraft's vibrating. Got a big fucking radial engine on the front of us that's making the thing move. That water dome, man. Okay, so we want to turn around and take off from the end of the runway behind us, which is what I planned on doing anyway. Just going to make sure that the parking brake's off. It is. Reset my track IR. It's the same devs that did the P-38, so I know that the gun sight in the P-38 wasn't quite the correct scale either. Why am I not moving? Is there something goofy going on here? There is something goofy going on here. It's like there's wheel chocks on. I bet there are wheel chocks on. But the wheel chocks turn with me. Let me just check. Settings. Maybe it doesn't like the pushback mod. Maybe I'm supposed to use theirs. Something is clearly not going right here. We will get to the bottom of this. I don't see anything that would be blocking the aircraft from being able to move. So let me just... Oh yeah, okay, it had parking brakes on. Yet it was still able to turn, which is curious. Bro. Why are we having so many bugs today? Stop pushback. That's why. Okay, we're good. It was the pushback mod. It was my fault. We're good. This thing actually has simulated free-castering tailwheel. I don't know if it's 100% right physics-wise, but it has a free-castering tailwheel. So all the other devs who say that it can't be done in MSFS are, as usual, full of shit. You can absolutely do it. So I'm steering with the toe brakes. Not with the rudder. We're gonna have to approach the fucking Dome of Doom here. No, Screamin' Cheese. Very few tailwheel aircraft are. In fact, very few World War II aircraft are. The vast majority of them use toe brakes or a brake, like differential braking paddle, like the British and Soviet aircraft did. The Germans and the Americans tended to use toe brakes. The Brits and the Soviets used a bike brake with differential valves, like the MiG-21. Because we have a free cast ring tail wheel, we can turn essentially on the spot. It can be a little difficult to get it to stop turning on the spot, though, when you want it to. Hey, Chocolate! Cheers for the resub. Good to see ya. We're having a bit of a dumpster fire already, and we've only just started. Usual Ross stream things. MiG escort for $10 an hour and Spitfire escort for $100 an hour. Right, I ain't got that kind of money. Alright, let's hope. Let's fucking hope I was right about which way the prop's gonna take us, hey. I don't remember if you're supposed to use flaps to take off in this. I think you are. It's a carrier-based plane, so I'd assume so. Whole time I thought tail wheels were all steering wheels? No. No. That's very uncommon. Tail dragger aircraft are notorious for having very difficult ground handling. And that's one of the reasons why. I think so, but we'll see. It depends on the engine. Some engines spin right, some engines spin left. Some engines go the opposite direction to the prop because of the reduction gears, so we will see. Okay, it's pulling left now, so we'll give it a little right rudder. Smoothly increase the power. We're not on a carrier deck, so we can take our time here. We got plenty of runway. Yep, okay. That's pretty good. A little bit of left rudder to straighten out. About 44 inches. We don't want to give it too much. I was a little slow on the stick. She wanted to roll left from the torque. Gear up. Flaps up. Positive rate of climbs established, so we'll bring them in. We will close the lid. Has a little crank to close the canopy like the P-51 does. And just like that, we're in the air. Now we bring the nose left a little. We come off the revs. About 2,500, 2,550 is where this engine seems to be happy. We don't want to go much past 44 inches manifold pressure or about 2,550 RPM will stress the engine. And that is modeled. Pom! Cheers for that, man. Appreciate it. Honestly, Cathorius, like, aside from the issues of what will happen when Microsoft get bored of hosting the servers, this is actually a really good platform. Like, I know you're skeptical, but seriously, it is a good platform. Asobo know what they're doing, which is, you know, they're not a traditional flight sim dev, but they put in more effort than a lot of traditional flight sim devs have. So, I am quite pleased with how it's been coming along. This is an F6F. Hellcat. I need to give it some aileron trim, but the fucking problem with using my encoders for trim is they're slow as shit. Like, the trim steps are so small in most aircraft that I have to turn them for half an hour to get any response. So I'll just have to look down and scroll, I guess. Try not to hit a mountain at the same time. We can afford to close out the shutters a bit. So the observatory here was, it had some elevation errors and it kind of was like stuck out of the mountainside last time I saw it. I'm hoping that mod I got for the telescopes and observatories has fixed it. We'll go have a look. So it may be levitating above the mountain or it may actually be correct. We'll see. The scenery up here is incredible though. Like, this is just autogen, this isn't photogrammetry, but it still looks good. Enjoy the 6 o'clock view? Yeah, what 6 o'clock view? I do have a mirror, but mirrors aren't functional in MSFS yet. I'm sure it's possible to make them functional. The game does real-time ray trace reflections on the canopy, but I just don't think the devs have figured out a way to do non-FPS killing mirror reflections yet. It's probably a third-party thing, because the Sobo don't have a need for mirrors, whereas the third parties do, but the tradition for the third parties, like DCS, is to blame everything on a Sobo when they can't figure it out, even if the sim does support it. Would kill for an I-185 module for MSFS? Yeah, likewise. Also, I chanced that tree line a bit there, but oh well. This thing's performance is pretty awesome. I don't know if it's been given the Got Gravel NOS bottle treatment. I haven't compared it to any charts yet to see, but it feels like it has some weight to it. It feels kind of like I'd expect it to. The revs on these big radials do tend to be a bit lower than inlines, and, well, not inlines, but, you know, V12s. Okay, the observatory is still fucked. It's still partially levitating, so I gotta figure out why. I think it's because I've got a mod that increases the resolution of the, digital elevation mapping here, and the observatory mod conflicts with it, so that's something I'm gonna have to fix later, which is annoying. So all these like little platforms and flat areas shouldn't be here. This should be built into the terrain a bit more. But we do have an observatory at least. Gonna just adjust my view here, so I'm not quite as sitting with my face mashed into the instrument panel. This is the wow moment right here. Look at this. It's a caldera. A big caldera. It is. It's awesome. Let me get this thing kind of leveled out-ish, and we'll take an external view, get a bit of an appreciation for this thing. It's basically a tub with wings, like all World War II Grumman aircraft, but she's not bad looking. She's tubby, but she ain't bad looking. Nicely proportioned, all the parts that matter. You can see a lava flow down there. Pretty awesome. Kind of like it more than Corsair. I like the shape of the Corsair. Like, I'm not usually one for inverted gull wings, or normal gull wings for that matter, but just the Corsair has an interesting shape to it. I quite like it. And the long nose with the high set canopy. Know what caldera means in Spanish? No, I don't. Is it vulgar or offensive? Because that would be funny. V22 is coming to MSFS. Bad news, it's the same developer that put... Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. Means boiler. Huh. That's cool. That's actually pretty cool. I guess it's kind of an appropriate name, sort of. There's the fucking dome down there. It's not quite so visible from this altitude. Be a bit of a nasty shock if you come in on the approach for whatever runway that is. I didn't look at the number. Suddenly you just find this massive fucking looming dome of water staring at you as you're on fucking short final. See more lava flows on the mountainside there. All they do is play hockey and act in TV movies. I'd actually die. Hey man, the playing hockey bit sounds good at least. We're not fully trimmed out here, as usual. Trim is quite fiddly. I really... This is... If anyone from Verpal ever watches my stream, here's a free tip for you. Instead of just having encoders that you can push in as buttons, make it so that you can push them in to declutch them so that they don't have steps in them. Make it an axis, or make it have like a secondary sensor that acts as an axis. Like, I would love to have these encoders where I can push it in and then freewheel it to use as trim on World War II planes. I would love to have that, but because it's set as an encoder, not an axis, I know the Verpal software lets you set it up as a virtual axis as a way to do that. Matt knows how. I'll have to harass him about it one day, but just not having the steps would be nice, because steps are good if they're matched up to the aircraft's trim. Like, if the trim steps make sense, but the trim in different aircraft in MSFS is set by the actual, by the individual developer of the aircraft. So some, like, one step on my encoder is basically nothing, and some one step on my encoder is like 25% of the trim range, so being able to just declutch it and operate it independent of the steps would be quite good, quite a handy feature. A cruise ship down there generating some interesting wakes. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe it's sinking. Maybe it's doing a Costa Concordia. Now, I do have a mod for, there's a flyby camera, kind of a hacky flyby camera, but it's a flyby camera that CCM made. The only problem is I don't remember how to activate it. Oligarch yacht looking for gas pipe. First they came for Nord Stream, then they came for the Canary Islands. So we actually have, this is one of the nice things that that Flying Iron do for their MSFS aircraft. We have a little EFB here with like all this stuff on it, but we can go, there's an autopilot if you're lazy and you need to go or you need to go take a piss or whatever and you're not confident in your trim. However, we don't use that. What we use is live data. So we can actually see here, we are indicating 225 knots and we're grounding 252. And that's a pretty conservative power setting. 35 inches manifold pressure and 2550 RPM. We can also then go to settings and we can see that there's no stress on the engine. The engine's pretty happy what I'm doing to it right now. So yeah, you got options here for assists like simplified ground handling, which treats it as a steering tail wheel, but I have that off because I know how this aircraft's meant to work. So at least sort of. You got your checklists here, your V-speeds to reference off of. This has blowback flaps like the MiG-21, well, like most Soviet fighters, so the V-speed for the flaps is actually the speed it fully extends at, not the speed that, you know, you have a limitation on deploying. You deploy at whatever speed you want, but it won't come down until that. You've even got your component drag represented here, which is pretty cool. We got our wind direction, everything. Like, this is really cool, this little interface that tells you all this stuff. I think there's a patch I forgot to download. I will have to do that later. It even tells you when there's an update you've missed out on. But yeah, it's really good. I would recommend this. Like, there are periodic flight model fuckery moments with the Flying Iron stuff because, like I said, they get a bit carried away with performance sometimes, but it's generally made to a good standard. The P-38 cockpit, the actual physical proportions aren't 100%, but it looks good, it sounds good, it flies pretty nicely. It's and they're not that expensive. I think they're like 30 US or something, which is pretty reasonable for the amount of detail you get. Just reset my tracker because I keep fidgeting around. So we've got a quartering tailwind here, which is giving us a little bit of a push. But this seems pretty reasonable to me for 35 inches manifold and 2550 revs. At this altitude, to be doing about 220 indicated, 250 ground with a quartering tailwind, that's not bad. Like, it doesn't feel overly fast. A little bit of clear air turbulence up here, which is pretty neat. We're gonna lean out the mix a bit, bring it back to auto lean. I forgot to do that, so we've been burning more fuel than we need to. The gun sight is collimated in this. When you're maneuvering hard, it sometimes stutters or lags behind your movement, which seems to be an issue with MSFS collimated HUDs or gun sights or whatever in general. I think that may be one of the rare actual Asobo problems, but it generally isn't too bad. But I think Super's probably right about the scale not quite being there. But, you know, it's not really surprising. I think you can turn the gun sight off from the EFB. I seem to recall you guys may have noticed an option for that. I wasn't paying attention. But I don't. If it had a gun sight when it was in service, I leave the gun sight there. Same with the Spitfire. I don't have any GPS bullshit in it. I just have it as it was during a war. Nice thing about this is it doesn't have any extra panels at all. So their P-38 has modern radio and transponder stuffed down the right side of the cockpit wall. It's not in a very obtrusive place, which is good. Same with the Spitfire, it's got little tiny modern round ones down here. It's out of the way. If you didn't know it was modern, you wouldn't be able to tell just by looking at it, so that's good, but I prefer to have no modern shit at all in the cockpit, and then if you have to do any functions like that for, like, VATSIM guys, just run it through the EFB, because I'd rather have a single tablet just hiding somewhere in the corner of the pit than have all these extra things mounted in it. That said, I would prefer if this was, instead of a tablet, was a map case with like a chart sticking out of it or something, and then you click it and the tablet comes up. Some devs use like a virtual kneeboard, like it's a kneeboard with actual papers and stuff on it, and it just changes the text on the papers. That's a pretty cool solution too. I don't think you necessarily need to go that far. The way the Corsair does it, the Milviz Corsair, is you bring out the chart table, and it has all your loadout options and the actual, the in-game VFR nav map on here, which is quite cool. I'm going to go ahead and switch to the right tank just to balance the aircraft. So it can't feed from both tanks at the same time. This is one of my pet hates with US aircraft. Right through to the Cold War, they still did this. Like, basically until things like the F-16, F-15, F-18 turned up. I guess the Tomcat to a degree as well. But the fuel systems are very manual, and you have to manually select which tank you want to feed from. And in many cases, there's not a single feeder tank that things come through. So for example, the reserve standpipe here, or in the Corsair, is a limited amount of fuel. It will not suck fuel in from the other tanks. Now, that may not be simulated correctly, but I think that is how it's supposed to work. It's just a standpipe, it's not actually a feeder tank. And that is fucking annoying, because it means you have to constantly toggle between the left and right tanks if you want to keep the aircraft in balance. In German World War II aircraft, in Soviet aircraft of any time period pretty much, or in British World War II, most British World War II aircraft, it's automatic. You don't select the tank, it just does what it wants. And in many cases, for single-seat fighters, for British stuff, it's your main tank's centerline anyway. I think for the Germans too, so it's less of an issue. Look at this terrain, man. This isn't photogrammetry, this is just normal. Now, like I said, I've got a DEM resolution increase mod around here, so it does make the terrain a little sharper. It, you know, it makes the ridges a little more crisp, but like, this is just satellite imagery, dude. It's fucking awesome. Look at that plateau up there, like on the top of that ridge. You could probably build a little, oops, you can probably build a little bush strip up there if you really wanted to. I'd really like to visit the Canary Islands someday, I just have to avoid all the British tourists. Beautiful, beautiful place. Little farm down there, well, a little village with some farms. Wild how big Yellowknife is, holy crap, why would people live there? Resources. Resources. Places like that are, you look at it and think, why would you live here? It's resources. Norilsk, why would anyone live there? Resources. Fort Mac, why would anyone live there? Oil. Like, if it looks like a shithole but people live there, it's probably because it has something very valuable under it, or nearby. Or it might just have really good, like, you know, really good soil, or... People don't settle in a place for no reason. Especially if it's not along like a watercourse, like a river or something. Rivers are self-explanatory, the soil's usually good for growing crops, people need water to live, etc., etc. But, like, if it's not a river, it's usually because there's resources nearby. Alberta, why would anyone live there? You take that back, Alberta's a wonderful place to live. If you just remove all the fucking people from it. It was nice last time I was home, because, like, usually when we do go home, we just hang out in Edmonton and maybe go to Calgary to visit my older sister. But, last time we went home, we went all through the, like, the back way between High Prairie and Jasper, out through all, like, fucking, my brain's not working now. I'm not good with, like, more out-of-the-way Alberta towns, but, one that starts with W, that I can never remember its name, Whitecourt. We went through Whitecourt, Edson, and then through Hinton. And went in through the park that way. Hey, Yellow Fox. Actually, after this flight, let's go home. Let's go to Alberta. We'll take off from High Prairie, which is where my dad had his farm. And we'll fly out that way to Jasper. Mirage F1AI is fucking nuts on Ace. I haven't fought against it yet. I took it out against the MiG-23, and the MiG-23, I eventually got him to kill himself. He got a bit too fast, too close to the ground. But I had real trouble killing him too, because he was actually using his speed. The AI is quite cool now. So it's still not perfect, it's still predictable to a degree, especially if you know lift vector placement, which like 99% of DCS players don't. But they have some moves. So I very nearly ran myself out of fuel in the F-16 trying to kill a MiG-29. I had quite a bit of difficulty, like I had to really be patient trying to kill an F-16 with a 29 because he was just holding rates so well against me. The F-4 Phantom, the F-4E, is actually a challenge in the MiG-21 now because he will outrate you. And he'll stay above you. He'll perch above you and use his turn rate to, like his sustained turn rate to kind of keep you at distance. You can't just wait for him to go into a vertical loop and cut inside his loop anymore like you used to be able to. So overall, it's quite nice. The The F5 AI threw a bamboozle on me by flying under a power line. I've never seen the AI successfully do that before. It cut under a power line to try and get me to fly into it. I don't know if it was deliberate, I don't know if they're coded to do that, probably not. But he successfully got under the power line without hitting it himself, which I was quite impressed by. Kind of feel like we should have circled that island, it's quite pretty, but here we go. Here's is the name of this island actually Tenerife? I can't remember. Tenerife is on this island. I think this is Tenerife, and then the city around the airport is San Cristobal or San Crista something. San religious name, something like that. Do AI MiG-15 still fly like UFOs? Haven't tried against the MiG-15. I'll say this, and I've said it in my Discord a few times. There were times where the DCS AI before would summon performance from their ass. Like, I'm not going to dispute that. Sometimes they could do things that the plane shouldn't be able to do. But the vast majority of claims that the AI were doing that, the AI weren't actually doing that. The vast majority of claims of that, what was happening is the AI was not even pulling half the G that aircraft has available. So they were retaining energy like a motherfucker, and players will inherently try and cut inside the circle. I noticed that if I didn't try and lead the AI F5, which everyone says is a UFO and they can't kill it in the MiG-21 or even another F5, if I took an F5 and I just flew, pure or even lag pursuit on the AI, I could kill it. Because it wasn't summoning magical flight performance out of its ass, it was just executing like God's own energy retention and using that to harness into vertical loops. So I don't doubt that some of the AI could do physics-defying shit, because I have seen it from time to time, particularly with the old MiG-15. But I think the prevalence of it was grossly overstated by DCS players, because they didn't actually understand what the AI was doing. It's not real obvious in-game, but when you open up TACU and look at their the amount of G they're pulling and their turn rate that they're establishing, like even in a sustained turn in an aircraft that could do 14, 15 degrees a second sustained, the AI would be lucky if it sustained more than 8 or 9. And so if you don't know that, and you fly as if you think they're sustaining their 14 or 15 that they can, you're gonna kind of trap yourself. You're gonna energy trap yourself. Little top tip for your top pocket there. That's also why I was watching Shifty, a couple months ago, and he was flying against an AI Vigan in the F-16. We already know the Vigan's a fucking UFO. But combine Vigan UFO flight model with AI energy retention, and he literally could not get near it in an F-16. A clean F-16. Now, granted, Shifty is not exactly, he's not exactly John Boyd. None of us are. But he was doing most of the things you're supposed to do in an F-16, and he still could not catch up to that Vigan. It just spiral climbed away from him. Which should be interesting. I might have to try, and probably not today on stream, but I will have to try at some point, a couple flights against the AI Vigan to see if it can still do that, or if it tries to do something else now. Because it used to just sustain, and coupled with the Vigan's performance at medium to high altitudes, which is, particularly acceleration, it would just walk away from you. Really, it shouldn't. I probably will do a Northwest Territories flight at some point, Pom, but we ain't doing it today. The other thing is that the scenery up there tends to be quite sketchy. Like, it's real hit or miss, because it's often clouded over, so the satellite doesn't get it. Record high is 91 Fahrenheit, what the fuck? It gets hot sometimes, dude. Record highs are record highs for a reason. They don't always happen, but when they do, they're kind of surprising. Above the Arctic Circle by 120 miles? I know. Weather do be funny sometimes. Well, wasn't there, I swear, not that long ago, there was a place in, like, northern Siberia, like, up around the mouth of, I think the Yenisei or somewhere. And it got pretty warm there, and it's like, dude, you're above the Arctic Circle, how the fuck is it that hot? But it happens, man. It happens. Not often, but it does. And then you've got places that are just naturally extremes of temperature, like home for me. Southern Russia and Ukraine is like this too, because, like, you know, the Albertan prairies and the southern Russian and Ukrainian steppe are basically identical in terms of climate and geology and population fucking makeup, because there's so many Ukrainians back home in Alberta. But yeah, like it goes from about 35, 40 Celsius in the summer, sometimes hotter, to minus 40 in the winter sometimes. Like, it's extremes. You get extremes. Partly because it's so far north in Alberta, partly because it's inland. You know, obviously in the Great Steppe in Eurasia, it's not that far north, but there's different factors that play into it. I mean, like, climate's weird, dude. The only reason that the British Isles are at all, like, hospitable and inhabitable to humans is because of, like, ocean temperature currents. If the ocean temperature currents got fucked up, the UK would be basically like the Arctic. You wouldn't be able to live there. So yeah, I recently got a bit more photogrammetry for Tenerife here, and it's quite beautiful. Gulf Stream? Yeah, I think it's the Gulf Stream that's responsible for that. I'm not a meteorologist, obviously. It's just a passing interest from time to time. It's like the story of my life. I'm not a fill-in-the-blank, but I'm interested in it, so I spend hours reading about it instead of doing things that are actually constructive. General knowledge is handy to have for trivia nights, but it's not going to get me a job. At least nothing's happening that can mess with ocean currents, right? Oh yeah, I know, right? Well, it's like here, one of the reasons we get such brutal alternation between monsoonal rain and then, like, apocalyptic fires is because I forget the technical name for it, but it's one of the currents in the Indian Ocean off the coast of WA. That reverses every couple of years, and the schedule of it, like, there's a natural period of it reversing, but we fucked with it because of the rise in temperature, and so it's reversing more violently now, and that's what's causing a lot of the issues. Like, ocean currents, I cannot stress this enough, ocean currents are, like, probably 80-90% of what drives weather on this planet. You fuck with those, and the bad shit starts happening real quick. And that is the thing that we are busy fucking with by heating up the planet. So, you know, good shit, humanity. Love your work. Love to be highly evolved enough to have an impact on the entire planet on which we evolved from. And yet still have not evolved a brain that can plan more than 5 years in the future. Or more than a single financial year in the future if you are a sociopathic CEO, which is to say a CEO, because, you know, it's kind of a requirement. We knew about all this shit, like, in the 50s, by the way. I wish I could remember which oil company it was. It was like one of the ones in the US Gulf before it all got bought out by BP and Exxon and whoever else owns all that. It was like some random state's oil and gas company, and they were talking about, like, they were bragging about if they burnt off the amount of oil they extract in a year, they could melt X amount of Arctic glaciers and raise the sea level by Y amount. It's like, my brother in Christ, that might have been a good ad in the 60s before it was widely accepted that that was actually happening, but woof. Optics now, not so good. Like, even in, I've spoken about this on stream before, but even in 1911, I've seen it, it was a clipping from one of the papers here. In 1911, in the letters to the editor section, there was a guy who wrote in, like, yo, all this coal we're burning to generate this electricity stuff that everyone's starting to use, this is like, you know, you realize this generates carbon dioxide, right? And you know what happens if you have a finite amount of gas, which we do. It's a very big finite amount, but it's a finite amount. You know what happens if you change the composition of that by putting carbon dioxide into it for long enough, right? Like, that's gonna do some bad shit. It's gonna heat the planet up. It's gonna, like, we're gonna have a really bad time in a couple hundred years. And it's like, oh, yeah, you can shorten that time span a bit, because boy, did they not pay notice to that warning. Oh yeah, dude. Like, it's basic fucking thermodynamics. This is high school shit, which is what makes fucking climate change deniers even more fucking stupid. Cheers. Appreciate it, Screaming Cheese. This is basic high school chemistry. You cannot change the composition of a gas volume without some kind of change in its thermodynamic properties. You just can't. Like, there are fucking, scientific laws that dictate how this shit works. Famously, there's that textbook that describes thermodynamics and talks about how everyone that studies it offs themselves, and now it's our turn to take up this field of study. That stuff. It's well known. It's taught in high school. But when you are extracting a very valuable natural resource, and you have all the money from extracting that very valuable natural resource, you can pay to basically make problems disappear. You can pay for propaganda that a totalitarian state could only dream of having, and thus make normies think that it's not a problem. We can just keep throwing shit into the air and it'll be fine. Like, one of the problems humans have, and I think this particularly applies to normies, I feel like if you're, at least some people on the spectrum, certainly for me this is true, like, it's hard to process large numbers and large volumes, but you can kind of visualize it, but normies seem totally totally incapable of doing it. Like, people just assume that there's infinite water, they just assume there's infinite air, they assume there's infinite iron ore in the ground, or infinite this or infinite that. Like, they have no concept of finite resources. And since our entire economic system hinges on the idea that you can just infinitely indulge in perpetual growth, which is a literal mathematical impossibility at the most fundamental level, it's like, I don't know, bro. I think probably our biggest... We have a lot of evolutionary flaws, but I think our biggest evolutionary flaw is our inability to plan ahead. Because the average human can only plan about 5 years ahead. Even less if you have some kind of thing that affects your prefrontal cortex, which is where all your planning comes from. And you can tell that because people who've had lobotomies quite often can't plan at all. Phineas Gage, the guy who he was working on the railway pounding or compacting in explosives to a cutting in a rock face, and it detonated and drove an iron rod through his head that he'd been using to ram the explosives in, took out his prefrontal cortex, made him very erratic in his behavior, wiped out any ability to plan or, like, regulate his impulses, and also turned him into a fucking asshole by all accounts. But yeah, like, even if you've got an intact prefrontal cortex, you have about 5 years of planning you're capable of? Maybe. I have none. I have maybe a day of planning if I'm lucky, and I still don't follow it. So yeah, like, we are slightly evolved monkeys that figured out how to do all this cool advanced technology and society shit, but haven't figured out that the calendar goes more than 5 years into the future yet. And that's why, even in, totalitarian states where you don't have to worry about elections, or you have elections but, you know what the result's going to be, you typically plan 5 years ahead. Sometimes I think some countries do 8 year, but like the Soviet 5-year plan, for instance, that's as far ahead as you want to go, because you don't know what's going to happen after that, and you can't really follow it. A bunch of stuff just happened. Oh shit, Screaming Cheese, gifting subs. God damn, dude. Appreciate it. Hope you all enjoy those, guys. And my very scuffed emotes. I need to get some more. I think I've got a couple slots left for follower emotes, because I've got, like, a lot of my emotes that I use just on my channel or on BTTV already, so you guys can use them, it's just you need the add-on. I might move some of them to follower emotes now that Twitch does that, and I might add some new ones to BTTV. I wanted to use the kukuruza. If you put in kukuruza, it'll come up with Nikita Khrushchev with the corn. I wanted to make that a personal emote so I could use it anywhere on Twitch, but apparently BTTV hate fun, and they didn't approve it, motherfuckers. It's like the tobacco companies lying about how they knew cigarettes cause cancer, but the oil companies around 100 times more powerful. Yeah, exactly. And this is a pattern. Very highly profitable industries end up being run by psychopaths and or cartels of psychopaths, and funding, like, literal above national scale propaganda campaigns to hide the damage they do to either the world or society or public health or some combination thereof. Unfortunately, that just be the way that it works. I think we got some terrain chunks not fully loading in over there by the airport, which I've noticed tends to happen with this scenery, but that's alright, it should load in as we get a bit closer. We may get some stuttering over the city. It's very, very densely built. We will see how we go. We're in an F6F, Yuki. Good to see ya. I don't know if you saw in the Discord, we paid a visit to Kharkiv, was it yesterday? Day before? I wanted to see if I could spot the ionospheric research array for the university, but it's not there. Because I've got a mod that adds all these different observatories around the world, so I'd hoped that the mod knew to add it, but he didn't. So I'm going to have to harass him. The city itself is there. I got a landmarks pack for it, so a few of the landmarks are there, like the Technical University, a few of the churches and cathedrals, but I wish we had photogrammetry. I hope we had enough imagery taken before fucking someone had their gamer moment that we can get photogrammetry of what the country looked like before it was fucking bombed to shit. Then at least I can have a happy place in Misfits where it never happened. One of the emotes is blank or transparent, and ironically that emote is the one for the internet not working. That's the NBN Co logo being on fire. So of all the emotes to not load, the irony is beautiful. Never been beyond Western Ukraine, unfortunately. This might be a spicy take, but I feel like possibly that could be part of the root cause of, well, not the obvious current problem, but part of the root cause of the rubber banding back and forth between who they want to be friends with, is that one side has never been to the other side and vice versa, so they just fucking sit there and sneer at each other from across the fucking Dnieper. I feel like that probably hasn't helped the country. It was actually, I found a prison there, like a federal prison there as well, that I'd watched a documentary about before the invasion kicked off, which is quite interesting. I recognised it straight away from the layout of the buildings. But yeah, I couldn't find the observatory, but we found some other cool stuff. I found an old S200 battery near Chikuyev, like in the forest just southwest of it. You can see in the sim, like, it's solid forest, but there's a couple buildings from Autogen. But also, the trees where the batteries were located had been cut down and then regrown. And the sim actually, I shit you not, the auto-gen in the sim, from 2D satellite imagery, not the highest res either, recognizes new growth trees, and it had them about half as high as the old growth. So you could see the actual layout of the S200 batteries. There were 3 of them. 3 sets of launchers, 3 fire control radars, and then the admin technical area behind it. I think you were here when we did the flight around Kiev on stream during the Grand Tour, so at least you've seen it in the sim, I guess. Although it's auto-gen with a landmark pack. I'm gonna have to pick that trip back up at some point. I'm just like, I don't know, man. It's kind of killed the mood. Because I just have this sinking feeling that if I'm flying over the area and someone recognizes it, we're gonna have the fucking... We're going to have the Azov online defense detachment versus the Putin bots in chat, and it's going to be like, please, both of you just fucking go find yourself a nice little isolated part of the world and have it out there and leave the rest of us alone, leave the normal people alone. I need to see if there's been any updates for Pripyat. I don't think there have, which is kind of... It looks really good, and most of the landmarks are there, but I noticed the cafe's missing, the Waterfront Cafe. And the Waterfront Cafe there is... for those of you who haven't seen photos of it, those who played Stalker know what I'm talking about, called Pripyat specifically. But those of you who haven't seen photos of it, it's gorgeous. It had these great big, socialist realism murals on the windows. It was stained glass, but instead of being normal stained glass, where you have the glass cut to shape and then let it in, it was thousands upon thousands of individual stained rods, and the rods are all arranged to form a single contiguous piece of glass. It was just phenomenal. And you can tell this because where the window's been damaged, there's like thousands of shattered rods on the ground under it. And there were actually a bunch of people sneaking into the zone illegally to restore the window, which I thought was the coolest thing. Unfortunately, our fucking little green friends probably undid all their good work and then some, so... Makes me so fucking angry, dude. If I could say if I said the things I would like to do to everyone responsible for this, I would be banned off Twitch in a heartbeat. It would not be TOS friendly. It makes me so fucking angry. Like, not only do I not want to live through historical events, now that I realize that it's not usually the fun kind of historical events that you get to live through, but that particular historical event, like the one part of the world that I really, truly, desperately wanted to get to, and it's, not only can I not go there now, but also probably a lot of what I wanted to see has been damaged or destroyed, either by the Russians blowing it up or the Ukrainians deciding they want to erase their Soviet history to get at the Russians somehow, which, the logic of which I've never understood. Yeah, it is true, Super. Like, I guess that's a bias people have, is that, you know, we have trouble kind of processing that the things we experience aren't that different to the things people before us experienced. It's like how, you know, people say, oh, well, we're living through the best period to be a human. It's like, in terms of life expectancy, in, you know, in the wealthy parts of the world, certainly, that aren't currently having war waged on them, sure, if you live in some of them, although it's reversing now because of increasing poverty and all that, but for a while, yeah, we had better life expectancy, we had better quality of life, we have more access to luxuries, faster communication, yeah, we have all that, but, like, it doesn't feel so great when you're living through all the rest that goes with it. I don't know, I feel like, much like if you set aside national bullshit and political bullshit, most humans are just decent people that want to get by and want to kind of learn about the people around them. You know, if mentally healthy ones want to learn about the people around them. I feel like at the same time, if you had a time machine, you would realize that across time periods, most humans haven't changed that much. It's like the dick jokes from World War II soldiers, the dick jokes that they find in fucking Roman graffiti in Pompeii. Like, people don't change, dude. People really don't change. Or like if you, you know, a lot of Shakespearean plays, yeah, the language is very different, but when you actually translate it to modern English and modern vernacular, it's like, this is just really vulgar fucking dick jokes and talking about, like, you know, who you just went to town on last night. Like, it's... If you translated it to modern English, it would not sound out of place at all. And that's why things like artistic adaptations and appropriations and stuff work, when they're not busy triggering people because they change the gender or you know, fucking ethnic background of some random character. That's why Shakespeare was so popular, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I think we, not like this week, because I'm going to be busy, but over the next few weeks, probably before the end of the year, so, well, not certainly, but likely before the end of the year, I think we'll pick the Grand Journey back up. We'll be flying up World War II PVO marked Spitfire out of, where did I leave it? It was Melitopol, I think. We'll take off from there, and we're gonna, I think I've still got the flight plan sketched out somewhere. We're gonna follow around the river down along the coast past Mykolaiv. I think we're gonna come through Crimea on the way back from memory. So we'll go out over the Carpathians through the western edge of Ukraine. We might hop across into Hungary and Romania for a bit. I don't know. I kind of want to. I kind of want to do Hungary because I got a bunch of scenery for it. So it was going to be a former Soviet Union trip, but we might make it just a Warsaw Pact trip in general, because I got some good shit in Poland too. And then we'll sweep back through, come up through the other part of Ukraine, so we'll come through, we'll cut across the north maybe, again, like crisscross where we went, come down through Sumy, Kharkiv, all down there, through the area currently full of, you know, full of people that consider themselves Russians now, apparently. And then we'll come down through Crimea and hop across from Crimea back to the Caucasus, come through the north side of the Caucasus, and then through Central Asia. That's what we'll do. Old Russian Empire trip. We'll be beyond the bounds of that. Because Poland would be part of it, but I want to go into like Western Poland, which would have been Germany at the time, or Prussia at the time, rather. And I want to go through Hungary as well, maybe a few other places. Okay, I've flown up and down this bit of coast long enough. Let's go inland a bit. I should probably check my fuel gauges. Yeah, we want to switch to the left tank again. We've got a decent amount left. I probably could have brought the belly tank, to be fair. It does go through fuel a little faster than I expected, but I am running the engine a bit high. Back to 40 inches pressure because I descended. I might wind it back to 2400 and about 32 inches. I'd say probably the Econocruise settings for this are more like 2200 and 25 or something like that. That's more typically what you get off one of these radial engines in Econocruise. Touch concrete. First Ukrainian language publicated poem, Anita, was a mock piece on Enid and is absolutely hilarious. There's even a cartoon based on it. Yeah, it's interesting it took so long for them to publish a poem in the language, but if you understand like even a little bit of the history of the country, it makes sense. So for those here who are not familiar with Ukrainian history, they part of the, not all of the genesis of what's going on, because we would be here for like a month and I'd probably offend a lot of people if I went through it on both sides, but to sum up a very long and complicated story, for most of its history, Ukraine was, like, the Ukrainian people as they are, were mostly like peasants working the land or Cossacks in the east. Like the way that the country of Ukraine kind of identifies as Cossacks these days is not quite, like it was a bit half and half. But anyway, they were ruled over by external empires. The Greeks, well, the Byzantines, technically, the Ottomans in some areas, the Tatars had their own empire for a while, particularly in the south. The Cossacks pretty much had free reign in the east because out on the steppes nobody else really could step to them for a while. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for a long time. So part of the irony of Ukrainian nationalists trying to revive Khmelnytsky as a great big national Ukrainian hero is that Khmelnytsky was best known for uniting Ukraine with the Russian Empire to chase out the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So it's very complicated and messy, and both sides like to distort what actually happened to suit political goals. But yeah, for a long time, the bulk of the population we'd identify as Ukrainians today were under foreign rule. So the ruling class spoke a different language. You know, for example, Polish or Greek or whatever. And the peasants were illiterate, so they didn't write anything because they couldn't. Russia in different periods had a similar thing where the aristocracy would speak French or German. And so the Russian language wasn't really used in official capacity, and you don't really see written Russian very much besides the church. First modern Ukrainian language, yeah, that would explain it too. But yeah, for a long time in a lot of countries, particularly in Eastern Europe, you don't see the predominant language of the majority population in writing, just because they were illiterate peasants and the ruling class were foreigners. And that also kind of gives an idea of why, particularly the further west you go, the more closely... I mean, Ukrainian itself has probably just as much commonality with Polish, if not more, than it does with Russian. But that's part of the reason why. It's also why the accent changes quite dramatically the further west you go. European history is like a couple thousand years of people going and beating up on their neighbours and then lording over them. and then nobody really dealing with the fallout from that until several hundred or thousand years down the line, when, you know, a neuron activates and someone remembers it, or someone remembers a very idealized, sanitized version of it, and they decide it's time to war somebody else over it. It's a fucking mess. Yeah, it's still a weird thing to kind of idolize, though. I don't know. I always found it, like, kind of self-defeating that instead of... especially with the Russian narrative being what it is, right? I figure it's kind of self-defeating that instead of taking and running with everything that Soviet Ukrainians accomplished, like fucking Korolev, for instance, the father of Soviet rocketry, the guy who put a man in space, like, I would have statues of him on every fucking street corner if I was the Ukrainians. But they kind of don't. I mean, there's some people that they still have statues to, mainly in the East, I guess, but I would be picking, like, politically neutral, or at least politically less spicy people to make national heroes out of, than trying to pick the most extreme examples to piss off the Russians, because it just leans into the Russian narrative, and it's going to give potential allies in the West cold feet. Particularly with Khmelnytsky, because Khmelnytsky was near the top of the let's do bad pogroms against Jewish people leaderboard until Funny Moustache Man came along from Austria. So, particularly, I look at people doing that and I'm like, you might have a long memory about what the Russians did to you, but I have a long memory about what you did to my relatives, so, I already did auto-lean it. How are you today? Which plane is this? This is the F6F from Flying Iron, and I am over Tenerife in the Canary Islands. Have you seen the SimAir website client? No. I don't really run that many, like, external add-ons or apps or whatever for this. I have a shit ton of add-ons in the sim, like aircraft and scenery and stuff. But I don't really run any external stuff. I've been looking at the update that's coming up for FS Realistic, and I might try that out. That looks really good. Like, it just makes the sim feel even more alive than it already does. But yeah, like, extra stuff, on-air and stuff is interesting to me. I've just never got around to trying it. SimAir, I'm not aware of what it exactly does, but I assume it adds, like, little things that you can do for, like, if you want to do sort of mock commercial flights or whatever. I don't really do that in the sim. I just do sightseeing or whatever. Auto-rich is only for takeoff. Military wet regimes are meant to be in auto-lean too. Yeah, that is interesting. That's quite interesting. I'm trying to remember how it is in the Spitfire. I think the Spitfire is similar, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's... again, I don't know how often you've been checking the Discord, but we got on a sidetrack about that whole sort of... the fun and games that happen in the Pale of Settlement over, you know, hundreds of years. I don't even remember how we got onto the sidetrack, but we did, and it's not very fun stuff. And one of the results is, you know, especially after World War II, when everyone was like, fuck this, we're out of Europe, we don't want this shit going on again. There's a very heavy overrepresentation of former Soviet states in terms of where Israelis come from that are in, like, military and government positions. I mean, the state of Israel in general is like an Ashkenazi state, basically, because it was founded by European settlers. They kind of just pushed the fucking Mizrahim out and were like, this is ours now. But particularly you see a lot of Russian or Ukrainian or Georgian or Armenian surnames in, like, higher governmental positions, which is very interesting. Because you had, like, these massive waves of migration from the Soviet Union around the, like, mid-late 70s, early 80s. Partly because the Soviet Union never quite kicked its habit after Stalin of doing pogroms by another name and in slightly less violent terms. But also because, you know, people are like, oh, we want to go back to the fucking mothership. Even though the Soviets tried to make their own Israel at home in the Far East, which is pretty funny in itself. Reserve's still full. There's quite a bit of fuel in the reserve, so we're pretty good once we switch onto that. SimAir is a little client that runs in the notification area and tracks the flights, shows the real-time location on a map on the website. Oh, okay. Yeah, I might have to check that out sometime. Might be worth trying. You guys can see where I am on the stream. I know there's like all different apps and some of them have overlap or they do the same thing, so... That's part of the reason I haven't really dabbled with it, to be honest, is like, I don't know which one to use, and I'm sure each has its pluses and minuses, but... It's kind of like browser tribalism to me. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I just want something that works for me and takes a minimal amount of brain power to set up. It's probably a good step, Yuki, because Discord eats time like a motherfucker, especially mine. Like, of all the Discords I'm on, and I'm on some pretty big Discords and pretty active ones, I think mine is like the most active Discord per like capita of users it has in it. I don't know how or why, but it's always jumping. High concentration of puzzle pieces in one area, I guess. But like, I'm in Discords with thousands of people and they're barely more active than mine are. Some of them are less active than mine are. We might see a hole in the scenery up here. One of these ridge lines had a bit of a bad blend with the default terrain, and I'm not sure if the latest update to this scenery fixed it. This is default I'm flying over now, but the stuff in front of me is freeware, converted from Google Maps imagery, Google photogrammetry. You can usually tell when someone's converted from Google photogrammetry, because these colors are slightly out. They're very saturated and a bit brighter than the MSFS scenery, and as well as that, they tend to be a bit blue shifted. Some of the people that do scenery will manipulate the textures to get rid of the blue shift, or at least minimize it, but some won't, and so you get quite jarring transitions. I need to figure out how to crack open the scenery files to get at the textures myself and correct a few of them by hand. So I've got some quite nice scenery for different areas that I really want to fly over, but it's like really obnoxiously blue compared to the stuff around it. Is there a radar Hellcat mod? Sadly, no. Maybe you could twist Flying Iron's arm about it, but I doubt it. It'd be quite a lot of work, I think. Yeah, I can see a hole there. It might render in once we get closer, but there's a bit of a gap there. There's probably another one around there somewhere, but it's not too bad. This airport we're flying over here is the site of the worst, well, not the worst, I guess, in raw terms, but the highest loss of life in a single aviation incident. I guess that would make it the worst. Famously, the Pan Am veteran captain, who was an experienced, World War II fighter pilot, and Pan Am had not Pan Am, sorry, KLM. Getting my airlines mixed up. KLM had all these advertisements about how great this pilot was, and like they had his face on them, like, here's our great test pilot, World War II veteran pilot, who you're in his safe, competent hands, all this shit. Well, unfortunately, fighter pilots and test pilots do not make good airline pilots always. Sometimes they do, but often they don't, because they are a bit cavalier, particularly test pilots, and they're a bit impatient. And so he pulled a out of my way, you shits, as another 747 had been misguided by the tower and misheard what the tower had said, and, the readback process kind of failed them. They taxied onto the other end of the runway, and the KLM 747 failed to clear them. So you ended up with two fully packed, as in not a standing room only, 747s colliding with each other as one was just about past rotation speed. Center mass hit, the worst possible thing that could happen. The only reason that the loss of life wasn't worse, I think it was like 500 and something or 600 and something people killed, maybe more. The reason it wasn't even worse, like quadruple digits, is because the KLM aircraft had actually mostly cleared the other, and it kind of belly flopped into it, so it wiped out the top part of the center of the other 747. And then the survivors from the nose and tail sections of the one that was sitting on the other end of the runway, they were able to climb out onto the wings and sit on them until they were rescued, because there was a lot of fire involved, as you might imagine. Terrible, terrible accident. But, that's unfortunately why we have so many rules and regs in aviation. That's why we can't just hop in any random plane with no training, no license, no hours, and no comms, and no worries, and fly around. I would love to live in that era of aviation where anything goes, but there's a reason why that doesn't happen anymore. As the public embraced aviation more and more as a form of transport, as a form of leisure, as a form of everything, and more aircraft took to the skies, and particularly larger aircraft began fitting more and more passengers, it's just, you can't do that anymore. You've got to have procedures. You've got to have some sort of mind towards safety. And when you don't, you pay for it. Or more accurately, you don't pay for it, someone else does. A lot of someones, if it's a 747. We got a nice big blur there. That might well be something sensitive there, because that is intentionally blurred. What could possibly be sensitive right there in the Canary Islands, I wonder? Interesting. Yeah, Boeing. Not to name names or anything. CRM became a thing after accidents like that. A lot of Aeroflot disasters. So Aeroflot's safety record during Soviet times was pretty bad, but because it wasn't public knowledge, no problem, right? Aeroflot's problems were less so Soviet aircraft being inherently dangerous, because they aren't. Some of them were a bit touch and go at times, but if you maintain them properly and you flew them properly and you weren't like an idiot, Soviet aircraft aren't inherently dangerous any more than American aircraft, or British aircraft, or French aircraft, or anyone else's. Like, I would quite happily fly on a vintage Soviet airliner if I knew it was properly maintained and the crew were properly trained. But a lot of Aeroflot disasters, particularly towards the end of Soviet times and in post-Soviet Russia, when training hours went out the window, there's our terrain glitch there. I knew there was one here somewhere. A lot of that was caused by bad CRM or pilots fucking around. There was one, it was during Soviet times, I think it was like the mid-late 70s. There was one crash into one of the Caucasus airports. I think it may have even been Nalchik. And it was the fucking chief captain made a bet with the first officer that I could fly a fully blind approach. As in, like, not instrument approach, but blindfolded. Could not see his instruments. Because I've done it so many times and I know what the inner and outer marker beacons sound like and I've got the muscle memory. Well, spoiler, he didn't. And he crashed and killed everyone on board. A lot of that happened. There was a lot of bad navigation procedures that resulted in Soviet aircraft flying into mountains when they were trying to do instrument approaches, because they just weren't paying attention to the way their instruments were set up. A lot of bad stuff happened back then. I mean, a lot of stuff happened elsewhere too, but the Soviets didn't really share their air crash numbers. So it wasn't until afterwards it all came out, and Soviet aircraft got this reputation. The Ilyushin Il-62 did have a design flaw where if the engines weren't properly maintained, it would throw the compressor blades through or the turbine blades through the entire tail control section, which brought down a couple of LOT aircraft, a couple of Polish aircraft. But again, that's maintenance. The Polish state carrier LOT did not maintain its aircraft very well. During the 80s, when Poland was really starting to run into problems. And so LOT had a series of crashes on the Il-62, and that caused the Il-62 to get a reputation it doesn't really deserve. One of the airliners that has the best safety record, and has 0 fatal in-flight crashes, and has 1 fatal crash during takeoff because a snowbank wasn't plowed correctly, and a wingtip snagged it right as they were about to rotate, is the Tupolev 114, which is my favorite airliner. Probably the most beautiful airliner ever to take to the air, followed by the de Havilland Comet, which did have a bad safety record for legitimate design flaw reasons for a long time. But the 2114 never had a fatal in-flight crash. I think it barely even had any in-flight emergencies, let alone, you know, obviously no fatal crashes. I think it did have a crash, but everyone was okay. If you maintain your aircraft properly and you don't fly like a chimp, odds are pretty good you're going to make it. And bad CRM kills. Bad CRM is also the reason why the 2 Korean Airlines shootdowns happen. In both cases, because, Korean Airlines captains tended to get very shouty at their crew, and their authority could not be questioned. It's like one of those East Asian culture things. which has historically been a problem with, you know, the Japanese carrier, JAL, as well. Don't know if it affected ANA, but, like, it's a cultural thing, which is why the Soviet Union also had a similar problem, is the chief captain is, you know, you can't question him. The West had the same issue too, particularly with World War II veterans that went to airlines, but they kind of recognized the problem earlier, I guess, and started to curb it. But yeah, like, the two KAL shootdowns happened because the captain fucked up inputting stuff into the navigation system, or the first officer did, but then was too scared to ask the captain to confirm it. Bad crew resource management will cause accidents. Even if it's not you crashing, it's you intruding restricted airspace and getting shot down because you aren't replying on comms. You're getting the 2114 mixed up with the Super Connie because that's the most awesome airliner. The Super Connie is top 5 for sure, and probably top 3. The 2114 is my top. Like, the big tail, the swept wings with the contra-rotating turboprops, the glazed nose, the cigar fuselage. It's just the really tall, gangly landing gear. It is just, it's beautiful. It is gorgeous. It is perfect. And then the de Havilland Comet just has those classic early jet lines to it with the buried intakes. But yeah, like the swept tail, straight wing, well, not straight, but like the slightly swept wing, slightly tapering wing, and the buried intakes. And also it has that blended nose like the modern airliners are starting to get again. But yeah, the Super Connie is definitely way up there. She's beautiful. Classic airliners in general are just a thing of beauty. So anyway, yeah, we've done enough buzzing around at higher altitude. Let's go low level. And then we'll continue on to the next island, I guess. Do a little bit of playing in the valleys here. We still got tons of fuel to do it with, relatively speaking. We're going to go back to the right tank, just to be sure we don't get an engine sputter while we're low over terrain. A lot of resorts here, as you might imagine. Comet was way ahead of its time. Too bad they fucked up the windows, caused metal fatigue when the pressure cycled. Yep. Yeah. It's one of those unfortunate things you learn through experience. But at least they learned it, and they figured out what was causing it. And, like, that's the thing, the Comet persisted in service for a long time after that. The later Comets had quite good safety records once they figured out the issue. But the damage was done to its reputation, and nobody wanted to fly on Comets anymore, so it was only, you know, smaller or budget carriers that were using them for the second half of its service life. It's an example of how an aircraft can get an undeserved reputation because of teething issues or skill issues. The F-104 is a fucking shining example of both teething and skill issues, giving a plane a bad reputation it does not deserve. It is a very British story, being so far ahead of everyone else, but then you fuck something small up and you know, by the time you fix it, you're behind. Very, very British story. See the oil rigs here in preparation to be floated out to sea? So for those of you who aren't familiar with how oil drilling at sea works, oil rigs aren't built where they are. They're actual floating platforms they take out and they sink. Well, they don't even sink them usually, unless it's very shallow. They have ballast underneath them. So if you go underneath an oil rig, the piers go into the water to a big ballast underneath that's usually filled with concrete, or maybe water, depends. And it's not actually anchored to the seafloor that way, it's anchored to the seafloor by stay cables and things like that. So it's quite interesting. You know, it doesn't work the way you would think it does, and the platforms themselves are usually built in conventional shipyards and then towed out of the harbour to where they want them to be, and then they fill the ballast and sink them. And the ballast is positioned far enough under them that they don't pitch and roll too much with the sea. That's why you have it down there. You know, the lower your weight is in the water, the less you're going to feel the impact of the waves. See the updated F-104? How recently did it update? If it's like less than a couple months, then no, I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to update it. I should have checked before I opened the sim, because if I restart it now to update it, it'll take me fucking hours to get back in. We're going to put a little more power on since we're low level and we've got terrain to clear. We'll go back up to about 40... Whoa, Jesus. 41 inches. This is why flying near mountains is sketchy as fuck. The air currents catch you off guard. Also a bad time to make a power change. Last week they tried to fix the afterburner issues. Okay, yeah, I haven't updated it since then, so I'll have to check that out maybe next stream or something. Or off stream and then give you guys a trip report. I think that is one of the better jets, like military jets in MSFS. I need to try some of the IFE stuff, because their 339 in DCS has really kind of made me take a step back and be like, wow, these guys are pretty talented. So I should try out some of their other jets in MSFS, but the F104 I think is quite well done, but it still needs a few tweaks. I feel like the performance is actually too low in terms of speed and acceleration. Even clean, like it just seems to take a little too long to accelerate and a little too much difficulty to hit Mark II. Once you get it to Mark II, it's happy, but like I don't know, I feel like it's underperforming, which is better than overperforming, I guess. And the way the camera like goes inside your own asshole if you go into a pitch-up maneuver, that needs attention. The pitch-up itself, the spins, they don't feel too bad. Pitch-up in literature and in sort of the public pop history mindset is dramatically overstated. You can find accounts on the International F104 Society website from F104 pilots, regular service pilots, or test pilots that admit now that they can't be busted for it, that they did intentionally do a pitch-up maneuver just to see what it was like, and it was recoverable without too much difficulty. If it happens at low altitude, like it did, I think, at Abbotsford one year, that lost a Canadian F104, if it happens at low altitude or during landing, as was often the problem with the F101, then yeah, it'll kill you. But at higher or medium, even medium altitudes, if you encounter pitch-up, you just force you might even have time to force the nose down before you lose the tail authority fully. So, and then if that doesn't work, you can pop the chute, or you can try and effect a normal spin recovery. Once it stabilizes into a spin, we got another hole in the terrain. Oh, it just popped in there. The vis-leafs on the photogrammetry, like the mod photogrammetry, can be a bit iffy sometimes. They pop in and out. Yeah, like, pitch-up is grossly exaggerated. So are spins. Like, you guys remember, some of you will remember when I test flew the EFM version of the F104 VSN mod, and I said, like, yeah, it's an EFM, and some aspects have improved, like ground handling's better. Ground handling is typically the fastest way to tell a simple flight model from an external flight model. The SFM aircraft will, like, the nose will twitch, like, instantly teleport a degree or two over to one side once the nose wheel comes off the ground. It is, like, 100% the way to spot SFM aircraft in DCS. Even if the flight model itself feels fairly convincing, that's how you can tell. The other one is if you try and do a hammerhead or a tail slide or anything like that where your speed is actually going through zero and into the negative, or a particularly aggressive low speeds, like a low speed but accelerated stall, you will get the aircraft kind of freeze in the air for a second or two as it tries to fire the script that stalls it. The old SFM version of the A4 used to do that, and I demonstrated on stream a few times, like years and years ago. But the EFM on the Starfighter, it's an EFM, but it doesn't mean anything. EFM is it's meaningless. It's only as good as the numbers you put in, and the numbers that are in on that EFM right now are not... They have no resemblance of reality. It does have a fairly surprisingly low rate of roll, which I believe is accurate for the Starfighter. It was known for having a bad inertial coupling problem, and I think Hero said there was a limiter put on it during its service life. So, low roll rate, yeah, that makes sense. But the pitch-up is too violent, and the pitch-up immediately progresses into a fully developed spin, which is almost impossible to recover. And in fact, you used to be able to recover it with some flap use, and then they're like, oh no, you shouldn't be able to do that, and they removed that. So now even with the flaps out, you can't really recover it unless you get very lucky and have a lot of altitude. That's not how that works at all. That's not how that works at all. The F100, the F101, the F104, all these aircraft that are notorious for pitch-up and or spins, pitch-up in the case of the 101 and the 104, spins in the case of all of the things I just named. Yeah, it might take a lot of altitude to recover a spin, particularly in the F100, but you can recover them. Even once they fully develop, you can recover them. In fact, there's a specific technique they taught in the US Air Force for recovering an F-100 from a spin, which was usually like applied to all the following aircraft too. You don't just go full rudder into the spin, or full rudder opposite the spin, I should say, to try and, you know, break it out that way. You put full aileron into the spin, so you're using the aircraft's adverse yaw, which in the case of the F-100 is probably what got you into the problem to begin with. You're using that excessive adverse yaw to help pull you out. So aileron into the spin, rudder out of the spin. And by their powers combined, you recover the aircraft. If that doesn't work, you just pop the fucking drogue chute, which was standard procedure for a lot of aircraft. In fact, there's a video, or like a gun camera still, I think, or a short clip from a gun camera of an Israeli Mirage 3 that was chasing a MiG-21, and the MiG-21 pilot must have panicked, gone into a spin, then panicked and hit the fucking chute to recover it. Because that was standard procedure for a lot of aircraft. It's just, if you get into a spin and you don't know what to do, just hit the chute, it'll sort it out. And you can see that as he guns this MiG-21 and blows the shit out of him, he's still got his chute trailing behind him. Because he must have tried to effect a spin recovery with it and just didn't jettison it before he got shot down. So this is one of the... There's another hole in the terrain there, I can just see. This is one of the things that DCS players and modders tend to swallow, and even a lot of devs in MSFS or other flight sims will swallow. They'll listen too much to the fantastical stories of how difficult the aircraft was to fly, or how vicious it could be if you got behind the aircraft, and they won't look at the context of, like, you know, oh, World War II plane such and such was very difficult to fly, and it was this and that. Like, well, that World War II plane, its average pilot probably had about 10 hours when they started flying it, and were lucky to survive to have 20 hours on type. Like, the average Spitfire pilot coming into the RAF during the Battle of Britain had between 8 and 10 hours on Spits. Everything else was Tiger Moths or Provosts. 10 hours on Spitfires, and that was the higher limit of what they came in with during the Battle of Britain as replacements. I have 5 times that in real life, and I am a very inexperienced pilot who hasn't flown for years, but I am 5 times more experienced, 25 hours on 2 different types, so I'm 2.5 times more experienced on type, and just 5 times more experienced in general than the average Battle of Britain Spitfire pilot as they came into the RAF as replacement. Like, that's and I have God knows how many thousands of hours playing flight sims, which aren't a substitute for real flight training. I would argue even if it's a certified sim, there's still differences, but, like, I had a pretty firm understanding of the mechanics of fixed-wing flight before I even attended my first ground school. I actually caught my instructor off guard during ground school because I could explain secondary effects of controls before he got to it. Because in IL-2 one time, old IL-2, I was in an SBD dive bombing a Japanese carrier, and after successfully hitting the meatball and pulling out, I flew right over a Megami-class cruiser, which proceeded to shoot out my aileron cables. So I had to learn very quickly how to make up for not having working ailerons, and I found that I could use the rudder to induce roll. And so I did that, and I found my way back to my carrier, and I made a textbook carrier landing, probably the only textbook World War II carrier landing of my life, with no ailerons, in an SBD. So I already understood secondary effects of controls from playing a 2000s era World War II sim. And these guys have, you know, obviously they had more hours on the Tiger Moth or the Provost, but you come into... The Tiger Moth is such a different aircraft. You hop into a Spitfire and it's night and day. It's only marginally better than making the transition from gliders to a high-performance prop aircraft, you know? It's like in Discord, we were talking about some of the shit IL-2 players come up with on the forums, particularly Luftwaffles. And there was one guy, he actually, like, to his credit, despite the fact he was a Luftwaffe, he brought up valid points, and I didn't see anything glaringly wrong with the points he was making about the flight model being fucked on the Spitfire back in the day. It's been improved since. But the way he prefaced his video was, I am a glider pilot with X amount of hours in real life, and I work in the biotech industry. It's like, first of all, dude, biotech industry, I don't care. You could have just said, I'm familiar with the scientific process, or you could have just not said that anyway, because it's, you know, you show you're working, you don't tell. If you demonstrate thorough enough testing, people are going to go, oh, this guy understands the scientific process. You don't need to flex that you work in biotech. Likewise, you don't need to flex that you're a real-life glider pilot, because real-life gliders handle absolutely nothing like a World War II fucking high-power prop. Like, when I have no glider time in real life, let me get that out of the way real quick. I've I've not even sat in a glider in real life, I've touched one. That's as close as I've got to gliding in real life. But after watching Starflies do some gliding on her stream, I decided to try it out and fly along. I'd had a couple of abortive attempts on my own stream where I tried to ape what I'd seen CCM do in the mountains, but I kind of didn't fully understand why he did the things he did, so it didn't go well. But from watching Starflies for a while and then hopping in and following along roughly the same course she'd used, I figured out, okay, well here's some ridge lift, there's probably a thermal over there, this is the flap setting I want to use to fly between thermals or ridges. You know, I learned to manage my energy, I learned how to understand and interpret what the Vario was telling me, and, you know, I had to use the little cheater motor because I was in the AS-33, which has a little electric prop on it, so you can bail yourself out if you get in trouble. I had one crash, which was like an hour and a half or more into the flight, because I just bit off more than I could chew in a blind canyon. I thought I had more thermals than I did. But yeah, like, I had one crash and one slew in the course of like a three or so hour flight, and I had to pull the motor once or twice. And then those of you who are here for my stream where we flew up from McCall, from Milo's awesome scenery at McCall, up to the Hanford nuclear weapons production site, because of course it was one of my streams, you guys will remember I had to use the cheater motor once about half an hour into the flight, and for the next 3.5 or more hours I was on pure thermals and ridge lift. I did not need to touch that motor. And that was only the second real glider flight I'd had in third real glider flight I'd had in MSFS, because I had one off stream between Kabul and like Bagram, and I think the other one was Kabul itself, or the other way around, sorry, Kabul to Bagram. Which was quite interesting because Kabul is built in the middle of a valley, like the mountains ring around it, and then you've got a couple smaller ridges that it's got kind of in the middle of the city, or like between the airport and the other part of the city. So I had to really conserve my energy and fly a ring around the city to get, instead of cutting straight across to Bagram, I had to circle all the way around, which was quite cool. And there was some nice scenery out there, although the resolution of the sat imagery wasn't the best. So yeah, like, I have a vague understanding, thanks to MSFS, of how gliders work, and as somebody who does a lot of fixed wing in the sim and has done fixed wing in real life, albeit not high-powered prop stuff or gliders, I can tell you that, like, if you can fly a glider, it only gives you the basics of how an aircraft behaves. It doesn't, like, it's not going to tell you much about how powered flight works, because you have all these factors in a powered aircraft that you don't in a glider, particularly a prop-powered aircraft. You've got torque, you've got P-factor, you've got slipstream, you've got all this stuff. You've got, like, the boundary layer being interrupted by radiator housings, which he actually did bring up in his video as one of the reasons the Spitfire's cooling sucked on the ground or at low airspeeds. So you've got all this stuff that gliders don't have to worry about, whereas gliders have other things that break the brains of normie pilots. For instance, the first time I heard a glider pilot use the phrase negative flap, I had to stop and think about that one for a few minutes, because I was like, what the fuck? What did they just say? But no, it makes sense. If you're flying a glider, you want to adjust the camber of the wing on the fly, and sometimes you want to actually, you know, reduce it even further than it would be in normal flight. So it's weird when people flex shit like that. I don't understand why you would bring it up. It's not very relevant. But yeah, like, you know, you can grow up playing flight sims, and through crashing many times as a 10-year-old with a basic bitch Logitech stick that my uncle gave me and his old copy of Combat Flight Simulator 2 Europe Edition he gave me, I eventually learned how to fly a plane, somewhat. And then when I got in the real plane, my instructor was like, oh wow, you're a natural, you just, like, he held the stick through the takeoff, and then the rest of the flight, he's like, yeah, you do it, and just guarded the controls in case I fucked up. So my first ever flight, I landed. I did everything after takeoff. I actually flew through the takeoff, but he was holding the stick with me, and on the pedals with me, but everything after that, he was just guarding the controls, hands and feet off, letting me fly. So, you know, even a flight simmer, let alone a real-world pilot with hundreds or thousands of hours, has more experience than these World War II pilots had when they went into combat. I mean, even your Luftwaffe Experten, they might have a couple hundred hours. Maybe they'd get up to 1,000 or 2,000 if they were on the Eastern Front, I don't know. But, you know, it's not much in the grand scheme of things. Like, the highest the most experienced MiG-21 pilots on Earth were up around 4,000 to 5,000 hours. That is like, you know, in India or in Hungary or the Soviet Union or wherever, if you get a 4,000 or 5,000 hour MiG-21 pilot, he is God. But you also have to consider the length of the average sortie for that aircraft. An average MiG-21 sortie is about half an hour, if that. 20 minutes, half hour, maybe 45 minutes if you're easy on the engine. So that's, you know, he might have 4,000 hours, but he's got like 8,000 takeoffs and landings, maybe more. As long as the student doesn't have the attitude they know it all, because of, yeah, exactly. And you get that coming the other way even. You get a lot of people who come to sims from real-world experience, including military pilots, and they'll assume that everything in the sim works exactly as it does in real life, and so they know everything, and it often doesn't. So you see a lot of the time real-life pilots will get clowned on in the sim by sim pilots, because the sim pilots understand how the sim works. They understand, like, oh, well, maybe in the sim this plane overperforms slightly in this aspect, or in the sim this, you know, this mechanic doesn't work the way it should in real life, or something like that. Or just their situational awareness is better because they're used to using track IR or VR, where the real pilot might not be. They're trying to still use their real life muscle memory. There's all sorts of things like that. Like I think Mover had a lot of issues when he was first trying to get to learning the Hornet in DCS, where because the control proportionality is different, because he was using, you know, obviously a peripheral rather than an actual Hornet flight control setup at actual Hornet scale. The control gains are different, and it becomes a chicken and egg situation of is it because of the way the flight model's tuned, like are the values for the control inputs and the control responses out, or is it because you're not using the same setup? Like for instance, I have a stick just sitting on my desktop with no extension. The top of my stick sits level with the top of my shoulders, so I've got my arm at like this angle on the stick. It's quite uncomfortable, and I don't have a lot of stick throw. Like, if I fly the Spitfire or the Mosquito in DCS with no curves, I can barely touch the stick and it's like already on the edge of a stall. The real aircraft, and this is particularly true for the Red Force stuff I fly, the real aircraft often has like an 80 centimeter or even a meter long stick extension. And the stick is indeed up around your chest in the real plane. Like Soviet jets quite typically did have the stick sitting at chest level instead of in your lap, where the Americans would expect it to be. The sticks are very long on very long extensions. But I don't have that. I have a stick just sitting on a desktop. It's at the right height, but it doesn't have the extension, so the stick throw is that much more sensitive. So, like, DCS in particular tunes control gains for the real aircraft's control setup. At least the Eagle Dynamics modules do. I don't know about third parties. So if you do not have the exact one-to-one Spitfire control stick setup, in DCS, you're going to have a hard time flying that aircraft without curves, which is something a lot of people are perilously unaware of. But yeah, like it's I guess general etiquette. It's not even just a sim thing. It's don't go into something like any sort of simulator or any sort of thing like that, assuming that just because you have done it in real life, or you know you're going to real life but you've done it in the sim, don't assume it's one-to-one. You've got some good basic knowledge, you've got some groundwork, but don't assume it's one-to-one. Always just feel things out, ask questions, and don't try and lecture your instructor that you know better than them. And there are, I'm not going to name names here, some of you who are, you know, more MSFS or X-Plane Twitch viewers rather than DCS Twitch viewers, some of you will know who I'm talking about. I don't generally drop names in here unless someone really pisses me off, or, you know, it's there's no point not dropping the name, but put it this way, there are people who stream on Twitch, largely MSFS, some of them, I don't know, may do other sims too, who piggyback off of real-life credentials which they are intentionally vague about what their job actually entails to imply they are instructors. Or they won't say, oh, I'm an instructor, or I have an instructor rating, but just the way they talk and some of the things they demonstrate on stream without a disclaimer of I am not an instructor, don't do this in real life, it gives people the impression that they may be instructors, and that, hey, this Twitch dude is an instructor, I can save money by doing what he does. No. Always listen to your real-life instructor. Do not do something you saw some idiot do on Twitch, especially if it's me. Because I'm flying this sim just to fuck around. I don't do anything properly in this. I will do intentionally stupid shit that I know is dangerous and would never think of doing in real life just because it's a sim, I don't care. I can learn from the mistake. If it works, it works. I still won't do it in real life. If it doesn't work, then I just learned a part of the aircraft's out-of-envelope handling, which would kill a real pilot to learn. You know, we've been over the whole thing before on stream about how us sim pilots have many thousands of lives and many thousands of hours we can learn over. We can intentionally kill the plane and, you know, commit Sudoku and fly into the ground, or, you know, initiate a stall or a pitch up or a spin or something close to trees. That would kill you in real life. You would learn nothing from that because you can't learn if you're dead. In the sim, you can learn from that. You can learn just how far you can push the aircraft at low level to get the other guy to dump into terrain if he's behind you, which is something I used to do a lot to F5s in the MiG-21. Do a barrel roll? Sure. Barrel rolls are meant to be 1G. I think mine are usually closer to 4 or 5, but ain't give a damn. Anyway, to get back to where I was going with that, do not make the assumption that, oh, this guy's an instructor, and because he said to do this on Twitch, I can do that in real life. Do not ever do that. The reason I say always listen to your real-life instructor, it's not because real-life instructors are infallible. A lot of real instructors have a lot of dogma. Like, aviation is full of dogma. Pilots, like sailors and soldiers, are incredibly superstitious creatures. Even ones who, you know, you would think would know better, they're all superstitious. I am extremely superstitious, even. But they also have dogma about, like, for instance, one of the popular bits of dogma is turn off the fuel pump as soon as you clear the runway. Why? Why the fuck are you turning off the fuel pump ever? Like, yeah, fuel's expensive, especially in this day and age, but the fuel pump isn't increasing your fuel burn rate that much versus having it off. And I'd rather have the fuel pump on in case something happens. You would never, ever, 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 if you had any brains, turn the fuel pump off once you're on climb out. You would wait until you're at a safe altitude, established in the climb, or even level flight, and then you turn the fuel pump off, if you even do it at all. Never turn the fuel pump off at 500 feet like a lot of flight schools and a lot of instructors, you know, teach. There's no reason to. It's dangerous. Now, having said that, don't go and argue with your instructor, oh, this guy on the internet said. Have the discussion with your instructor and question why they do it. Don't challenge them. Question, like, why do you do this? Who taught you to do that? You know, do you think maybe there might be a risk if you do this? Don't like set them on the defensive, but have a discussion about it. Love flying under the influence. Yeah, on Twitch, on MSFS. Hey, OG Mango Man, cheers for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. We're over the Canary Islands in a Grumman F6F. Just kind of milling around while I talk. Kind of scenic flight, kind of just chatting flight. I should probably pay attention to my fuel gauge. I also am going to do a cheat here because people will say, oh, MSFS is a study sim. It's a study sim. It's not, because this dumbass can hop into any plane in the sim and learn how to turn it on just by intuition and take off, even if the cockpit's instrumented in a language I don't speak. It's not a study sim. It's a high-fidelity sim, and some planes you do actually need to understand what breakers to pull if something happens, but, like, you know, people treat this sim a lot more seriously than they probably should. It's a useful resource, particularly for VFR practice, but people take it too seriously. Anyway, to go back to instructor talk, there are people on Twitch who either work in flight safety but at desk jobs, not as instructors, and aren't current anyway. They haven't flown in years, or, you know, so they let slip once or twice. And there are other people on Twitch who are just normal GA pilots with a typical PPL and no instructor ratings whatsoever, but they will try and they'll try and instruct on Twitch, and that is, not only is that morally dubious, but also very legally dubious, because if somebody does something stupid because they saw it on Twitch, that opens you up to all kinds of litigation and regulation that I don't want to think about. It potentially brings our beloved consumer-grade sims into the firing line of the FAA or CASA or CAA or whatever your local sort of authority is. We don't want that. That is not good. Don't fall for that shit. There are real-world pilots, like, with a lot of experience on Twitch, who will tell you, right, I'm doing this, I'm doing it because of this, but don't do it because you saw me do it. Like, don't do this unless you've been instructed to do it in real life. Or, you know, they'll say, I'm doing this for the purposes of demonstration, you would not do this in the real aircraft. You gotta watch out for the people who big themselves up. The more they brag about who they are or what they've done, the more you should be very cautious of anything they say. It's not to say you shouldn't believe someone who tells you, oh, I'm a real-world instructor, or oh, I flew such and such type of aircraft as an aggressor or whatever, but just be aware, because pilots like to talk big. No one loves a good story better than pilots, except maybe sailors. We all exaggerate. We all went to the Chopper Reed School of storytelling. Fuck, I do it as well, and I catch myself doing it, so... Always fact-check things, always be healthily skeptical. Not conspiracy theorist skeptical, but healthily skeptical. And trust your gut. If your gut says today is not a flying day in real life, don't go flying. Like, it doesn't even have to have a reason. One day you just feel something's not quite right, that's the day you don't fly. That is the day you just avoided a kiss of death. And a lot of pilots have said that, like, they just had a feeling that something wasn't quite right, and then one of their mates went flying that same day, and something bad happened. You know? It's the most reliable warning system in an aircraft is that. The Mark 1 gut sensor. So yeah, don't come into real life flying like, oh, I'm a flight simmer, I know everything. Don't come into flight sim flying like I'm a real world pilot with X amount of hours, I know everything, because there's a disconnect. The disconnect is getting smaller and smaller as technology improves, and, you know, particularly for aircraft that we have extensive documentation on. CFD helps if it's set up correctly. CFD is kind of it's one of those things that you have to actually be very highly qualified to understand it, and even then, the way it interacts with the sim may not work. So, for instance, amongst aeronautical engineers, people who can do flight models for sims are basically regarded as wizards, because there's a lot of tuning in the back end that doesn't necessarily match the aircraft's real-life performance numbers, but it makes the aircraft fly the same as it should in real life. Whereas if you plug in the real-life numbers, the aircraft will be a UFO, or will underperform badly. It's just little weirdness, things like that. There's always something lost in translation, but the margin's getting smaller and smaller as time goes on and tech improves. Which Twitch instructor led to lads stealing a Q400? I don't know, to be honest, but... I wish he'd got help so he was still here with us, because he said, like, from reading about him, he sounded like a funny guy with a lot to give the world, and he was clearly, he had potential as a fucking pilot. The man fucking barrel rolled a Q400 without overstressing the plane or crashing. He left it a little low to come out the bottom of the roll, but he pulled it off. Man had fucking potential. He's just... He didn't get the help he needed. You know, I guess he didn't feel he had someone to talk to, or the people he did try and talk to may have just snubbed him. There's a lot of that happens, especially when you're a guy, unfortunately. There's still that fucking machismo bullshit. The most fucking based and Chad thing you can do as a man is fucking talk about your emotions. It's not fucking weak. It shows strength of character. The weakest fucking thing is not talking about your emotions and acting like you're so fucking hard and tough and nothing bothers you because, oh, I'm a man. Like, that's fucking weak, dude. It shows you're afraid and you're insecure. Don't be like that. Be a fucking Chad. If you gotta fucking cry about something to let it out, just fucking do it, dude. Do you have any idea how uncomfortable it makes people like that when you cry around them as a man? It's like the next level of fucking intimidation, right? Because they don't know how to handle it. They don't even know how to handle their own emotions, let alone another dude's emotions. Flex that shit. Flex that emotional range. Chicks dig it. Dudes dig it too. Fuck, everyone digs it. But yeah, it's a shame. He ended up stuck in, you know, I guess he must have felt it was a bit of a dead-end job doing ground handling when he really just wanted to fly. And he showed the world on his last flight that, man, he had potential as a pilot. But he didn't want to hurt anyone, but he also didn't really plan on landing, so he went and found somewhere where there wasn't really anything to crash into, and, I mean, it did start a forest fire, but that's the way things tend to go when you crash a plane. It's a sad story. But, you know, like, a lot of people latch onto that, and they kind of live vicariously through it. It's like the Killdozer thing, although the Killdozer guy, if you actually look into the history of it, was kind of a shitty person, and he did it for shitty reasons. And it was more by chance than by intention that nobody was hurt except him. But, Sky King, he genuinely didn't want to hurt anyone. But a lot of people, you know, they particularly if they do feel like they're in that same sort of rut, they're stuck in a dead-end job they hate, maybe they're in a bad relationship they don't know how to get out of, or they don't know what to do with themselves, like they just feel stuck. And they kind of latch onto stuff like that and make those people into heroes, and I don't know if it's very healthy to make them into heroes, but looking at what happened to them and learning from it and, like, remembering the positives about them, that's probably the more healthy way of dealing with it, and taking it as a lesson of how much more that guy had to give the world if only if only somebody had been able to help him out. Maybe he would have been able to one day go to flight school and become a pilot himself. Who knows? We'll never find out, unfortunately. Remember the guy who stole the M60 in San Diego? Yep. It happens a lot. I mean, it's always happened. Like, that's the thing. We get all the doom and gloom news these days about how many school shootings happen today in the US, or, how many fucking people hijacked a fucking bus and drove it off a fucking mountain road or something, whatever. All this stuff, doom and gloom. It's always happened everywhere. Obviously, the US, it happens a lot because they've got a much higher population than most countries. More people, it's going to happen more. It's the monkey and typewriter thing going on. But it happened before, you just wouldn't hear about it because the reach of the news wasn't as far. And it's not really healthy to make it national or international news anyway, because it just encourages other people who are kind of mentally vulnerable themselves to do the same thing. They should report it locally or, quietly get in touch with the families involved and offer them the help they need to get past the loss, but it shouldn't be a big fucking 24-hour scrolling news cycle because it just makes the problem worse. Unfortunately, the 24-hour scrolling news cycle, which spawns copycats, is very profitable because then you can do the same thing for the copycats. It's like exponential fucking money. Print money by just reporting on horrific fucking mental breakdowns that result in mass killings and spawn more mass killings. That's a great way to do capitalism if you're in media, I guess. Fucking heinous, dude. And it's not like it's not well known. It's been understood for decades, probably longer, that it's very unhealthy to report on these things like they do. But the pull of the dollar is too strong. I am a bit behind chat here. I'm gonna have to catch up. I did unbind the scroll wheel in game, so I can actually scroll now without it fucking up my view as well. Okay. How am I on fuel? We want to land pretty soon. I saw an airport back that way, so we'll head there. Still don't understand how the airframes are made in a cylinder shape. Everyone knows Star Fortress design is better than Circular Castle. Just build a pancake instead, dude. Just pancake it. Fucking Vought. Vought was one of those designers that their ideas outpaced the technology of the time quite often. Even the F4U, which you'd think is pretty conventional, they had to add a little wedge shape. I think it's on the starboard wing. They added a little wedge-shaped protrusion on the inboard leading edge. It's only like a couple inches long, and it's there specifically to destroy the airflow coming from the prop wash, because by the time it hits the tail, it generated a shitload more lift on this wing than that wing. That's what it was. It generated a fuck ton more lift on the right wing, and so you'd get this awful fucking tendency for the aircraft to swing over as you were trying to land on the carrier, which is, as you might imagine, less than ideal. Little things like that, little hodgepodge fixes, they're pretty common in aviation, to be fair. A lot of it, the 737 MAX is not a new thing. That's been happening for a long time. Isn't Starfighter one of the most dangerous planes for pilots? Only if the pilots aren't well trained or they do something silly. The early Starfighter did have issues, mainly due to A, the combination of downwards firing ejection seat, because it was expected to fly in the stratosphere, so you don't want to eject up, you want to minimize the time you're at high altitude, you want to eject down. That was a bad idea, which was realized when a lot of accidents tended to happen on takeoff and landing, like almost every other type of aircraft in the air. So they went to an upwards firing seat, but then it couldn't clear the T-tail, so then they had to wait for the more advanced Martin Baker seats to come along to be able to safely eject at low speed. 0-0 technology on seats is a lot more recent than people realize. DCS gives 0-0 to everything, when in reality most aircraft in DCS are not 0-0 capable. You'd have to slow down you'd have to speed up to eject. You can't do it from a standing start or from like landing or takeoff speed. The Starfighter, though, it has some quirks. The pitch up is a quirk. Certain aspects of its speed handling, the way it turns, they're all quirks, but if you are trained properly and you study well and you aren't, kind of blasé about it, it's perfectly fine. It's like any other aircraft. You have to learn why it does the things it does and how. You have to not let the aircraft get ahead of you. The F-104, early in development, had the downwards firing seat. It also had trouble with the early J79. Now, the J79 went on to be a fucking amazingly reliable, excellent engine, but in its early form, the J79 had quite severe issues with the nozzle scheduling fully open as if for afterburner, and then the afterburner failing to ignite. Those of you who have tried to land the DCS MiG-21 with the full landing flaps and then touch the afterburner, you'll know what happens when that occurs. So that killed a few pilots early on in US service. That problem was gone pretty much by the time... I think the Germans still had some that had that issue, but mostly it had been sorted out. The issue the Germans had was they were flying it in low-level strike configuration. I mean, like, barely over the trees, in poor Central European weather, by pilots that had not been trained on supersonic aircraft, let alone Mark II aircraft. Like, the Germans had been flying F-84s and F-86s and so on prior to the F-104, so they just didn't have the institutional knowledge, even their experienced pilots, and that's what causes problems. The Germans had a couple of really rough years when the aircraft first entered service. The media latched onto it, made a big shit show about it, like the media always do, because it sells papers. But even by the time the media was starting to get, the name De Wittgenmacher some traction, the problems had been sorted out, and particularly towards the late 70s and through to the 80s, the Germans had, that's a tailwind, but whatever, we got lots of runway. The Germans had very few incidents with F-104s. The Italians had very few incidents with F-104s by the 80s. The Japanese had very few. The Spaniards never lost a single airframe, although they only operated, I think, a single squadron of them. Like, if you learnt to fly the aircraft properly, you didn't have problems. The Canadians lost, I think, about half their starfighters, slightly under half through accidents and incidents. But like the Germans, the Canadians didn't use it. Well, the Germans did use it as a fighter. They used it as a multi-role. The Canadians didn't. The Canadians already had other aircraft to do that. The Canadians got the Starfighter purely as a low-level nuclear strike aircraft, which later transitioned to low-level conventional strike. And if you're low over the ground, over Central Europe, because they were forward deployed to Germany, or God forbid over northern Canada in the winter, and your single engine conks out, or you hit a particularly nasty patch, like, yeah, it's going to be bad. But the Starfighter as an aircraft is not inherently that dangerous once you understand it, once you get experience in it. Many aircraft of that era were just as bad, if not worse. A lot of aircraft that have reputations for being dangerous actually are middle of the pack, or even compare well to their stablemates that fly under the radar because their stablemates saw combat and had impressive combat records, whereas the F-104 never really got to see proper combat, besides a bit of ground attack in Vietnam and getting shot down by MiG-19s because the pilots were kind of inexperienced and trespassed the Chinese airspace over Hainan. So like the F-104 didn't have anything to really dredge its reputation out of the gutter, whereas other aircraft did. The Mirage 3 had a pretty horrific loss rate. The English Electric Lightning had a bad loss rate. Like, all these aircraft that people assumed to be superior. The Phantom early in its service had a really bad loss rate. The fucking Crusader was known as the Ensign Eliminator because it was so sketchy to land on a carrier with a very long wheelbase and a very low slung fuselage with stubby gear legs and a kind of weird approach speed. This is where I got onto the thing about instructors. Is like, you get these, and sim players and such, is you get these impressions form about an aircraft that, from a surface level analysis, yeah, they seem correct, but once you actually do a proper statistical analysis, and there are people that have done this, for instance, Miltavia, which is a Hungarian guy that does a lot of informational sort of like infographic videos about military aviation. He did a video about the F-104's loss rate, particularly in German service, and came to the conclusion that it wasn't actually that dangerous, maybe slightly worse than some of its peers, but not by much. He also found that the Hungarian MiG-29 loss rate was worse than their MiG-21 loss rate, and that the different models of MiG-21 had different loss rates. And he found that there was a correlation, not necessarily causation, but there was a strong correlation between the loss rates of Hungarian MiGs, even the more modern, supposedly safer ones, and the reduction in hours that Hungarian pilots could fly due to the fall of the communist government and the withdrawal of funding from the military. Pilot hours are more important than the aircraft type. the Canadians had a lot of lost F-104s, as I was starting about. The Canadians lost a lot of F-104s in accidents and incidents, but their actual pilot fatality rate, I believe, was lower, and their flying hours compared to the Germans were enormously higher. The Canadians had a lot of flying hours. So they had more experience, and as a result, it was less brutal, and the media didn't quite pick up on it as fast. Like, this is the thing, you need to actually... You can't rely on media reporting or even on pilots' impressions to be correct. You have to research this stuff. You have to compare information from multiple sources that may not always agree with each other to get a better picture of what's going on in every aspect of life. Not aviation, not politics, everything. Everything is like that. But the average person has too much shit on their plate already, so they don't have time to do it, so they just let someone else do the thinking for them. And unfortunately, the person that usually is the loudest is the one that didn't do the thinking. They just read something off Wikipedia and still made mistakes based on that. Or, you know, just make shit up because they heard it once in a dream. Study level's a dumb expression, it's a game. Abso-fucking-lutely, I'm right with you on that. Full fidelity? Some aircraft, maybe. High fidelity? Yeah, most of them. Study level? No, bro. If it was study level, like, no. Study level sims, like actual industry or military sims, are so different from this. They are, you know, there's no focus on graphics usually. They are very limited in what they can simulate. Like, they're there to simulate particular failures or particular flight conditions, and they don't exist outside that. So the only out-of-envelope training you may get in a real sim is specifically a particular type of failure or a particular type of stall. But if you try and throw the thing around like you would in MSFS or DCS to get some out-of-envelope behavior, they'll just turn the sim off. Because it can't simulate it, because it's not designed to, and you just broke the plane if you did that in real life. But yeah, the F-104 gets a very undeserved reputation, along with the whole it can't turn thing. There we go, we ground looped because I gave it a bit too much brake. It feels a little slippery in that regard. It'll oversteer when you try and pivot turn it. You got to be real quick on the counter brake. Mind you, the engine is also pulling left, so that probably doesn't help. But yeah, like, a lot of reputations and stuff like that aren't really grounded in fact, not fully. Okay, we will... other way, off. We'll, is that already off? No, that's center position. Yeah, off. Those can stay, they're just intensity. That goes to off. That goes to off. Exterior lights to off. I don't really, you wouldn't really care too much about this, but, because you just, you know, they come back on when the aircraft comes on, but I guess you wouldn't want to blow any fuses, so you'd usually turn it off, and then you know what state the cockpit was left in. I like the state-saving planes that have an option for rental, so it actually forces you to do like pre-flights and do checklists to make sure some dickhead hasn't left something on that they're supposed to, or something off that they're supposed to. So like one of the things in DCS, oh, okay, I had my pitot heat off, I guess. Not that it matters because we're in a warm place. But you'll see a lot of DCS players, me included, just hop in a plane and go, because we assume that everything's on, because it always is. Like, the MiG-21, the ARU's always in the automatic position, nose cone's always in the automatic position, the bang-bang switch is always lock, wired, close. Like, all that stuff is there. You don't have to study. Study sim is marketing when it comes to civilian products. If it's commercial or military, it means something, but for this, it's just marketing. And people put way too much weight on it. How difficult are helis to fly? It depends on the helicopter, and it depends on what you learn on. So the older helicopters, like the earlier ones like Bell 47s or the Car 10 in this, which is, it's getting there. Some of the flight model things are still not quite 100%, but the Car 10's pretty cool. We might fly it this stream. They're very tricky. They have no trim. They're pure, their hands and feet on. You're constantly stirring the stick and moving the pedals. The early ones are quite often piston engine, quite often radials. Some are inlines. I think the Car 10's an inline. They're very hands-on, very intensive. They're very light, so they're subject to the slightest breeze. all sorts of weird shit happens with old helicopters or very light helicopters. Things like the Huey is still very physical, very hands-on, hands and feet on. In DCS, you'll notice when I fly the Huey, it's always gyrating slightly around its rotor hub. I think it partly is just the helicopter naturally does that because of the two rotor blades. But also, I'm not quite stirring the stick enough for the Huey because I'm used to flying the Soviet helicopters, which have all these Gucci autopilot assists. Having just said that, we'll segue to more modern helicopters, particularly the Gazelle should do this. It shouldn't be like it is in DCS. It's the flight model on the Gazelle is fucked, but the real Gazelle, or if it was simulated correctly in DCS, would feel like flying the Hind or the Mi-8, but smaller and more agile. It has similar augmentation systems. So they use an autopilot and rate dampers and things like that to make it so you essentially you put the controls in a position, you trim it, and you can be hands and feet off. Particularly the Soviet helicopters, you can trim the pedals too. I forget how it works in the Mi-8, but in the Hind, there's micro switches. If you've wondered why in the special options there's that micro switch option, that's why. The pedals have micro switches that if you put the slightest bit of pressure on them in real life, it trips the micro switch and it disconnects the autopilot channel. So in real life, you will be flying along, you're like, I like this flight attitude, you hit the trimmer button, it trims the pedals, the stick, or the pedals, the cyclic, everything, and then you just hands and feet off the controls, the helicopter will look after itself. When you want to steer the helicopter in DCS, you put pressure on the pedals and the yaw channel's fighting you, so you have to manually disconnect the yaw channel. Well, if you have a setup where you can mimic those micro switches, like say you just give it a little bit of toe brake or something, or you actually put switches on your pedals, you can do what it actually does, which is it overrides the autopilot when you've got foot pressure on the pedals, and then when you take foot pressure off the pedals, like you just put them back to neutral or take your feet off, the autopilot kicks back in and will track the helicopter straight wherever you've got it pointed. So the sort of 60s through 80s helicopters, the more advanced ones, the Huey is quite old even by then. Like the Huey was, I think, a early mid-50s design or something, but it only really came into service in the early 60s. They're less hands-on. You still have to understand how helicopters fly, but you can kind of chill out a bit more. And then your modern stuff like the more modern stuff like the Car 50 or the Apache are essentially autopilot always on, and you're not so much flying the helicopter as telling it where you want it to go. And a lot of the people that have trouble flying the Apache or the Car 50 are having trouble because they don't understand that, and they're fighting the autopilot when they should be just using director mode or they should be hitting the director mode button in the Car 50, and I don't know how the Apache works, but there's probably something you press in that. You'd have to ask Helgato or Casmo because I have no knowledge of the Apache systems. We're just going to chill out here on the ground while I talk for a bit. We'll have a just chatting stream for a little while. I wish that there was like an auto level for the camera, so it's always level to the horizon no matter what orientation it's in. Why can I not move it? Did I accidentally unhook my drone cam? Did I press something? Drone lock mode? No? Oh, I know why. I pressed C. Okay, we're gonna drone lock mode back on, or sorry, back off. Okay, there we go. There we go. There's a nice little view. Yeah, so helicopters, it varies from helicopter to helicopter. There's general theory of how helicopters fly that will help you no matter what you're flying. They are very different from fixed wing. Completely different. Like, fixed wing stuff is intuitive to me because I've been playing flight sims since I was 10 years old, and I've been flying in planes as a passenger since I was, like, not even 6 months old. So, like, fixed wing flight to me is just a thing. Like, it's as natural to me as driving is to some people. More so, I guess. But helicopter flight scares the shit out of me. I vaguely understand how it works, but there's all sorts of weird physics that factors into rotary wing flight that does not apply to fixed wing, or only applies in little ways that you don't usually think about. Things like gyroscopic precession. Gyro precession is really important in helicopters because the change in pitch on the blades to change direction of motion, or change in, the angle of the rotor disc to change direction. Because essentially, you're moving the helicopter's body to go somewhere, I think, rather than moving the disc itself, if that makes sense. Like, the disc will move, but it's dragging the body with it. Like, a lot of people they think that the center of everything happening is on the fuselage like it is for a plane. It's not. It's the rotor. The fuselage is suspended from the rotor. So you're controlling the rotor, you're not controlling the body of the helicopter, if that makes sense. And if there's any helicopter guys in here with a better way of explaining this, or that are just like, no, you're wrong, please call me out. But that's the impression I get. So you've got all this stuff going in, like, for example, gyroscopic precession means that the rotor doesn't change the way you would think it does. Say you want to go forwards, you think, okay, well, you pitch the rotor down at the front to go forwards. No, you pitch the rotor to one side, because the gyroscopic precession means that the effect takes place 90 degrees along the rotor disc. So say your rotor spins clockwise and you want to go forwards, the rotor pitches left to go forwards, because the gyroscopic precession means that that doesn't take effect until it comes around to the front of the rotor. Like, all sorts of weird shit like that. It's scary and confusing, and I've never flown in a helicopter in real life. I've been in them on the ground, but I've never been in one in the air. I don't know if I could handle it. They're scary. Like, I know you can auto-rotate in a helicopter, but just the idea that if you can't auto-rotate competently, or there's nowhere good to auto-rotate to, you're dead. The idea that once the spinny fan stops, like, you're fucked, I don't like that. In a fixed-wing aircraft, the spinny fan or the vacuum cleaner noise-making thing stops, or whatever else powers it, or if it's a glider and just doesn't have one to begin with, you just look for somewhere that looks clear, you glide your aircraft down to it at its best glide speed. You might need to do a bit of a stack or an S-turn, so you retain your energy until you know you're going to make it, and then you just burn it off on the way in. So, for example, if you're doing a practice force landing, you don't dump altitude on the way into the airport, because then you get caught short if a sudden gust of wind hits you or something. You never do that. You make sure you're at the level you can't, like, you have enough energy, you can't possibly miss the runway unless, like, a 200-knot headwind hits you, and then you do an S-turn, like a series of serpentine turns down the runway. You're already over it. You do turns down the runway so that if it drops out from under you, you just set down. And that bleeds off your speed without doing so where it's dangerous for gliding. But yeah, like helicopters, it's totally different and it's scary. Okay, I need to get a drink in a minute or I'm going to lose my voice again. Where was I even up to? Don't be a douche in general is a good thing. Yeah, it's a good rule to live by. Don't be a fucking douche. Like, that's how I live my life. And, I mean, look, I judge people on the way they treat others, particularly others who are, you know, more vulnerable than them, so to speak. So, you know, it might be the way people treat service staff at a restaurant, or the way somebody treats somebody on a tech support call center line, the way somebody treats their kids, the way somebody treats someone else's kids, the way somebody treats somebody who is in some way beholden to them. My litmus test for if you are a good person or if you are the kind of person that I wish could be marched into the sea is if I give you, like, a sealed room with a person in it that you have some kind of power over, and you have absolute power with no recourse to anything you do, what you do in that room. Or like a puppy or something. What you do in that room judges whether I think you're a good person or whether I add you to the list for if I ever come to power. Which, you know, ironically would mean I'd have to put myself on my own list just saying that. But yeah, like, don't be a douche. You don't have to understand why somebody is something or likes something. Like, I don't have to understand why somebody identifies as this or why they identify as that. I don't have to understand what they find attractive about this type of person or that kind of person. Like, I just see people, like, you know, judging each other over the dumbest shit. The dumbest shit that doesn't even affect them. Like, all this stuff about, oh, you know, they're turning the frogs gay, or they're going to make my kid think they're an attack helicopter. It's a moral panic. It's like rainbow parties were when I was a kid. It's a moral panic that doesn't actually happen in the real world. You know, the reason why this stuff is becoming more visible is because the internet's making it more visible, because people can actually talk and open up about who they really are. Whereas in real life before, this kind of, you know, like, people who don't identify as this or that gender or whatever, it always existed throughout history, and there's accounts of it existing throughout history. They're just kind of hard to come across because it wasn't popular to talk about, and it's been suppressed in more recent history because it's politically spicy. But, like, this shit always existed. People have always been different to each other. You don't have to understand why someone is like that. You just have to not be a dick about it. Like, they're not, you know, if they do something which directly hurts you, then whatever, but most of the time it's not going to be hurting you. It's not going to be affecting you. I mean, fuck. It might mean less competition for you out in the partner sort of pool. So, like, good. You know, it doesn't bother me. I don't care. I don't have to understand why somebody is the way they are. I just have to appreciate that they are the way they are. I'm not likely to change that, and as long as it doesn't hurt me or anyone else, then I can learn something by asking them about their experience of life. Like, just don't be a fucking dick to people, you know? You don't even have to agree with it. Just, like, try and get where they're coming from, if you want, and don't treat them like a fuckwit, and they won't treat you like a fuckwit, you know? If you don't treat people like shit, they're not going to treat you like shit back. This whole fucking polarization thing that's going on now, it's because people can't understand this basic fucking concept of don't be a cunt. Easier to land a 737 in real life than MSFS. I stand by that statement. I obviously have never flown anything that large. I would say from the one aircraft in MSFS that I have flown in real life, the Jabiru, that was the plane I learned to fly on. I got my first 25 or 30 hours on the Jab. A 170D. Now, the Iris Jab in this is very good with one disclaimer, which is that they kind of cheaped out on the flight model. The 160 and the 170D are visually different, but they have the same flight model in the sim. I need to figure out if I can split that off and make a second whole different flight model for the 170D, because the 170D has a longer wingspan, it's gentler on the stall, it doesn't really readily spin. Obviously, spins are prohibited, so I never even attempted one. But, like, you don't even drop a wing that easily in the 170. It's very slow and predictable. Whereas the 160's got shorter wings. It's a bit, you know, all your speeds are a bit higher, and it drops wings quite aggressively. But yeah, like, with that disclaimer in mind, flying and landing the Jab in this feels pretty close. A little different in places. So one thing that... Because I haven't flown for several years, mind you, so my memory's starting to get quite hazy. I'm definitely not current. But one thing that I kind of, when I first came into MSFS, I was like, I don't remember it being like that, is the way when you hit turbulence, it kicks you side to side in yaw more than anything. And I think it might just be a case of I don't have my arse sensor working in the sim, so I'm not feeling the up and down bumps as much. But I seem to recall now, like, especially around Bathurst in summer, there was quite a bit of yaw going on. There was more roll, though. I feel like there should be more roll, a bit more pitch, and just up and, like, vertical up and down as you hit pockets of air. But, yeah, you do get a bit of the nose searching. I think maybe it's a little aggressive at the moment, but it's... You know, you see people on the MSFS forums saying, oh, turbulence is overblown, and a lot of them either don't have any flying experience, or most of their flying experience is in conditions that don't match where they're flying in the sim. Like, turbulence in real life is a big deal, and as somebody who learnt to fly in a 600 kilo max takeoff weight plane, I can tell you, on a hot day in Bathurst, even when it's not particularly windy, I can feel the thermals. Like, the only times I was ever able to take my hands and feet off the controls for more than about 2 seconds, and often not even 2 seconds, was about 8 or 9 o'clock on a dead still, foggy, like barely past minimum visibility to fly day in the middle of winter. Because it was cold, there were no thermals, there was no wind, there was nothing. I was able to take the aircraft up and just let go of the controls and let it fly itself. Obviously to safe altitude and guarding the controls, you never fully take your hands and feet off of them. But that was kind of my happy time winter experience, where I got to experience kind of the idealized version of flight, where you just let the plane do its own thing and you don't have to be wrestling it constantly and stirring the stick. But practical flying in the Jab was you're always hands and feet going, because it was all over the sky. It was like you'd be exhausted after 2 or 3 hours of flying just from the control inputs and from being bucketed around in the seat. So I would expect certain aircraft are easier or harder to take off or land in the sim than they are in real life, because you're not going to get a 100% match, but it's getting closer and closer, so I'm happy with that. Like, you know, when I was a kid, sims were very much on rails. You were lucky if the sim modeled stalls or spins beyond the plane just kind of flopping into the ground. Even some modules in this still are like that, because devs like to just blame a Sobo when they don't understand how the flight model works. But, you know, you get pretty naturalistic feeling stalls and spins in this. You get turbulence, you get all sorts of things. You can fly behind a mountain or a building that's and on its leeward side in a wind, and you'll end up in a washing machine like you would in real life. Like, it's getting closer and closer, but it's still not there. I don't get the same uncanny feeling flying the Jab in this sim that I used to get in FSX. Like, here it's close enough that I don't get the uncanny valley. Whereas in FSX, the scale felt wrong visually, like my visual references didn't look right. Not just because of the lower scenery quality, but because something about the scaling wasn't quite there. In this, it's 1-to-1. I can, aside from the scenery being wrong, somebody needs to make a good Bathurst Airport add-on, hint, hint. But aside from that, like, my visual reference is there. The cut line for the power that runs out by Lithgow, or rather comes in from the power station at fucking Portland, the cut line that comes over the mountains to Bathurst to give us our power, well, us when I lived up there, that was one of my references for when to turn crosswind. That was, I would stop turning when that lined up with the nose. It's there in the sim with the power lines mod. So, it's pretty crazy. It's funny when people tell me it's not a game, but like if it weren't a game, it wouldn't be on Xbox. Correct. Also, the classic DCS. You know, 104th Mav likes to play up that it's not a game, it's a sim thing, because Mav likes to play things up. He's a good showman. But, you know, because he's so good at DCS, it shows that Mav understands better than anyone it is a game, because it's not 100% to real life. It's a thing he does to, you know, to kind of get some fun in. But there are genuinely people who will argue with you, DCS isn't a game, it's a sim. Giggle's response to that is to hit exit, and then it comes up with, are you sure you would like to close the game? Just screenshot it, post on Hoggit. It's a game, dude. If you can buy it as a consumer, and it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg in licensing per year, because, you know, it's designed for a commercial enterprise or military customer, it's a game. It's a simulator game, but it's a game. I'm sorry, like, there's so many people that treat it like a status symbol, like, oh, I'm a real sim pilot. Like, that's like saying you're a real sex haver because you watch porn. Like, no, dude. You don't know. It's a good primer. Like I said, I learnt the basics of how to fly a plane through years of playing flight sims and learning from my mistakes in that, so that I didn't have to learn from those mistakes in real life, and I already knew what to expect when I was in ground school. But you don't come into it like, oh, I know just as much as a real pilot. You know, the classic, oh, if you put me in such and such plane, I could start it in real life. If you put me in this plane in real life, I'd probably blow the electrics. Or I'd fuck the engine, because especially these old World War II radials are notoriously temperamental. I watched a C-47 being started when it came out to Bathurst to do a hop for the over-the-hump flight. It took them 20 minutes plus to get one engine to catch. One engine. The second engine started in about 3 or 4 minutes. But one engine took 20 minutes. It was just coughing and sputtering and fucking smoke everywhere. It took ages. Planes are mechanical objects like any other. They're temperamental. So I'm on the NDIS because I am a puzzle piece motherfucker, right? Finally, I'm actually getting some help for being, like, not a normie. So I get a support worker who comes around to help me do things that my puzzle piece struggles with, like organizing myself or doing basic self-care. Stuff that doesn't come across so well on stream because you guys only see me when I'm, like, kind of functional. But anyway, I have a support worker, and she's like, let's do something fun. Let's go to the Australian War Memorial Museum, because I know nothing about it and I've never seen it, and I want you to talk me through it. We got, like, not even a quarter of the way through the World War I gallery before we ran out of time, because that is what happens when you take me to the War Memorial Museum. I will stay there a week if you let me. But one of the things that I kind of remembered, and I was like, this is why I love museums, and actually this is why I bought you know, my GIMP suit, my compression suit for high altitude flying. This is why I bought a control stick from a MiG-21. This is why I bought a control stick from a MiG-23. You don't understand it fully until you're holding it in your hand. When you're holding it in your hand, you get it. You get it. You get why it was designed how it was. You get why pilots complained about this particular part of the aircraft. For instance, the control stick on the MiG-21 and the MiG-23, the pinky button, what you would expect to be the pinky button to punch off the centerline fuel tank, and in the MiG-23 to punch off the flares if it had the PKP dispenser, you think, oh, it's a pinky button. I can reach that easy on my Constellation, or I can reach that easy on my Warthog. The real MiG-21 and 23 sticks, I'm not going to bother to get up and grab them, but they're long sticks. Like, my Connie is that long. They're like that long, without the extension. They are long, tall sticks. I have big, not big hands as such, but I have very long fingers, like alien fingers. I have to, like, cramp them up to, like, use a keyboard. I can make reaches across a piano that most people can't. When I was in the army, I used to get hand cramps firing the F-88 because the length of pull was too short. And, you know, if you pull with the pad of your finger like you're supposed to, my hand was like this. So I either pulled with the crook of my finger and took an accuracy hit, or I did this and my hand was cramped up by the time we were halfway through an LF6 qual. So I have pretty long fingers. I can reach things better than most people. For me to reach up to the trim hat on the MiG-21 stick, I have to move my hand up from where it naturally sits. For me to reach the drop tank release pinky button, which is under a sprung metal cover, by the way, it's quite a strong spring, so you have to flip the cover up, so you need 2 fingers to do it usually, because I don't have that much strength in my pinky. Because I got spindly fingers, I don't have a lot of strength in them. So you flip the cover up with your ring finger, and you often need to use both fingers to press the button, because it's quite stiff. It has a solid click in it. You don't understand that until you hold the stick. Then you're like, holy fuck, you have to move your hand up and down the stick to hit different controls. Not only is it not HOTAS, but the controls that are on the stick are inaccessible without moving your hand around. And then you look at the way that they flew the aircraft, and you factor in the fact that, yes, it did have powered controls, but it still had a lot of, it had an artificial feel system, and you get a lot of weight through the controls still. Now, Eastern Bloc pilots don't complain so much about heavy controls. They do if they flew, you'll hear Czech pilots complaining, oh, the MiG controls were heavy. I flew a Mirage 2000 on exchange, and it's like, well, there you go. But, you never hear Soviet pilots really complaining about heavy controls. You hear American pilots that flew Soviet types bitching about it nonstop. Oh, the controls are heavy. Oh, they couldn't maneuver fully at high speed because the controls are so heavy. No, they couldn't maneuver fully at high speed because the center of pressure shift negated the effect of their tail in a MiG-21, right? Or a 23. And the ARU was limiting them. Like the MiG-29 in DCS, people go, oh, it doesn't turn well. It turns inside its own asshole below Mach 0.85. As soon as you go past 0.85, not only is the limiter affecting your control inputs in every axis, so you don't break the plane, but your center of pressure is shifted enough forwards that you no longer have enough air over the tail for it to, deflecting the tail does very little. Same as the MiG-21. And, if you get the MiG-21 up to Mach 1.5, the center of pressure shifts so much, and this is simulated in DCS, mind you, and described in the manual for the real aircraft. As you approach Mach 2, the center of pressure shift in the 21 is so much that you can pull the stick full back. The ARU is not functioning at the altitude you can reach Mach 2, so the ARU is in its low-speed landing mode, giving you full control authority. You can pull the stick as far back as it will go with both hands, and the aircraft can't even turn hard enough to enter the yellow zone on the AOA indicator. You can barely do a harder turn than your optimal sort of preserving your energy rate turn. And you can't really bleed the speed off either unless you go vertical. It just doesn't bleed speed because it can't turn hard enough to bleed speed. So at Mach 1.5, the 21 is in its element at high altitude for turning because you can't physically stall or depart the plane. And the aircraft also doesn't lose energy, but the downside is you've got a massive turning radius because it doesn't bite into the air. So yeah, there's all sorts of little effects like that. You don't know until you've either had experience with the real thing or you've at least seen the real thing up close or touched it. So to go back to why I brought up the War Memorial trip, is that they have an A6M2 suspended from the ceiling. And the A6M2 is a great demonstration because it's suspended, so the landing gear is pulled up. It's a great demonstration of just how rough as guts World War II aircraft were built. They also have a 109G something. It's the only 109 on Earth still, and it's completely original, unfucked with paint scheme. I think they removed the Allied capture markings, but everything else is original paint. The 262 is still original, plus the Allied capture markings. So this is a totally unfucked with 109. The restoration work that's happened on it is just cleaning it and maintaining it. It was never rebuilt from scratch or anything like that. It is rough as guts. The fit and finish is abysmal. The 262 is terrible as well. It looks like somebody fucking golf balled it. It's just dented and scratched and the panels don't line up. And people, with the Su-57 when it was first revealed, even before the current bout of let's shit on the Russians for anything and everything to try and boost Ukraine because that makes sense somehow, instead of actually doing things that really help Ukraine. Even before that trend, people were oh, it's not a real stealth plane. Oh, look at these panel gaps. Go stand next to a fucking F-22. You'll see those same gaps. You'll see where they haven't put the LO tape back over an access panel because they couldn't be asked, or they just don't want to because it's a public demo and they don't want people getting a real good idea of just what the aircraft can do. These planes are not... every plane, even with modern production techniques, is slightly different than its stablemates. It could be built in the same factory, same batch, same day. Same people built it, doesn't matter. Something's going to be slightly different. Some are a little faster, some are a little slower, some like to turn to the left more than the right. for no readily apparent reason. Just these little differences in tolerances, these little imperfections in manufacture, these little bits of wear and tear they pick up in service, they all stack up. And so every aircraft is an individual. Cars are like this too, but you don't notice with cars because you're not really pushing them as, you know, you're on a flat surface and you're not really pushing the limits typically. But if you drive a sports car and you push it, and then you drive your mate's sports car, the same model, and you push it, you'll feel difference. Even down to like differences in, sorry, that's me doing this. Even down to differences in tire wear or the heat of the road. All these little things people don't consider. The engineering that goes into the tiniest, most mundane, everyday thing we all take for granted. You don't think about it. And so when you stand under the A6M2 in the Australian War Memorial, you see that the landing gear doors have like, there's like a fucking nearly an inch of being out of whack on one side. The other side doesn't even fully close properly. It closes, it just, you know, it slightly hangs down. And you can see that on one of the restored MiG-3s that they got flying in Russia. The gear didn't close on one of its display flights, and it was partly hanging down. That's not rare. That happens quite a lot with warbirds when they're displaying. You look at after-action reports from World War II, and you realize just how many pilots had to turn back because they had engine problems, or one gear leg just flopped out and wouldn't come back up. Or, you know, for example, there's after-action reports in my big book of Spitfires when they were chasing reconnaissance Bf-110s over southern England, that the 110 dived to try and get away from it, and the Spitfires dived after it, and because they'd been flying up high in the cold air and they suddenly dived down to sea level on a hot summer's day, well, hot by UK standards, their canopy just completely misted up. They couldn't see shit. They had to get a rag, wipe it around one of the glycol hoses that they knew was a bit leaky, and quickly scrub out the windscreen so they could see where they were going. All these things that sims either don't model yet, DCS is starting to, I believe, and MSFS is probably going to start to as well, but a lot of sims don't model it, or, you know, even if they do, it's not quite the way it would be in real life. Like, you look at the visual models for a lot of aircraft in sims. Let's do it here with our little F6F, because this is a beautiful work of art. Flying Iron have some talented artists, but it's perfect. Yeah, you've got panel lines. Sorry, my drone cam speed's a little high. I'll turn it down. You've got panel lines, and you've got like visual dirt and grease and all the things you'd expect there. There's a camera. But you don't have mismatched panels. You don't have loose panels. You don't have significant dings and dents in the airframe. I've spoken before about the time I accidentally leant too heavily on the Bristell's wing when I was doing my walk around. I went to stick my head under it to make sure the tires were good and kind of feel around the landing gear, make sure everything was tight, nothing loose. And I leant too heavily on the wing when I went to get back up because my knees aren't good. So I put pressure on the leading edge of the wing, and I left a noticeable, not severe, but a noticeable dent in the leading edge of the wing. Aircraft skins are very thin. They damage very easily. And they're very hard to repair properly. So like you can see that, yeah, they've got the normal map showing where the panels are buckled or bulged out around rivet lines and stuff like that, but like the panels are perfectly square to each other. There's none sticking out, really. Like, there's no edges that don't line up. There's nothing like that. In real life, you stand next to a real warbird or even a real modern aircraft, commercial, military, doesn't matter. They all are like this. It doesn't matter when it was built, who built it. It could be an F-35 just off the production line. If you look hard enough, you'll find something that's like that. And it's not until you stand next to or get to touch the real thing that you see this. So that's one of the really important things about preserving history physically, rather than just taking a bunch of photos and saying, oh, we have a digital archive now, we don't need the real thing anymore. You always need the real thing. Because you can't make someone understand it. You can't make someone understand context of it until they're holding it in their hands or they're sitting in it. You know? That's the takeaway from it. Reproductions can only go so far. Until they have an original article in their hands, or at least close enough that they can get their face up against the glass and stare closely at it, they're not going to understand these things. And to, like, with the Soviet aircraft, you know, I was talking about the stick throw weight and how the Americans would complain that it was super heavy, and then I sidetracked myself. What a surprise. You look back, and even for the Americans, but particularly for the Soviets back then, when you were in air combat, like when you were in a dogfight, you're not one hand on the stick and one hand on the throttle. Even today you see this in modern planes when they go to pull Gs, because, you know, it's not just the plane won't give them authority, because it will, their body can't take it. They start to lose the strength in their muscles. So when you're in a hard turning fight, the hand comes off the throttle, you just set and forget it, full burn, let's go, and the second hand comes to the stick and starts helping. And you will see this when pilots are flying aerobatics, when they're flying, BFM, particularly in older aircraft, but even in some modern ones, it doesn't matter. When you're throwing the aircraft around and you're pushing your own physical limits as well as the aircraft's limits, you've got both hands on the stick and the throttle is just set and forget at a particular power setting. And simmers aren't aware of that because it doesn't occur to them as they sit here with their very expensive, really smooth stick sitting on top of the stick with no extension and very light springs. It doesn't occur to them that there's so much airflow coming over the tail of this World War II aircraft. I'm pulling with everything I have and the stick's not moving. The stick is not moving. That was the P-38 problem, the compression dive. You could not get the tail to deflect because there was so much airflow over it. The center of pressure was shifted like pretty much over the fucking tail, I think. Or was it over the tail? Was it away from the tail? Might have been away from it. Either way, you're pulling all the way back and nothing's happening. It was probably away from it. Because, yeah, as you approach Mach 1, it goes forwards. So you're hauling on the fucking yoke and nothing's happening. Or, in an early Spitfire with the fabric-covered ailerons, or in an A6M, because it was quite heavy in roll at higher speeds, quite heavy in the elevator at higher speeds too. The A6M couldn't turn worth a shit at high speed, because the control surfaces would balloon and the air forces over the tail would get too much for the pilot. So, that's one reason that the US aircraft, once the pilots learnt to not get in slow turning fights, were able to do so well, is not just boom and zoom tactics using their speed and climb rate, but also, and their ability to dive away because they were so heavy they could use their momentum, but also they knew at higher speeds they could outturn them. For example, Alexander Pokrishkin, before he went to the P-39, I know I'm getting further and further behind chat, guys, just hear me out. I haven't been able to stream as much as I'd like lately because I've been too busy, so this is like therapy for me. Pokrishkin came from the MiG-3 to the P-39. He loved his P-39 and that was what he was famous for flying, but he formulated what made him successful in the MiG-3, which was not a popular aircraft even back then, let alone now. It was not often used in the role it was meant to be used, which was as a high-altitude interceptor. It was one of the few cases of something actually being an interceptor, and people call it a fighter. So Pokrishkin pushed his aircraft and pushed himself. He was a big guy. He was pretty built. He was physically imposing, and so he could tolerate Gs a lot better than some of the smaller pilots could. And Pokrishkin found in the MiG-3 in particular, he could turn at a level of Gs that the German pilots couldn't follow because the 109's tail would lock up. The 109, for those of you who aren't familiar, instead of having normal trim tabs like you can see on my Hellcat here, which just are a small surface that then, the trim tab goes down and that in turn the airflow pushes the airflow over the trim tab being directed downwards pushes the elevator up. That's how trim tabs work. They go opposite the direction you want to trim because they're using airflow to push the main surface. It's quite a clever system, at least until you get into modern hydraulic trim surfaces and such, which just trim the entire control surface usually. Anyway, Pokrishkin found that he could outturn 109s at high speed because the 109, the tail, the stick force builds up so quickly you can't pull it. Whereas the MiG-3 is very light on the stick even at high speeds. And also, to kind of give you an idea of how bad this problem is on the 109, which is where I was going with how trim works, I just sidetrack after sidetrack. The 109's entire stabilizer trims. It's like, say, a modern airliner, where it has a conventional elevator, but the stabilizer itself trims the whole assembly, and then the elevator is independent. The A4 Skyhawk does the same thing. The Focke-Wulf 190 does the same thing. It was quite common in World War II German aircraft. It was very rare in Allied aircraft. I think one or two did it, but it was not common at all. I can't even think of an example offhand. I just don't want to say none did it, because I'm sure someone will come up with an example. But yeah, it's more common to airliners these days. The whole stabilizer trims, and then the actual elevator itself is, how you normally fly the aircraft. Sometimes, for Cold War aircraft, say the MiG-21 or the MiG-23, in stabilizer mode, where the aircraft is, it's in permanent attitude hold, you're flying with a trim hat. You're not deflecting the controls. With the MiG-21 and the MiG-23, as you approach their limiting Mach number, which, by the way, they can accelerate through, you're not flying with the stick. If you apply any stick input or pedal input in a MiG-23 as you bust through Mach 2.35, you are probably going to die horribly. Because it's very directionally unstable as it passes Mach 2. That's why the MiG-21, despite having so much power, to continue accelerating has a limiting Mach number of 2.05. Became 2.1 for the later versions because they added more bulk, so you had more side area, which improved your directional stability. The MiG-23's limit is a directional stability limit, 2.35. Beyond that, it's too dangerous. It can achieve 2.6 at high altitude. It will do that while armed. Like, the MiG-23 is... People sleep on just how fast it actually is. Everyone knows it's fast, but they don't understand just how quick that thing is. Because you would never do that. You would never do that. Even as a test pilot, you'd be kind of... Because you have to fly the aircraft with the trim only. If you make any stick inputs at that speed, because it is so directionally unstable, and you're moving so quickly, the aircraft is likely to just veer out on you and disintegrate. So Pokrishkin found that he could outmaneuver 109s at high speed by just out-G'ing them in the MiG-3, which is traditionally held to not turn well. Additionally, the MiG-3 was considered to not fly well at low speed. Well, actually, yeah, it does handle pretty well at low speed. It handles better than the I-16 at low speed. Like, there was a whole video which, when IL-2 Battle of Stalingrad was in development still, they put it out, and it was a Russian test pilot describing his experience of test flying the MiG-3 to get data for their flight model. And he said that, and he made this comparison I'm talking about, which is probably how I got to this topic to begin with, that until you actually experience it yourself, you don't know. Because the pilots back then had less training than you. They had less flight hours than you. They didn't... Even the flight institutes back then didn't have the understanding of aerodynamic effects that we do now. Like metallurgical effects, when I went on my 10-hour Gunner Heat PC stream the other week, people didn't know about edge effect until after the war, and they learnt the hard way that edge effect is a thing. You discover this stuff through trial and error, and unfortunately somebody usually dies in the process of that trial and error bit. They may not even know they're doing trial and error, but it happens. So that's the importance of having something like this in the flesh that you can go and see. Anyway, I'm so far behind. Let me find something else to rant about now, and then I'll at some point get a drink. Good lord, I am so far behind. Have you tried 2.8 yet? A little bit. I haven't done any multiplayer yet. I just did a couple of dogfights 1 versus 1 against the AI, and I can feel the difference. They're not hard to beat individually, but they're harder to beat. It takes me a lot longer. I nearly ran out of fuel in one situation. I found myself making a lot of BFM errors because I kind of was overconfident. I was like, oh, it's just AI, and then the AI would actually do the thing to counter what I was doing. Actually, the way that AI sometimes desynchronize during a replay, like a track file, and activate and start flying in respect to your track rather than doing what they did during the flight you recorded, that's quite handy for seeing the difference. Because I had a desynced track file where the AI activated, and I got to watch them doing multiple lag displacement rolls to get behind me when I had been, I was chasing the ghost of what they'd been doing in the actual flight, which was a rolling scissors. And they saw me doing this rolling scissors, and they started doing lag displacement rolls to get in behind me while I was doing a rolling scissors. It was quite cool to see. Most DCS players don't even know how to do that. So they're still predictable to a degree, but it is improving. I'm yet to test their 2 versus 1 tactics, because that's what makes IL-2 AI particularly dangerous. They're more dangerous 1 versus 1, but not by as much now. And some of that is because they, at times, invent maneuvers out their ass that the aircraft doesn't, shouldn't really tolerate. Can do, but isn't pleasant. But the 2 versus 1 is what makes them nasty in IL-2, because they cover each other with, machine precision. So I'm curious to see how that is in DCS. Some people on the forums are complaining that 104's nose goes down if you pull the stick back all the way, but the developer who flew 104s says that's how it was in real life. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. As I recall, pitch up usually did involve a bob down and then a sudden flick upwards. So I'm not surprised. There's all sorts of little effects like that, like the Spitfire's flaps dropping, bunting the nose forwards. It took so long for the IL-2 Great Battles devs to add that, arguing back and forth about whether your pilot should just automatically compensate for it because a trained pilot would. It's like, I'm here to play a flight sim and feel like I'm flying the plane. That involves me having to learn the same muscle memory they had. And I think in the Flying Iron Spit for this, it was not present for a long time as well. I'm pretty sure they added it eventually, because I remember, right before we had to put the Grand Journey on hiatus, I remember coming into land at Melitopol, and I was like, oh shit, the nose just dropped. like it's supposed to, which is one of the reasons you only ever use the Spit's flaps to land. You do not use them as takeoff or landing, or sorry, takeoff or combat flaps. They are for landing only. Strictly. There's a lot of simisms, especially in fixed base. Yeah, absolutely. Didn't they train on the T6 or something? It depended. So for the Empire test pilot school, they might go from the Tiger Moth to the T6, and then onto the Spitfire. They might go in the UK from the Tiger Moth to the Miles Magister. If they were really unlucky, they might just go from the Tiger Moth to the Spit. There was still an intermediary usually, but it still handles nothing like a Spitfire. It's a completely new experience. And two-seat Spitfires weren't really a thing until later in the war, and even then they were very uncommon. So like most World War II single-seat fighters, Stephen, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. Like most World War II single-seat fighters, your first time in the plane was your first solo. That was it. That was your do or die moment. And that's why some aircraft with particularly nasty ground handling tendencies, which are not as bad if you know what they do, but if you're a new pilot, like the 109, they killed a lot of pilots because on your first solo, which is your first flight in the plane, you got caught lacking by the aircraft's, slipstream effect, or by the amount of torque as one wheel lifted and the other wing kissed the ground or something like that. So, to just kind of discuss why one wing came up when I took off in this thing, it's a bad habit of mine I kind of established through not playing World War II sims as much. Torque is not what makes the nose swing right or left. That's the slipstream hitting the tail. The slipstream off the prop spirals over the aircraft, hits one side of the tail and pushes the tail over. That's what makes the nose swing, is the tail acting as like a weather vane in the prop wash. Torque has a different but similar, like it has a different but antagonizing effect on that. So the direction the prop is spinning is going to make the aircraft want to roll that direction, not yaw. It'll induce a slight secondary yaw characteristic, but you would need like an ungodly amount of torque for it to be noticeable. What it's mostly doing is putting all the weight on one wheel, and this is particularly noticeable if you've got narrow track undercarriage like a Spitfire or a 109. With wide track undercarriage, it's less noticeable because you've got a wider wheelbase. So as the aircraft is wanting to swing violently to the left, if it's this thing or if it's a Spitfire, and you're giving it right rudder to try and keep it tracking straight, the other thing it's doing is putting most of its weight on the left wheel because the right wing is flying before the left wing is. And so if you don't catch it quickly enough, that will antagonize the swing because with all your weight on one wheel, the thrust axis is going to push the aircraft this way. Like you're not getting yaw from the torque itself, you're getting yaw from the fact that all your weight is on the left wheel and the actual axis of thrust is pivoting around that wheel. It's like doing a pivot turn in a tank where you brake one track and that's how you steer in a lot of tanks, is you slam the brakes on one track and the other one pushes you around. That's what the aircraft's doing with regards to torque. I have no idea how I originally got onto this rant, but anyway. Yeah, Starflies hasn't been streaming as much lately. I think she's been busy. World War II US Army Air Force memoir I read the pilot's progression was Piper Cub, Civ training program in college, Stearman, Volti, Valiant, AT6, P40, and some P39 too, P47, P51. Yeah. I already read a bit about helis. For anyone who's new here, this is what we do. Like, I'll do some flying or some whatever other game I'm playing, and then I'll get onto like a tangent, and I'll just rant for like 2 or 3 hours, and then we'll do some more flying. So if you like this kind of thing, you'll see it here a lot. If you are the kind of person that can't sit still for 10 seconds and don't like it when people aren't directly doing something active, sucks to suck, I guess. If an airline dude comes into flight sims, he's going to get a few things for free, like FMS programming, planning, etc., but does not mean they'd know all. Yeah, exactly. Just like fighter pilots coming to the flight sim and their muscle memory screws them over because they have that muscle memory from a lot of very hard-learned experience, and then unless they are flying in a one-to-one recreation of the cockpit with artificial feel, they're not going to have that. They're not going to have the feeling of what the jet's doing through their arse either, which is like the most important sensor a pilot has. Like, because I flew day VFR only planes, very lightweight planes that got thrown a lot around in the wind, I was flying more by arse than instruments. I would check my instruments, obviously, to make sure I'm not overstressing the engine, not overspeeding, not significantly climbing or diving, but I'd just scan the instruments, I'd be looking outside, look at the instruments for a bit, look outside. Like, I was flying by feel mostly, and by outside visual references. Which is funny watching DCS pilots do the opposite when they're used to VFR flying, and then they try and do any sort of even basic instrument flying. Like, they go into a cloud and they instantly kill themselves. It's like, just look down, dude. You have instruments. Just look down. Like, DCS players are so afraid of the dark, even in shit with night vision for the pilot, or like thermal fucking, nav flare that projects onto the HUD. Like, bro, I've taken a MiG-21 in DCS up in pitch dark to do an intercept on a Mark 1.4 target while doing 1.8 myself over the fucking Caucasus. Like, the intercept point was just east of Mount Elbrus. Didn't bother me none. I found my way home and landed. Like, I didn't even set up my approach properly. It wasn't an actual instrument approach because I haven't bothered to learn to do one properly yet. It was get to the airfield, tell them to turn on the lights and visual off the lights. But, like, I had no issues flying fully instrument until that point because I trust the instruments. It's funny seeing that. Like, so many DCS players, they've got a HUD even that draws an artificial horizon where the horizon is, and they still can't process. Like, trust your instruments. Watched a video of a Russian Su-25 pilot. Yeah, he clipped a power line, I think, and it took the top half of the tail off. You'd see the aircraft just immediately, its directional stability went to shit, and it skidded out to one side and pitched up. And good drills on his part. As soon as the aircraft did something he did not command it to at low altitude, out he went. Bad drills hitting a fucking power line to begin with, but good drills getting out without hesitating. Because if he'd hesitated for a fraction of a second longer, he would have been dead. You don't have time to fuck around with that stuff. Like, the US has put out multiple training videos over the years of, if you get the slightest feeling that something has gone wrong, eject. Because, especially at low level, because it's cheaper to get a new plane than it is to train another one of you. Let alone deal with your family. So typical approach speed for starfighters, it's like 200 knots, something like that. 200 knots, 200 knots approach, and like 100 anywhere between 150 and 180 touchdown, depending on weight and a few other things. It's similar to the MiG-21. If you can land a DCS MiG-21, you can land the MSFS starfighter and vice versa. Obviously, the real thing is going to probably have some more noticeable differences, but as far as the sim renditions go, if you can land one, you can land the other. It's very similar. If you're used to high-speed landings and they don't scare you, and you have trust in your brakes, or you have a drag chute and you haven't picked too short of a runway, you're going to be fine. There's no issue. Like the MiG-21, you've got a blown flap system, so you keep some power on. That's it. It's that easy. It really is that easy. It's all knowledge. Like, what makes things hard in aviation and in flight sims is, like, people not knowing. They let the aircraft get ahead of them because they don't understand why it's doing what it's doing, or they don't think it should be doing what it's doing, but it seems to disagree. Like, yeah, like, if I look through all the complaints on Hogger, this is, MiG-21's hard to land, oh, this aircraft, Tomcat spins easily. The only time I've ever entered a fucking spin, a fully developed spin in the Tomcat, was deliberately. I have accidentally gone into an incipient state low enough to the ground that I couldn't actually recover it, but it never fully developed because I was too low. But, like, to spin the Tomcat, you have to do something actively stupid, or just get really unlucky. Same with compressor stalls. If you know, then it's probably not going to happen, and if it does happen, you know how to deal with it. If you don't know, then you're going to be a victim. It's a difference between an old, skilled pilot and a pilot that doesn't live to see their 40th birthday. You know, they say there's no old, bold pilots, but I disagree. I'd say it's more like there's no... how would I phrase it in a way that's catchy? I don't know. I'd put it that if you want to live to old age as a pilot, you have to really have a hunger for knowledge and a sort of intuitive sense for why things are happening. You have to understand the aircraft. You can't just fly the aircraft. There are pilots who, they're really good pilots administratively, or they might be really good at flying, formation tactics or whatever, but they're not very good at feeling the aircraft. And they can't really do anything impressive with it, and sometimes they struggle with even basic stuff. Like, some of them barely get through flight school, but because they're so academically talented or tactically talented, they do. They force themselves to learn the flying part, and they make it, but they're never stellar pilots. And then you have pilots who are useless at tactics, Their fucking comms are terrible. They don't know what the fuck they're doing any given day, but they inherently feel what the plane is doing, and they know what it wants to do. They can feel the plane wants to do something before it actually does it. Ideally, you want to do both. You want to be both, but you can't. Usually, it's one or the other. Apparently, PMDG 737 has some problems with RNAV or VNAV GPS approaches, according to a real 737 pilot who streams. Heard a lot of complaints about VNAV stuff in MSFS. I don't really bother using any of that, so I don't know how deep it goes, but don't know about the PMDG 737. I know with the DC-6, it's really good, but the one blatantly broken thing with the DC-6 was that the rudder was way too sensitive because they didn't factor in the increase in control forces. So you can kick the rudder at high speed in the DC, and it will act as though it's on the ground. And you get this ridiculous... Like, you get probably 2 or 3 times the rate of roll out of just booting the rudder that you would get out of a full stick deflection to one side. You'd expect some snappiness if you're going to, like, stall a wing or something, but it felt really exaggerated, and it was because they probably didn't model the increased pressure over the tail, which, a pilot's going to have to really have some fucking substantial legs to push against. It's the reason the MiG-19 in DCS has basically no rudder response at speeds of, like, above about 800 kilometers an hour, is because the rudder is not boosted, same as the MiG-21. The 21 in DCS, the rudder has got too much authority at all speeds. It's too easy to move and it has too much bite. But the 19 is pretty much how you'd expect the 21 to be as well. You have effectively no rudder at normal flying speeds, normal combat speeds. On the other hand, the MiG-21 was renowned for having an extremely effective rudder at very low speeds in real life, just not quite as low as it's modeled in DCS. What would you call PMDG product? High fidelity. I wouldn't call anything in this game study sim. I would not call any of it study level. Like, yeah, you can study the manuals if you really want, but you don't need to. You really don't need to. You can get by just fine without doing it. I've studied nothing about this aircraft. I have not even glanced at the reference speeds for this aircraft. They're there, I can look at them if I want to, but I haven't. You know why? Because I just have a feel for the way that World War II props in this sim behave. And I just treat it like any other World War II prop in this sim. And when I first flew it, I took it up to a reasonably safe altitude, and I started doing power on and power off stalls and feeling what its minimum controllable airspeed was, and then like, okay, well that plus a couple knots for hedge factor is my landing speed. Simple. You don't need to know anything about a plane to be able to fly it. I mean, it's recommended, but this is how test pilots function. They don't know. They have best guesses from the engineers, but they don't necessarily know, especially for shit like home builds. So you go up in the air, you get it to a safe altitude over somewhere that's safe to land if you have to, and you just see what it will tolerate. You back off the power and you just hold it until you feel a wing's about to drop, and then you're like, okay, well, I'll add 5-10 knots to that. That's my minimum landing speed. Done. Simple. Was the Car-10 the first coaxial rotor helicopter? I don't believe so. I don't think it was. I think the Fokker Angelis little spotter helicopter that the Germans flew from U-boats, I think it was counter-rotating, but it's been so long since I saw a photo of one, I don't remember. There were like all sorts of ideas about counter-rotating rotors, or like having twin rotors on booms that rotate opposite directions, stuff like that. That already existed before workable helicopters did, to be honest. It just all kind of came together with the helicopter. I need to get something to eat in a couple minutes as well. So I'm just going to talk through here and try and catch up on chat, and I'm going to get something to eat. So there'll be a reasonably long break, and then we might take the Car-10 out for a spin and do some other stuff afterwards. Do a Car-10 flight somewhere, and then we'll go back to go do a flight around High Prairie and out to the Rockies. If I remember. Huey's first flight 56, intro 59? Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Gonna buy the Bell 47 at some point, because I'm interested in basically all the aircraft that the Apollo-era astronauts flew. I've heard it's a handful. I don't know how good or bad the flight model is, because I haven't tried it, but I've heard it's a handful, if nothing else, which is probably accurate. Scared of helicopters, you're probably never getting into a Robinson. Yes, fucking mast bump, my beloved. Yeah, no, I would not get in a Robinson if you paid me. I learnt about fucking ground oscillations the other week. I didn't realize that was a thing, but now I know. It makes perfect sense, like, of course, but it's one of those things you don't think about until you see it, then you're like, oh my god. And the response to it is that simple. It's get the helicopter off the ground. There is one right answer to that problem. It's get the helicopter off the ground. And the number of people who just kind of freeze and try and cut the power and turn it off, and the helicopter just shakes itself to pieces, it's something. There's a scene in MacGyver where you can actually see them run into ground oscillation, and the pilot's just like, fuck this, because they're on top of a skyscraper, slams the fucking collective and just takes back off, and the door's swinging open because he's just like, nope, I don't have time for that shit on top of a skyscraper, and fucks back off into the air. Good response, well-trained pilot. And they didn't cut it, they left it in. You can see that. Precession isn't really much of a factor, but all the effects that tie into the rotor phase lag tends to get simplified, bundled into it. Easier to teach practical effective phase lag that way. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, from what little, like, actual reading I did about how helicopters work, I was just like, what the fuck? So bundling it into, like, one understandable thing makes sense. It's kind of the same way that when a lot of people talk about piston engine aircraft like this, they'll treat slipstream, P-factor, and torque is essentially the same interchangeable thing when it's not. It's 3 different effects. Traded a bottle of good wine for 45 minutes in R22. It was fun, but goddamn, it was hard to hover. Couldn't do it. Yeah, I've read too many accident reports about Robinsons that I would... no. I'll watch from the ground, thanks. The ultimate human litmus test is a shopping cart. Yeah, it is. It really is. I had a friend of the family who, like, when I was actually working at Coles, gathering up trolleys and shit, he would see me working on a busy day, and he would, like, just because he wanted to help, I guess, he would help me round up trolleys. It's like, Ian, you're not getting paid for this, dude. And he's like, no, it's fine, I want to help. You know, still waiting for the wife to come out of the shop, I may as well help. So it's like, okay, dude, okay, I appreciate it, but... Song. The tunes. I'm so glad I fixed the music part. It was the dumbest thing too. Like, it took 2 seconds to fix once I figured out what it was. Downloaded something called FS Realistic Trial with the new turbulence. It feels really good. Yeah, FS Realistic has got a big update inbound. I'm looking at that, and I think I'm finally going to get it and start using it, because it looks like it just adds that little bit more. Base level MSFS is still... it feels a bit artificial in places, or a bit constrained in places. But that is what... that looks like what makes it just right what it should be. Having said that, MSFS, even vanilla, feels better than, like, most other sims. Just because they put in the extra effort to get the feel of the air right. And, you know, having a flight sim with the world's most perfect flight models doesn't really help much if the air feels dead. You don't get any of the currents or effects that you would expect. Oh, I am, like, literally an hour and a half behind. Oh, God. Meanwhile, the most G's I've ever experienced came from a roller coaster. ADHD. Yes. Puzzle piece. Yeah, I'm on the spectrum as well. I have the classic buy one get one free of autism and ADHD, which is hilarious because the two of them, like, inertially couple in some ways and are, like, completely opposite each other in others. But they seem to go together very often. Like, I have a lot of friends that are in the same situation. The autism is, like, having all this deep knowledge of shit that I have no use for in real life, and the ADHD is sitting here and being unable to stop talking about it for, like, 3 hours and going on, like, 20 different fucking segues. And this is... I took my meds this morning, so, like, this is me on meds. Off meds, I'm like... I can't even... Like... I can remember how I got on a tangent usually now, and I can tie them back into where I started, but off meds, it's just like the magical mystery tour where it ends, nobody knows. It's not so much a train of thought as, like, multi-track drifting through the fucking marshalling yard. Straight into the fucking station at high speed. Know a guy who made a badge on his IVAO ID, wore it, and managed to get a couple flight attendants by these an official. Confidence tricksters, man. That's it. You can get through the dumbest shit just by appearing confident. That's why it's called a con man. The abbreviation's kind of been lost to time, but it stands for confidence man or confidence trickster. Like, as long as you appear to be confident, you can get away with just about anything. The difficulty for most people is having that confidence when they know that they're faking it. Hey, Envy. If you're still here. Found the 21 E-burner kills the engine in 3 minutes, even if you turn it back off before the time limit? Does it? I've not been able to get it to do that, which, to be fair, it probably shouldn't anyway. So there was a big stink raised by a certain person who would... I'm not going to give them the benefit of saying who it was, but regulars will probably know. People who are hanging on out on the forums. A very well-adjusted and completely normal person who would gaslight people over the Viggen's bugs and pretend that there was nothing wrong with it, and constantly try and minimize any actual legitimate bug report about the Viggen, while diverting all attention to things on the MiG-21 that weren't even bugs. He just thought that they weren't right because he thinks he knows everything about aviation, because he alludes to having some work experience in the field, which he never actually describes what it is. Anyway, that was one of the things was, oh, the engine should explode after 2 minutes. I'd already said it's a 3 minute limit in the manual. I sent him the fucking manual. It says 3 minutes. And then he started pasting tracks from Wikipedia saying it's 2 minutes and the engine dies. Like, the bad faith was so obvious you could see it from across the street. But yeah, it's not 3 minutes and the engine explodes. It's a 3 minute limit so that you don't risk the engine exploding 10 flights down the line because you overstress the turbine thermally. Like, this shit doesn't generally catastrophically fail because you passed a timer by 1 second. Real life is not IL-2 Great Battles. You can run the shit out of an engine way past what it's rated for. It's not healthy for it. It may catastrophically fail at any time between now and the heat death of the universe. You don't know when. But it's not going to immediately implode. Same with the, oh, Mark III melts the MiG-25's engine shit. No, it doesn't. It's just, it's dogma. Like I said, there's a lot of dogma in aviation. That's one example of it. The manual states the limit of 3 minutes in emergency burner continuous, followed by 30 seconds cooling before you reselect it. You can use as much emergency burner as you have fuel for, as long as you run it for 3 minutes, 30 seconds cooling, 3 minutes, 30 seconds cooling, whatever. By the manual limits. By what pilots claim to have done, they didn't give a shit. And they just dealt with the aggro from the ground crew. There is a clock timer in one of the main gear wells that tells you the cumulative time that the emergency burner has been run. There's other sensors that would pick up what stress you put the engine under typically. But that 3 minute limit is to preserve the airframe life and you know, make it so that the engine doesn't have to be sent back to the depot in 10 hours instead of 300. There's a total cumulative TBO on the engine of 300 hours and longer if you're the Serbs and you figured out how to get modular hours out of it. But in Soviet service, by Soviet doctrine, 300 hours for the engine and 1 hour cumulative for emergency afterburner. Or, you know, if you obviously have an overheat or like an overtemp on it because you ran it for 5-7 minutes without cooling it, then you would need to pull the engine anyway for inspection. But the reason the TBO is so low is because the Soviet idea was these are warplanes built for war, not peacetime planes built for peace. We don't care about it still flying on the original engine in 20 years. We just need engines that deliver a shit ton of power and are reliable within that time frame. So the Soviets would just give the engines really low TBO, run it till it hits it, and then send the engine back for a complete rebuild and chuck a new one in. Whereas the Western approach is more you modularly service the aircraft and you try and preserve every component as long as possible, and you service at the unit level. Very different mindset. The Soviets were very much, if it's built for war, it gets treated like it sort of mindset. That's why the MiG-23 has retired before the MiG-21 in almost all countries. There's very few left flying. That's why the MiG-21 outlasted the MiG-29 in some countries, because the 23s and 29s were flown to their limits and they ran out of hours. And the 21s probably are past their limits, but the 21's just easier to, you know, re-wing or do an inspection and say, oh yeah, she's good for another couple hundred at least. They have a very finite life resource, which you run out by throwing them around the sky. And during the Cold War, when the Warsaw Pact countries actually had the resources to have a lot of flying hours for their pilots compared to now, they flew the shit out of them. It's one of those things that Like I said, you need to actually have the real deal there in front of you to understand. Like, you have to get the bigger context around these things. You can't look at it in isolation. German quality control really affected performance? I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all. There is a noticeable difference in performance even between very well-built Spitfires from Castle Bromwich towards the middle of the war, noted by test pilots. Like, you ask a pilot that's flown multiple airframes of the same type, they will tell you they're all individuals. They all have their likes and dislikes. They all have their bad habits. Like, every plane's an individual. Apple, cinnamon tea, or chamomile? I just drink black tea, dude. I don't do the herb tea thing. Tea is specifically tea leaves in boiling water. Other stuff added to it, or God forbid, a basis which isn't tea leaves, it's not tea. It's a herbal drink, but it's not tea. I'll die on that hill. Daimler-Benz noted there was no point in continually increasing engine power when the airframes were getting worse due to sloppy manufacturing, and they never increased the tail size fully anyway. They increased it once, and it wasn't anywhere near enough. That's why the 109 was, like, particularly the later 109s had such bad handling characteristics, is because they kept putting bigger and bigger engines in. They never fixed the issue that it was already kind of marginal in tail area, so its directional stability wasn't great. Whereas you look at the Spitfire, the tail size changed like 4 times over the course of its service. Fuck you, Gurn, I saw that. 202 has it as well? Okay, I didn't know that. But that makes sense, since they probably shared a lot of developments with the Germans. Plenty of Mark effect research stemmed off the issue of P-38 compressibility, yeah. And a lot of counterintuitive stuff happened too. Like, they found, for instance, when they were testing the Spiteful, which was meant to be the replacement for the Spitfire, but Jets kind of stole its thunder. The Spiteful was found to handle like a bucket of shit. It was a good plane in terms of raw performance, but its low speed handling was pretty bad. It had nasty, vicious stalling characteristics. It was very much the opposite of the Spitfire in that regard, and it was because they put a laminar flow wing on it, because laminar flow was thought to be this new hotness, ultimate solution to everything in aerodynamics by that time. Well, it was found that not only was laminar flow not the answer to everything, because it's so easy, like a bug on the leading edge of the wing just ruined your laminar flow. Well done. So it was found to be a bit like a snake oil situation. But not only that, they found that the Spitfire's original elliptical wing, because it had such a high fineness ratio, was one of the better wings ever designed in World War II for high-speed flight. Like, wing sweep only matters past a point. 262's wings were swept for maintaining center of gravity when they changed the design. It wasn't swept for speed, it was just a happy accident that it did help with speed. But, like, the Spitfire's elliptical wing, which you look at and you go, that's not going to be good near the sound barrier. It was, actually. It had one of the highest critical Mach numbers of any wing design produced during World War II. And they found that the fineness ratio was pretty much the big deal there. So in a lot of ways, the Spitfire's wing was far better than anyone gave it credit for, and it was better than wings that everyone thought were going to be the new sort of default high-speed wing design. How do you find the best spot for the head tracker on your headset? Trial and error. Every time I move my setup or I bump it or something, I have to tweak it now and then, but I mostly have a profile I'm pretty comfortable with. I initially got it like 12 years ago, so the original profile was just set up then over the course of a week or two, where I was adjusting to how it works, and ever since then it's been maybe a small tweak here and there, but it's mostly just been left the same. I find as well that a lot of people get carried away trying to fine-tune their profile for their track IR when the actual problem is they've just got up, got a drink and sat back down and their chair's moved, or like they're sitting different in their chair. I will move around to get my track IR back into alignment or I'll recenter it where I'm sitting. Like you'll notice I'll move around, then I'll just hit recenter rather than try and fine tune the profile. And if like it's feeling weird because I'm like, oh, it's not giving me enough range this direction, I'll just shuffle over left a bit. Simple. Night in old DCS graphics was awful though, just flat black, yeah. Well, I did it in like new night lighting, but it's a moonless night, so there's not going to be any night lighting anyways, besides the cities on the ground. So many air operations are conducted at night, but it's never night in DCS. Yeah, and like I can understand it maybe in some of the older planes because people are afraid and a lot of them don't learn how to do IFR stuff, but like in the modern planes, you have fucking night vision, dude. You have synthetic runways projected onto your HUD. You have fucking GPS. Like, there's no excuse if you're flying a Hornet or a Viper or a Mirage 2000 or any of that shit. There is no excuse not to fly at night. It's a skill issue. Like, just nut up and try it. It's fun. It's terrifying if you get into a fight at night, but it's fun. It's rewarding. If I can fucking fly a 21 around and intercept something at that kind of closure rate over the mountains in pitch blackness, just flying off my instruments, then surely someone can fly a fucking Hornet in you know, like a half-moon, reasonably well-lit night. You know, a full moon in DCS is basically VFR with a couple extra steps. But if I can do that in the 21, they can fly their Hornet somewhere and drop a fucking bomb on, drop a GPU on someone from 30,000 feet without having a heart attack, you know? Chocolate! Thanks for gifting those subs, man. Appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I am almost actually caught up somehow, so once I do, I'm going to put the BRB screen on, I'm going to go grab myself a drink and start getting myself some lunch, because I haven't eaten yet and it's nearly 3 p.m. And then we'll line up a flight in a car 10, I think. Hey, Kuchek, good to see you, man. Yeah, the Hellcat, like, I'm not hugely into the tub with wings aesthetic. I do like the early Grumman planes, like the F3F I think is adorable, but I don't mind it. The Hellcat's definitely grown on me with time. Definitely grown on me. It's a fucking monster of a plane too. She doesn't look like much, but god, the performance this thing has. Whew. Maybe don't flat spin in the first place. Frustrating because I'll watch this individual fly and yeah, he's fucking trash. Like, the problem is they just don't learn. They go to Hoggit and they say, oh, it's hard to fly, and then Hoggit's like, yeah, it's hard to fly, ooh, hive mind, and they never learn. If you wanna get good at DCS or at sim flying in general and you're struggling, here's your tip number 1. This is the most helpful tip anyone will ever give you to get good at DCS. Don't go on Hoggit. Just don't. Don't interact with them. Don't interact with the DCS community in like that, at that sort of level. Most of them don't know what they're doing, and like the ones that do will come and help you. The ones who know what they're doing, they will be only too happy to share information with you for free. They won't charge you for it like somebody. But don't go on Hoggit. Hoggit doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Like they exaggerate the fuck out of everything because, oh, thank you for the gold, kind Reddit stranger. Like Hoggit's a shitty resource for flight sims. Like, half the fucking threads in there is somebody posting, I just landed the F-15 without breaking it for the first time after like 3 years of DCS. It's like, first of all, I'm very, like, it hurts my soul that you think that's worth posting. And second of all, I sympathetically feel bad for you that it took you that long to figure it out because you were never able to see how it's done properly because you hang out in Hoggit. Hoggit's a shit resource. I only go there to just, to either correct people when they spew shit, and I think that I will be able to do it and not get dogpiled by dumbasses, or just to laugh at them. Like, observe and not interfere and just kind of laugh. Because it's a hive mind, man. It's a bad hive mind. And it's, like, I know people will be like, oh, you're just gatekeeping, or you're so elitist, you're going to drive people away from the sim. No, dude. Like, what's going to drive people away from the sim and what's going to gatekeep people and filter people is when they come into somewhere like Hoggit, which sets them up for failure. Somebody with no flight sim experience, no concept of the basics of flight, comes into Hoggit and is told to buy the Hornet, and they actually turn out to be interested in World War II planes. They try and go to World War II stuff, and all they know how to do is fly the Hornet, and not even do that properly, because the Hornet, if you know how to fly it, is like a whole other jet compared to what it is for most people, as Envy will know. But yeah, the default advice is get the Hornet for anything and anyone that comes into Hoggit. They never learn to do it properly. They get hung up on these esoteric systems, 90% of which you don't use in combat in real life. And they just hyper-focus on it, and they never pick up basic piloting skills. So, like, basic flight remains beyond their grasp forever. and they'll just constantly moan about, oh, this plane's hard to fly, this plane's shit because it doesn't have capabilities. Like Enigma's video, Enigma just released a video, what was it, like last week or something, about don't discount the F5 just because it doesn't have more capabilities or because Hoggett shits on it. Looking at the opinions that he sampled, he blurred out the names, but I know who at least one of them was, and he's a serial fucking whiner who complains about the most esoteric shit, but then goes and bug reports something the plane should actually be doing because he doesn't know. It was just people whining, oh, the F5's bad, it can't do this, it can't do that. Oh, the gun sight on the F5 is useless. If you can't hit somebody with the radar gun sight on the F5, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you're not flying the same F5 I am. You put the pipper on the plane, you pull the trigger. The plane just gets vaporized as long as the shotgun accuracy hits them. You do not lead with a radar-corrected sight, or if you do, you pull and hold so they fly through it. You do not pull lead to keep the radar-guided sight ahead of them. That's how you miss. I caught Enigma doing it at the start of the video, but later in the video I saw him pulling and holding so they'd fly through it, or he'd wait until they were in a sustained turn and he'd just hold the pipper on them and pull the trigger, which is what you do. Like, yeah, some of the gun sights in DCS, the ballistics are just off enough that at, like, 2 kilometers, where you're really too far away to be opening effective fire anyway on a maneuvering target, you're gonna miss. So just get closer. Or, you know, like, DCS players will call something a bug or call something difficult without stopping to think about why it is the way it is. It's never their fault, it's always the sim's fault or somebody else's fault. And that's one of those things. The gun sight on the F5 is fucking phenomenal in a dogfight. Yeah, if a MiG-21's flipping and flopping everywhere and rolling and doing all that, it's not going to be good for hitting him. No radar-guided sight copes well with that, not even the really modern ones. But if you catch him in a sustained turn, even for a couple seconds, that's where that sight is an aimbot. You just put the thing on the thing, pull the trigger, and he disappears in a cloud of smoke. Done. But you see Redditors complaining about it because they have the sight in the wrong mode, or they don't know how to use a radar-guided sight, so they're leading it when they shouldn't be, they're firing from too far away. All these things that people fuck up and then blame the plane. Or, you know, like the F5 has issues. Yeah, it has some long-standing bugs. The radar overperforms, which Hoggetters don't know, because Hoggetters don't use the radar because they think it's useless. Like, I've had people unironically ask me, and I can understand why they ask me, because they've never heard otherwise. So I'm not trying to shit on people here who just don't know better. I'm trying to, like, this is what happens when you're caught in an echo chamber of bad info, right? You end up being trapped by other people's incompetence. You might want to learn. You might have, like, latent skill that you can harness once somebody teaches you, but when you're caught in this environment like Hoggett, you're never going to get any better, because they're all fucking useless, and they just kind of drag each other down with their bullshit. Like, I had someone unironically ask me, what use is a radar in a plane without BVR Fox 1 missiles? Fuck, dude, I don't know. I would like to know where my opponent is, if it's dark or cloudy or raining, or if I just can't see him because I'm blind. I would like to know what the range to my opponent is. I'd like to know what the angular rate is so I can get good computed lead on what he's doing. I would like to, like, all this information you get from a radar. Like, they didn't have fucking radar-guided, you know, semi-active radar-guided missiles when they started putting radar on planes, my dude. Why do you think radar exists to begin with? It's not to guide fucking missiles. It's to see where something is that you cannot physically see with your eyes. And to derive information from it that can help you build a fire control solution that you otherwise would not have. That's why a radar exists. You guys who are regulars here and have seen me fly the F5 have seen how much I use that thing. It's broken. I can use the F5 radar to achieve, like, almost look-down, shoot-down, because it's like, ground clutter on the F5 radar is just a visual effect. It doesn't actually hamper the radar at all. If you're good at pattern recognition, you've got a sharp eye, and you dial the gain just right, you can select stuff, like, you can spot tracks building against the clutter and differentiate them from the actual clutter and just lock them as if the clutter's not there. The Tomcat is a little less of an issue with it, but it's still, if you're in Pulse and you're good at pattern recognition, you can lock stuff that you should, by rights, not be able to lock, because the radar shouldn't be able to differentiate it and should lock clutter instead and reject the lock. Yeah, like, the F5 radar's broken as fuck. Like, the MiG-21 radar overperforms, and a lot of people complain, oh, the MiG-21's radar is so unfair, it's way too good. Those same people either have an intentional, you know, something to gain by pretending only the 21 has this problem, or they just don't use the F5 enough to know the F5 radar is even more broken. The only reason the F5 radar isn't oppressively broken is A, people don't use it, and B, you can't guide missiles with it. What you can do is use it to cue your nose to get an AIM-9 P5 on somebody, but you don't have any semi-active radar homing missiles. and you don't have IFF. If you had IFF and you could guide like a Sparrow or something, or an A9C with it, it would be far and away more broken than the MiG-21. Like, the MiG-21 would look like a fucking picnic by comparison. Teddy bear. So yeah, like, people just don't learn. They don't learn, and they end up in these environments where they're trapped in a permanent skill issue. And it breeds, like, bad hearsay and bad... It's like the opposite of institutional knowledge, is what Hoggett has. Hoggett has these sayings and these things that they take to be fact, and they're completely divorced from reality. But Hoggett repeats them enough and gets enough Reddit gold from doing so, enough karma from doing so, that they just continue repeating it and propagating it. Like, if I was to sit here and do a takedown of every myth I've heard from Hoggett about a single DCS module, just one, probably the MiG-21, since that's the one I'm most familiar with, I would be here for, like, 20-something hours, probably, and I'd still have some left to go. Don't fall into that kind of environment. And yeah, I get it. It can be nice to have, like, a social group for new players to fly in. That's fine. That's fine. Hoggett's, you know, the social flying aspect, that's fine. The problem is that Hoggetters take themselves entirely too seriously. Redditors in general are a special fucking breed of person. And Reddit, by the nature of how it works, Reddit was originally designed to make... It was a news aggregator. You post a link to a news article, and if it's something people find interesting or they think it's accurate, up it goes, otherwise down it goes. Reddit's since turned into this thing where it's a fucking permanent popularity contest where whoever says the most controversial or least controversial thing ends up being the god of the site, and everyone fucking worships at the altar of them, and oh, how do I get as much karma or as much Reddit gold as you? It's a jerk off, dude. It's such a jerk off. Fuck it. The only thing I use Reddit for is fucking porn. And laughing at Hoggett when they say dumb shit about the MiG-21, which is kind of like the same mental pathways are involved. The same, like, reward pathways are involved for me. Prop planes also have gyroscopic precession, which counters P-factor when it happens, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's, like, there's a lot of stuff that happens with the prop that people just don't bother learning or don't describe in detail, because it's all sort of married into the sum total of things the prop does to you while you're on the ground, or things the prop does to you while you're in the air. And the usual answer is just trim it out with the rudder, and if you've got aileron trim, use that to counter the rudder for the yaw from the slipstream, and then which will decrease with speed anyway. Because the aircraft will naturally weathercock into the oncoming wind rather than what the slipstream's doing, and then just use the ailerons to trim out the torque roll. But because the torque and the yaw, or sorry, the torque and the slipstream, the roll and yaw effects will feed into each other, because roll induces a secondary yaw and yaw induces a secondary roll, you have to trim back and forth. Like, it's not a case of set this trim to that and set that trim to that. You've got to feel it out. You've got to balance it back and forth. It takes a while. It's a skill which even I don't really have fully developed, despite playing World War II sims since I was a kid. I belong to the subset of pilots who, if I was in World War II, I would have been horribly undisciplined and flying, like, side-slipping permanently because I just can't be asked to trim. Those are the pilots who survived World War II because they were unpredictable. They had a good natural feel for the plane, even if they didn't know any, like, technically correct maneuvers. They just could throw the plane around. They knew what it was going to do in response. Unpredictable, undisciplined pilots survived World War II. Predictable professional aerobatic pilots died very quickly because they're very easy to get a lead on. You just draw the gun sight through their aircraft. They're executing this maneuver with such machine precision. You know exactly where to put the pipper and just pull the trigger, and they dissolve in front of you. Being a good pilot in the sense we use in the civilian world is a great way to die in the World War II air combat scene. Nowadays, I don't know. It's probably a bit half and half. You know, you don't want to be a cowboy of the level where you bend airframes just to prove a point and you end up dying because you forgot to remove your guster locks. But you also don't want to be overly disciplined to the point where you're still too predictable, and you were only trained 1 circle, 2 circle geometry, so you rigidly adopt one and just stick with it long after you should have changed things up, which is what a lot of DCS players do. Thanks for the head tracker info. I'll keep tweaking. Going to make a lightweight carbon fiber one so it's not flappy dingleberry on my headphones. That's probably a good idea. I like being able to position this, but once it's positioned, I wish there was a way I could lock it, and it's so flimsy. This is the only weak point of the track IR system, really. Like, yeah, the camera's old, but it works. It never stops working. Yeah, the software is ancient. The UI is not the best these days, but whatever. They're good. They've worked for 12 years without a single problem. Like, I haven't replaced that camera at all. I haven't even cleaned it. Like, there's still thumbprints on it that were there when I first put it on top of my monitor fucking 12 years ago. Like, 4 different houses ago. But this is fragile, and like, especially if I'm having a bad day with ticks, which thankfully I haven't for a long time, I will hit the side of my head and bump it, or like I'll knock my headphones off, or I'll put these on my desk and I'll go to get something, and the cable will get hooked by my chair and pull them off. So this moves a bit, but yeah, like some sort of rigid system's good. So for me personally, I have it out here. I know the green screen sometimes hides it, but I have it here at a slight angle and way out from my head, because my webcam is just slightly left of me, and then the track IR sensor is quite a ways left of me, angled towards me, because my whole setup is angled because of the way, like, just space constraints and the way I tend to sit at my desk. So, yeah, you find a position that's comfortable for you and you can stick with it. And it's nice having the offset so I can do things like that. But you could do that with a rigid clip, you just put spaces between it or something. Catch you later, Chocolate. I know you've probably been gone for like 20 minutes, but thanks for stopping by and thanks for gifting those subs. Appreciate it. Tesla 21 couldn't get the engine to die because of emergency afterburner. Maybe you flamed out by going too fast. That is the usual culprit. That is almost always a culprit, because even before Novak adjusted the code so that the engine temp would actually react to being left in emergency burner, I don't think he connected it to a damage effect, but maybe he did, and it just doesn't happen right away, which would be the way it's supposed to be. It doesn't happen immediately. It happens, you don't know when, after you've thermally overstressed the turbine. That's what the limit is. It's turbine strength because of the heat coming through the turbine into the afterburner. That's what the limiting factor on that is. You don't want to destroy the heat treatment on the turbine blades and like thermally overstress them. So you will see the needle climbing on the temp gauge now, but you can empty the aircraft of fuel. You might even be able to do it 2 or 3 times and it won't blow the engine. However, if you are flying in level flight or in a very gentle turn with the emergency afterburner on, it is extremely easy, especially at low altitude, to overspeed the aircraft, and overspeeding it will kill it. That was a dynamic pressure limit. The Mach limit is directional stability. The actual indicated airspeed limit is dynamic pressure into the inlet, and then structural integrity of some of the more fiddly bits of the aircraft, which is the same for the MiG-23. So your IIS limit is the intakes start getting kind of cold air forged into a shape that the engine doesn't like because it's buckling the skinning and hitting the compressor face at the wrong speed and angle, and the weaker parts of the external airframe start to experience thermal stress or just be stripped off by the pressure itself. But then your Mach limit's directional stability in Soviet. Well, in Mikoyan aircraft specifically, it's typically directional stability. And then thermal heating for the canopy as well. Something you should do, if you want to speak about this plane should or shouldn't do that, or this plane could or couldn't do that, try and get hold of the manual, which in the Soviet case is the Practical Aerodynamics Manual, that describes why the limits are there. Because there are structural limits, which are, or engineering limits, which are a hard and fast thing. That exists for a reason. The engineers worked it out. Maybe somebody accidentally tested it and found out the hard way. Those are hard limits you do not break. They're there for a reason. Then there's political limits. The aircraft was not designed to do this thing, so why would we test it to do that thing? And then there's kind of connected to political limits is budgetary limits. Well, we don't have enough funding to test for this, so just don't do it. Every aircraft has limits for different reasons. The F-16, for example, has a couple limits that they never tested. It was just, the aircraft shouldn't be doing this, so don't. For example, high altitudes, or like really high altitude stuff, you can't connect up a compression suit in the F-16. There's no hose for it. There's one for a G suit, but you can't, like, it's not fitted for a compression suit. And the cockpit's probably too small anyway, because you got all the extra hoses and the big spaceman helmet. So you should not ever have that jet above 50,000 feet, because if you lose canopy pressurization at 50,000 feet and you're not in a pressure suit, you've got seconds of useful consciousness. So why would they test the aircraft at above that altitude. Well, guess what some dipshit got caught doing, because he didn't realize that unlike the Phantom or the Tomcat or any of the older aircraft that he may have been used to flying, the F-16 has several dozen computers in it that all record different flight data parameters independently of each other constantly. And some of them only trigger when you do something very silly and go above a limit. Soviet aircraft, basically, as soon as the technology was really firmly grasped in the 50s, Soviet aircraft were already getting flight data recorders. If you look in the MiG-21 and MiG-23's tails, you'll see a rectangular inspection hatch in the base of the fin. In the 21, it's just sitting level. In the 23, it's sitting at an angle like that. That's your flight data recorder. It's in the tail fin because that's the part of the aircraft that is almost always intact or close to intact after a crash. No matter how hard the aircraft hits the ground, what altitude from, what speed, whatever, the tail usually maintains some sort of structural integrity. Like if you look at the F-16s that were shot down over Iraq, you can see the tail with all the markings on it, more or less intact. If you look at the crashed MiG-23 that went into a barn in Belgium after the pilot ejected on takeoff, the tail's intact. Like, that's where your flight data recorder goes. Even airliners, the tail's usually intact. So, Soviet planes would tattletale on you much longer than American ones would. And the American pilots had to have a major attitude adjustment when aircraft like the F-16 came in because of that. Whereas Soviet pilots were always, if I catch you fucking around like that again, you're off to fly rubber dog shit out of fucking Siberia. You'd be transferred out of fighter aviation for the slightest fucking thing if you did it more than once or twice. So, like, one of the stories, for instance, and this varies, some of the other Warsaw Pact nations did use air brakes on approach in the 21, or they'd allow very experienced pilots to do it, but your typical Soviet VVS fighter aviation pilot, if he was caught using the air brakes on the 21 during his final approach and landing, he'd be out on his ass the second or third time he was seen doing it, because it was just considered too dangerous, too risky. It left you too small a margin of airspeed and acceleration if you had to go around, particularly because you can't light the burner with the blown flap system in operation. And so if you were spotted doing that, you were going to get put on blast, and if you kept doing it, you were going to be out. You'd be off flying transport aircraft or something else, or flying a desk. Which is very contrary to the Soviets didn't care about their pilots' safety or didn't care about this or that. They cared a lot, they just cared in different ways, and you don't really see it from a Western perspective. Just ignore the community is such good advice for so many things. I know, dude. So my parents are alpaca farmers. They got into it, like, before the alpaca bubble became, like, a true bubble. They got into it because alpacas are cute and I wanted one. And we ended up with a couple more than one. I think they've still got like 80-something on the farm, and at the peak there were like over 150. But yeah, they're alpaca farmers, and they're getting out of it because not only are they getting older now and it's harder for them to actually do farm work, but the whole alpaca scene is just full of people they're fucking charlatans. It's like the reason I don't post on Enigma's Discord anymore. The ratio of knowers to dipshits has just gone below the level where it's worth tolerating. So there's people coming in that, like, they give really bad advice that's harmful to the animals because they heard it from someone else that also doesn't know what they're talking about. There's people coming in acting like they're a novel... Like, there always were people treating them like pets and acting like they were some novel pet for, you know, a status symbol, but it's getting worse now. They're fucking livestock. And just like any animal, they have natural behaviors, they have natural things that they do or don't respond well to. Alpacas don't make good pets. They're very friendly and curious, and if you look after them properly, they'll let you walk up to them in a field and just give them a cuddle. Or they'll follow you around to see what you're doing. Like, they're very tame, friendly animals, unless you mistreat them or, you know, they have a unpleasant upbringing. But there's just so many people coming into it treating them like they're a giant fucking puppy, because they get them when they are about the size of a puppy, and then they don't realize this grows into an animal twice your weight. It might only be as tall as you are when it's, you know, the top of its head sits just below your chin, but it's a big animal. They weigh a lot, and sometimes they don't realize their own strength. And they will get behaviors, like if you treat it like a puppy, it will act like a puppy for its entire life. We've got some that we didn't treat them wrong, but because they were hand-reared, because their mothers were hopeless, they're overly friendly, and they will try and play. And they don't realize their own strength. So one of mine will knock me over sometimes. If I'm not paying attention, she'll come up behind me and try and do a hockey stop into me and just slam into me and knock me over. She doesn't mean to. Well, she probably does. She's a shit. But, you know, like, they don't realize their own strength. And they do that when they're little. They bounce around and, like, hockey stop into each other. It's all a game. And it's cute when it's a little animal the size of a dog. It's less cute when they weigh, like, you know, 100 or more kilos. And their center of gravity is above yours. So So yeah, they're getting out of the alpaca scene because they just can't deal with it anymore. It's like they were bitching about it in the car a week or two ago to me. I was like, wow, this sounds like me with DCS. Like the longer I stay with it, I love DCS and I love things about the community, like particularly the Twitch community. DCS Twitch is a really great community. Everyone like looks out for everyone else. They're really supportive. Don't get me wrong, like I love you guys, but the DCS community as like an abstract concept is what gives me the shits. I don't want anyone to get the idea that when I say I fucking hate DCS players, I fucking hate this community, I'm not like, I actually hate you guys. I hate the abstract of what this community is like sometimes. But yeah, it's the same thing. Like, it's frustrating when you've got the experience. I'm not going to pretend I'm like some great big knower. I know a few things. I don't know all the things, but it's frustrating to try and help somebody who's having a problem. You know, like somebody who's having trouble landing the 21 because they were taught the Hoggett way of doing it, which is the dumbest fucking worst possible way. And then I'll come in and be like, no, this is why you're having problems. This is what you need to do. This is how you fix it. This is a specific, like one specific skill you can practice to really get your landings on point. And then it used to be that they go, oh, wow, cool, I'll try it. And they come back like a couple days later and be like, wow, you were right. This thing's so easy to land. And I felt really good because I had made another person into a knower. And now it's like, I'll do that, and some other person will come in just on a drive-by, like, no, don't use the flaps, it's easier to land without the flaps, bro. Like, if they didn't fucking use them, if they didn't need them, why put them on the aircraft? Use your fucking flaps to land. Like, they just get into bad habits because, yeah, the Hoggett way of thinking. People come in and just, as a drive-by, say, oh, well, this always worked for me. It's totally opposite to the real-life procedure, and to be fair, I make jokes on Hoggett every other week about how I can't land the plane without breaking the wheels, but this is the best way to land, bro, trust me. Like, you know, people take advice from quacks, snake oil salesmen. Like, I literally call it, when I see somebody getting bad advice from another player, I just call it snake oil. I'm like, no, dude, that's snake oil, do this instead. Like, the whole thing I've heard about on Tempest server, which I haven't flown on yet, but I've seen some gameplay of it, and I've spoken to some people about it. There are one or two ascended individuals in Mirage 2000s and MiG-29s who fly at like Mach 1.8 at high altitude and just rain radar-guided missiles down on people. And nobody knows how to deal with that because they're not used to it, especially for semi-active missiles, because everyone thinks that you need fucking Phoenixes or AIM-120s to hit something. If you are like actually not a dipshit and you understand how these aircraft were designed to be employed, then you can capitalize on that. And yeah, I know during some different air combat scenarios, particularly over Vietnam, because they were outnumbered, because their situational awareness was at a certain level versus the US, whatever, sometimes you do fly low in the valleys, sometimes you do want to hide from radar, sometimes you do care about MCON, but as a general rule, particularly for textbook BVR stuff, MCON is not what DCS players make it out to be. In a fighter that is on a cap mission, your radar is never silent, ever. Ever, for any reason. If you're on a ground attack mission, it might be. Until you think you might need to turn it on to see what's ahead of you. Even then, it's probably on a map mode or something, or ground-moving target. Like, the idea that, oh, you know, like the reformer kind of level of axiom that a flashlight in a dark room, it's like, it invokes the fear that because you just turn the flashlight on, everyone knows that you're there and where you are. Well, think a little harder about it. You're in a dark room, can't see shit. You don't turn your flashlight on, you bump headlong into somebody that's like 3 times your size and you get shit kicked in. On the other hand, you walk into that room, you turn your flashlight on, he doesn't. He knows you're there with him. Like, he knows there's someone with him, he knows roughly where they are, he can't see them. He definitely can't see them because the glare from the flashlight is fucking with his eyes. He only knows that there's someone there, not even how many someones, and that it's in that general direction. Meanwhile, you can see him, you can see if he's hench, or if you could pick him up and throw him across the room, you can see how aware he appears to be of you, you can see, like, you have all this information because you have a flashlight and he fucking doesn't. The whole flashlight analogy is just like the complete opposite of what people think it is. But that's how it is. And so I've heard from Tempest server that a lot of people are getting their shit wrecked in MiG-29s because they're doing what Hoggett teaches people to do. They hype up this imaginary stealth. The Erst was never for stealth. The Erst is there for one of 2 reasons. On the MiG-23, the Erst is there so that the aircraft can continue tracking a target below it in look down, in heavy jamming, or in situations where the radar struggles to hold lock, like a co-speed or fleeing target over marshy terrain, because the processor can't cope with it. And you get a lot of false returns. That's what the Erst is there for on the MiG-23. It's not your primary sensor. It was never the primary sensor. It is a secondary sensor to synergize with the radar. That sort of holistic approach where each sensor synergizes with the other to cover each other's blind spots is Soviet Design 101. That's how they work. If they have a shortfall somewhere, they recognize it and they design a way around it. The MiG-29, on the other hand, the IRST is secondarily to do that, but it's above the nose. Same as the Su-27. It's above the nose and it incorporates a laser rangefinder. Now, who here from chat, who I haven't explained this to, can tell me why it might be above the nose when the radar is going to struggle in look down but works perfectly in look up? Why would you have your IRST above the nose in a little ball that looks around wherever the pilot's looking? And why would it have a laser rangefinder when laser rangefinders are typically limited by atmospheric conditions to anything from a couple hundred meters to 5 kilometers, maybe 7 on a clear day, 7 or 10 on a clear day? Who can explain? Who thinks they have an idea why that IRST is there? It's not stealth, I'll tell you that much. I'll give you a little while, and if there's no takers, I'll tell you. Because it's one of those things that you have to understand how real aircraft work to understand why it's designed the way it is, because DCS doesn't work the same way. Because DCS doesn't simulate some things, especially not FC3. Okay, we appear to have bamboozled, or just people are slow at typing. Presume clouds and for poking the nose down to look at the ground masking. No. The OLS-29 is mounted on top of the nose and has a laser rangefinder specifically for close combat. It has limited cooling. The sensor in the MiG-23's IRST is more sensitive and better than the one in the MiG-29. The MiG-29's is lead sulfide, which is like the same compound used in the very earliest generation heat-seeking missiles. It is miserable. It can't tell a plane apart from the sun. It's easily dazzled. It has shit sensitivity. It will pick up false contacts and all kinds of things. However, it is actively cooled for about 10 minutes. It has 10 minutes of cooling, roughly. It's not a primary sensor. It's not even a secondary sensor in most situations. It's placed above the nose so that when you're in a turning fight in close combat vertical scan modes, it can look up across the circle inside the radar's minimum range, because the radar can't hold a lock on something below a certain distance. Between 300 600 meters depends on the radar set. But if you've ever wondered why the MiG-23's air-to-air, battle sight mode for the gun switches from 600 minimum to 300 fixed, that's because the radar can't lock below 600 meters, and the most likely engagement range in a gunfight is 300. If you've wondered why the Mirage F1 has 300 and 600 meter settings for the close combat gun mode, same thing. The radar cannot hold a lock inside that distance. Not consistently. The MiG-29, same thing. Even modern radars struggle below a certain distance. So you cannot have a stable radar lock on somebody if you get within, knife fight in a phone booth range. So instead, you have a sensor that can see the heat from their aircraft, can look up across a turning circle because it's mounted on top of the nose, and it's got like a little gimbaled ball, and has a laser rangefinder so it can feed you range data and use that plus the angular rate that they're making compared to you, based on where the ball is moving compared to your own aircraft. It can use that the same way you would use the radar to calculate a gun solution. That's why the OLS-29 is on top of the nose. That's why it has a laser rangefinder. That's why it is there. It does have the secondary purpose of... No, not yet, Saber. It still has a secondary purpose of being able to pick stuff up that the radar might not be able to hold on to, but the main purpose is for close combat. Same as the Su-27, though the Su-27's is much more advanced, it's a bit more sensitive, it's a better design, and so it's more of a true secondary sensor, as well as being able to give you the advantage of all that info in a dogfight. But that's why it's there. It's not stealth. There is no stealth. The closest thing the Soviets would have had to stealth, like Hoggett thinks, is the PVO, which is the interceptor, the interceptor arm of the PVO, IAPVO, fighter aviation of the Soviet state air defense. The PVO would not typically turn their radars on until they were commanded to by the ground controller, and that was A, to avoid alerting a target, B, to conserve coolant for the radar, because a lot of those aircraft did have a limited supply of coolant, and C, to conserve hours on the radar in operating mode, because it means less having to service it on the ground when the electronics burn out. The PVO would do that, and even then it wasn't really for stealth. It was more just, it was good prudence for not using your sensors when you don't need to, because you've got ground guidance. You don't need to have the radar on all the time. But the Soviet Air Force itself, because the Air Force was separate to the air defense, they were radar on. You'd have a ground controller, like for the VVS, for the MiG-21, for instance, as a frontline fighter, you'd have a ground controller. Very similar to if you've flown the IL-2 Great Battles campaign, the missions where you have to cover a bridge crossing or a troop movement, and you've got a guy on the ground telling you, there's something there, go kill it, there's something there, go kill it. Soviet Cold War aviation doctrine didn't really change from their World War II aviation doctrine in multiple ways. The idea of flying from an austere frontline base 10 kilometers behind the actual front line, instead of, flying from 3 hours away and multiple air-to-air refuelings like the Americans and a lot of the Western countries focused on. But also the idea that your frontal aviation, they're fighters, they have some capacity to act independently, but they're still being given directives from the ground because the ground guys can typically see things they can't. They have a fuller picture of the air defense situation. So the VVS pilots did operate with ground controllers, just like the Americans did in Vietnam. Everyone operated with ground controllers, but they had a bit more autonomy than the PVO pilots. That's what it is. So yeah. How are you? I'm doing alright, dude. Doing alright. I was meant to do more flying, but we've just been talking because I haven't streamed for way too long. And there's some interesting topics that got brought up in chat, so we're just chilling at the moment. I'm going to very shortly take a break for a drink and some lunch, so it'll probably be half an hour, maybe 40 minutes, depends how slow of an eater I am today. And then we'll hop into the Car 10 and do some flying around in that, and then we'll probably get in one more flight over the homeland, over Alberta. We'll fly from High Prairie and buzz over Dad's old farm and head out to the Rockies, I think. I don't know what we'll fly for that. We might take something a bit different that we haven't usually flown. I've fallen behind in chat a little more, but oh well, we can catch back up. Won't take too long. I'm not too far behind now. I've seen people say you're a fantastic pilot because you can get out of flat spins in the Tomcat. Oh, fuck me, dude. If you get in a flat spin in the Tomcat and you didn't do it deliberately to demo it to somebody, you're a shit pilot. I'm sorry. I'm not saying you'll always be a shit pilot. Being a good pilot, the first step of which is like recognizing you're a shit pilot. You can't be a good pilot without being shit. You have to improve on the shit. That's how you get good. I might from time to time. I don't know if I'll be consistently there for it though, because I've just, as you might have guessed from the really topsy-turvy stream schedule and the chaos in Discord, my life has been a bit not bad or difficult, just full lately, particularly after, years of not really having to worry about shit because COVID, and now I'm back to like people expecting me to do things with my life, so it's been pretty hectic. But I will try and get on for the SEEO campaign because it looks like it'd be right up my alley. But yeah, like if you get into a flat spin accidentally in the Tomcat, especially if you do it regularly, yeah, that you're not a good pilot. I'm sorry. You could be one. You could recognize what's causing you to flat spin and then work on it and stop flat spinning, and then you're a good pilot. But if being able to get out of a fucking flat spin is
quality. Hey guys.
Hey Cracks, cheers for the resub. Good to see you. Being able to get out of a flat spin is the most basic bitch. You're a bad pilot, but at least you're not like a completely useless pilot kind of thing. You're a bad pilot, but at least you're not a dead pilot. That's that. If you can get out of a flat spin, you're bad, but at least you're not dead. If you can avoid the spin in the first place, you're a decent pilot. If you can execute maneuvers that place you on the edge of a spin or even use a spin deliberately to achieve something without putting yourself in risk, then you're a good pilot. Like, I'm not going to toot my own horn, particularly because my skill has dropped off a cliff with less time playing DCS, but I have been known to in the past, and I've referenced the time I saw GS do this. This is like, as much shit as GS sometimes gets from the competitive BFM guys, because he doesn't come to tournaments and, doesn't fight people he doesn't really seem to think he can win against, or can't win against. I've seen him do some genuinely high-skill creative stuff from time to time, and one of them was intentionally putting a 29 into an incipient spin to sweep the nose across somebody out of plane and get a missile off at them. That is some, like, fucking gigabrain, I can think in 3D space. Fuck, that's some gigabrain, I can think in 4D space, because you have to get the timing right. That's really high-skill shit. If you can do that, if you can harness an incipient spin to sweep the nose across someone and gun them or get a missile at them, and it actually works, and you also don't put yourself into a developed spin, or at least you recover from the one that develops, that is, like, very high skill level stuff. I, occasionally in the MiG-19, back when I used to fly it more often, which I need to get back into, I would boot the rudder to intentionally put it into an incipient state, just to swing the nose across somebody like who was still in plane with me, because, you know, if I pull and turn, it wastes time and the aircraft's going to want to do all this other stuff. So if they're like coming across my nose like that and I don't quite have the lineup I want, rather than rolling after them and having to fiddle with my position, I just boot the rudder and pull the stick the other way and intentionally force it to swing its nose laterally and then just pull the trigger as I crossed them. Sometimes I'd hit, very rarely. Sometimes I wouldn't hit, but it would scare the living shit out of them and make them fuck up because they would get spooked. Again, I'm not going to say I'm amazing, but like, if you can think of maneuvers like that and actually act on them and then not die because you did them, that's good pilot shit, at least within the context of DCS. I think the Hornet's low-speed handling ends up being a crutch that teaches bad habits. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Well, yeah, Envy's right in that it's a fundamental misunderstanding of how planes work, but in a more generalist sense, the fact that people can just throw the nose around and the plane doesn't really punish them, it's something you see the F5 guys get into trouble with, because the F5 can do it, but the F5 can't recover from it very easily like the Hornet can. The F5 doesn't have the thrust. So that's a trap. The other thing is the way the Hornet flies, because it's fly-by-wire, but also because of the way that it's not it's not fully fly-by-wire like the F-16 or the Mirage is. It's still got some level of mechanical control going on in there, which is intentional. It doesn't handle quite the same as anything else. And not only that, but the way it handles on landing, where you're... the general theory of landing, it's the same. Power for distance, pitch for speed, but you're pitching with the throttle instead of the stick, which is arse backwards to me. Like, the way that you're pitching with the throttle so much in the Hornet fucks me up on landing. I hate landing in the Hornet because of it. I'm not used to having the nose move that much with small applications of the throttle. I absolutely despise the way that works. If you're trained on the Hornet and that's all you fly, it's probably great. But for me, coming from older aircraft where it's you know, more directly, I need to move the stick to change pitch and to change my speed, and I use the throttle to change my distance, it fucks me up completely. I fucking hate it. But if you come the other way, back to something like the MiG-21, yeah, no shit, people are going to find it hard to land, because it doesn't behave anything like it. Also, you see this in Civi Sims too, like in MSFS, people will cut the throttle before they're, you know, even fully in ground effect, because they're, oh, I'm too fast, I'm running out of runway. They're barely over the piano keys, but like, oh, I'm going to run out of runway, I'm too fast. Chop throttle, and, you know, at best, you're going to probably have a bit of a rough touchdown, maybe a bounce or two. You might be able to arrest it. If you're in something like a MiG-21 or an F-104 with blown flaps, you've just killed yourself. You've just committed suicide by cutting the power before your wheels are on the ground. And again, you have to understand how the aircraft works and how it's designed and why to know that. You can't just, like, you can jump into it and intuit it, which is what I did. I didn't know well, I knew what a blown flap system was, but I didn't know how it worked or what its limitations were until I started studying it later. Like, I will jump into a plane in a sim and throw it around and learn from experience, and then the more I fly it and the more I like it, I start becoming actually interested in studying it, so I'll start studying then. I do the opposite of how you would learn a real plane or how you're supposed to learn things in a study sim. That's why I hate that term, because I'm not studying shit. I'm just learning by feel, and I can still outfly people that study, which is kind of sad on their part, because I'm not that great of a pilot. So I don't milsim, I just fly fast jets in MSFS. I don't really, I mean, I do very light milsim in armor, like my armor group are, probably most actual milsimmers wouldn't qualify us as milsim, but I don't care. Like, it's really casual, it's a lot of fun. I don't milsim in DCS at all. I don't even bother with traffic calls in DCS. I don't give a shit. I just throw the plane around and do my own thing. I would like to be able to, you know, get more two-ship stuff happening more regularly. I used to be able to with Zach or Yink or Davey every now and then, but, you know, as people take breaks from DCS or as I fly at weirder times of day, it's not happening. But yeah, like, I'm horribly undisciplined in DCS. I don't milsim at all. I don't even pay attention to which end of the runway the wind's coming down. I just know I'm in a jet, so I don't care. I'm fucking send it. The milsimmers in DCS, not all of them, but a large portion of them, are some of the worst pilots in the game. Both in terms of actual flying skill and in terms of, like, blaming everyone and everything else for their failures. The fucking, the after action reports and TAC view clips that Colin's been posting in my Discord, because he's been flying aggressive for a PvE LARP squadron, US Navy LARP squadron. It's fucking embarrassing, dude. Like, it's just sad how bad they are. And then they, you know, in the debriefing comes along and they blame everything except themselves. Like, oh, this is unfair, that's unfair, this, no, you shouldn't be able to do that. Oh, the best cope was Colin gunned a Hornet with a MiG-21, because the Hornet flew blind into a bunch of MiGs who were below him. He dived into them blind. He had his harms selected, didn't realize that he could just use he could hit a HOTAS button to go to air-to-air and have a missile up. So he yeeted his harms into the ether, ended up defensive because he just yeeted his stick and burnt all his energy immediately while the 21s still had their speed up. He got gunned by them. Colin fucking erased him with a 23mm. And what was his reaction to this? Was it not flying into something blind? No. Was it making sure his aircraft's in the correct fucking master mode before he goes into a fight? No. Was it learning not to just yank the stick like a monkey in front of a MiG-21? No. Was it any of it? Like, no. Do you know what the takeaway was? Oh, that's unrealistic. A real MiG-21 pilot couldn't deflect the control surfaces that fast. He couldn't react that quickly. Are you on fucking crack? Yes, he could. Like, are you on absolute fucking crack? Like, but this is the level that a lot of DCS players are at, and they coalesce into these groups where there's no impetus to improve their skills because they all think they're the hottest shit since, you know, Iceman and Maverick, and they don't need to learn anything, so they just never do. And it forms like this toxic sort of bubble of anti-intellectualism, which is, I guess, the sign of our times, really. That's what shits me about the DCS community. I want to help people. I've wasted so many years of my life, not just on stream, but off stream, teaching people things. Like, I will, even if they're struggling with the concept, I'll take a couple of days to teach them something that really I, you know, would learn in 30 seconds, because everyone learns differently. Some people struggle to pick up certain concepts. Not everyone's a natural with this fixed wing aviation shit. Just the same way I've continually failed to learn basic avionics stuff, because it just doesn't click with me. But yeah, I feel like I'm wasting my time sometimes because so many DCS players and so many flight simmers in general just don't want to learn. Don't want to better themselves. It's not even fucking bootstraps. It's not even fucking bootstraps. You don't have to just pull yourself up by them. Just find somebody who's willing to help you and show a good attitude, and they will. And if they don't, then, you know, just keep looking around, keep reading into things. Like, I didn't get where I am through just one day I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm going to be really good at the MiG-21 and DCS, which I'm not even. I learnt the hard way. Use manual ARU to maneuver better? Oh, fuck yes. The manual ARU and manual nose cone fucking meta is such cancer. Don't. If anyone tells you to switch the ARU to manual in the MiG-21 or 19 and it's not an emergency procedure because it's failed and you need to land, don't do that. Don't do that. The reason they're doing that is because they don't want to have enough fucking tail authority to pull the nose to the point where they can depart the aircraft. They're using a system that is designed to stop you overging the aircraft at supersonic speed or transonic speed to stop themselves from pulling the stick back enough to stall. Then they're neutering their maneuvering capability severely just because they're too, like, lazy to learn to not pull the stick all the way to their lap. Fucking quackery, dude. Snake oil. No flaps to land. Landing gear optional as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone out there that does that. To be fair, when I was a kid, when I was, you know, first getting into flight sims, I found landing really hard because it never quite clicked for me because I didn't have anything to learn off. I just had to trial and error my way until one day finally understood how landing worked. Even the first time I flew a plane in real life, I thought my landing's probably not going to be the nicest because I don't feel super comfortable doing it. And you can see, even in the 21, which I am super comfortable in the DCS, my approaches are messy as fuck, and some of them are pretty sketchy, and I will appear visibly stressed at times because I'm like, oh, the aircraft's getting ahead of me. But I could bring back a crippled plane missing half a wing and with the controls shot out in one axis and like all this bullshit. I could belly land them beautifully without causing any further damage, but I couldn't land the plane if it was intact. I'd stove the gear in or something, or snap the prop. It took the longest time for it to click for me. Just because I didn't have anyone to learn from. Except my own stupid mistakes. Worse, the other person flips on their flashlight before you. Now you've seen the other. Now you're seen and the other guy isn't. Exactly. Exactly. Fucking exactly. Do that in a Hornet 2 with split throttles? Yep, I've seen Pom do it. He was doing it just the other day. He went on one of the dogfight servers. Don't know if it was Mo Better Matters or just Dogfight, and he was doing fucking J-turns and shit on people. And the fucking, was it high alpha velocity vector roll that he does? He can do that now because he has split throttles, and he's really good at doing it now. I watched him, like, there was an F-15 doing the usual F-15 low speed fucking turning shit that they do on dogfight servers, and the F-15 thought he was being clever. Pom, like, basically pirouetted in place and ended up directly behind the F-15. Like, you could see the other guys panic through the way he was flying. It was beautiful. I wish I clipped it. 4-hour 46 event on the 12th. I will try and be there, but I can't guarantee anything. I played the Mirage F1's flight model, went to a spin twice. Once I recovered from immediately, but the second was unrecoverable. Need to relearn my dogfighting in it. Yeah, like, I still need to learn the F1. I can fly it. I can make slashing attacks in it, which is what I think it's actually good at, but dogfighting, I still don't think it's a very good jet in terms of that. I don't think it ever will be. Even now, it's got a supposedly better sustained turn rate than even the MiG-19, or on par at least. I heard that got improved, and a couple other things. Like, it's still... You feel the extra weight, dude. You feel the extra weight when you throw the jet around. You feel the inertia. It's like the Tomcat. Like, I can hang behind something like an A4 or a MiG-21 in the Tomcat, but it takes a lot of concentration and a lot of very funky crossed inputs to get the plane to go where I want it to quickly enough. You're essentially trying to stall a wing to get it to roll quicker in a lot of cases. So it's difficult to do near the ground, quite dangerous, but like, you feel the difference in weight between the Soviet fighters and the Western fighters. Or like the, you know, the F5 and the other Western fighters, because the F5 is about the same weight as a 21 or a 19. In theory, maybe the larger fighters have some sort of edge in maneuvering, but when you actually get in the plane and you feel how the thing responds to your control inputs, you're like, okay, yeah, no, I see how this is. This is... He could have the better sustain rate, he could have the better instantaneous rate, he could have the better fucking, you know, better looking wife, it doesn't matter. My plane, I just think about going somewhere and it happens. Like, I don't even feel like I'm moving the stick, I just think and the plane is already there. Whereas you're in a Tomcat, and yeah, in theory, you got all this great stuff it can do, but you have to really, like, boot the rudder and slam the stick over to get that thing moving sometimes, especially with the wings out. With the wings in, it rolls too much. With the wings out, you cannot get it to roll when you need it to. I'd expect similar from the MiG-23. I'd also expect the MiG-23 to very easily end up in inertial coupling and in the ground if you make high-speed rolls at 72 degree sweep near the ground. Because I don't know someone personally, but I know through somebody else. I could phrase this better. Petzi, who was Major Petzold, he was a East German MiG-23 pilot. He has one of the best videos of the MiG-23 from the cockpit on YouTube. It was his final flight in 1990 before German reunification. And he actually was talking to people in the comments because, you know, German or particularly East German or Soviet aviation videos are great for this. People will coalesce that either served or, you know, grew up around the air bases or whatever, and they'll talk with each other in comments. And they'll find their old mates from their squadron or their regiment or whatever in the comments, and you can learn a lot through reading them, as opposed to a lot of English language YouTube videos where the comments are just a cesspool of fucking idiots. But one of the things that Petzi was discussing was a friend of his, Sasha, was killed like not that long before the squadron ceased or the regiment ceased operations because I don't think they knew for sure, but the idea was that he entered a series of rapid rolls at low altitude because he was disoriented by low cloud. He didn't realize how low he was, how close to the ground he was. He went into a series of rapid rolls at 72 degree sweep. The aircraft is very unstable in that sweep setting, and he just ended up inertial couple into the ground and too low to get out. So, kind of stuff gets you. What's his name? His surname, Petzold. But his YouTube channel's Petzi55. Petzi55. I know I've been saying I'm going to go eat for an hour now. I am going to go eat. I will be back in however long it takes me to eat, guys. Thanks for bearing with. I'm probably going to be like, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes, but might be a while. But we'll be doing some helicopter stuff and then some Alberta stuff afterwards, once I remember how to switch scenes. 5-hour, 20-minute stream, and we've completed 1 flight. Yep, it's a Ross stream, all right. Has to be said, I really love the way that a lot of MSFS streams, not just from me, but from like a lot of streamers I watch, have a tendency to turn from just MSFS streams into just chatting with extra steps. Like aviation theme, just chatting as you cruise around some beautiful part of the world in a cool plane. I really like it. It's, you know, like, I get that the game has its downsides or its limitations here or there, and I get that there's kind of concern about what happens the day that Microsoft finally decide to turn off the servers, whenever that is. I actually kind of feel like there might not be a day for a long time, because they're integrating so many services into this. You know, it's kind of a flagship product in its own right, let alone the sim side of it. But yeah, like, I get it, but this is why I like MSFS so much. This is why once MSFS actually, you know, once I was able to get into it and run it on my new PC and all this, the only appeal X-Plane had to me anymore, because I'm not going to be using it to do real-world training, the only appeal X-Plane had to me anymore, fucking, I can't speak today, was for the 2154 and some of the other, like, obscure vintage aviation that hasn't been brought across to MSFS, and may or may not be in the future. But, like, in terms of just being able to get up and fly somewhere with no preparation, no forethought, no cares in the world, and just look at how beautiful the planet is. In some places in almost one-to-one recreation, in others, you know, close enough at least that it's closer than what any other sim's going to have. I value that a lot. It's really cool. And it's really therapeutic. Like, since I've started playing MSFS, since I was able to actually get it running on the PC, I've found that when I'm really stressed out, I just load up MSFS and go fly somewhere, and it chills me right out. Like, I haven't had anything like that for a long time. I don't know if I've ever really had anything like that. So it's good to have aviation therapy. Speaking of, well, actually, no, not speaking of anything I just spoke about. What am I saying? What you just saw on the screen there, Cold Waters, I do want to get into that on stream at some point. I used to stream it back when I had like 2 viewers and a bot. I'm not good at the game, but I do like the game, so that might be a thing to do in the upcoming weeks/months. Obviously, I've still got to finish High Fleet. That's been an ongoing thing. I think it's been like a year since I fucking played it at this point. I've just kept putting it off and off, but control room in a ship? Was it a screenshot of a carrier deck? Then yeah, it would have been Super Carrier. I glitched the camera into, well, not glitched the camera into it, but I moved the free cam into the whatchamacallit, the air boss station. Because the details are rendered there, they just haven't completed it. Yeah. Yeah, like a lot of the 3D mesh stuff's there already. They just haven't finished it. Well, you'll be glad to hear, Floyd, I sunk it. The ships in space we just saw, I need to get back into on stream as well. Space Engineers is such a cool game. The problem is it's such an attention and time sink that like I'll binge it for a week or two and get nothing done, and then I'll need to get stuff done. So then I'll just kind of not be able to get back into Space Engineers because I know I'll fall into the hole again. I won't be able to get back out. Is Summer of '94 some fucking weeb shit? I know there was a fucking weeb game called Endless Summer. Beskonieczne Leta. And one of my friends is like, hey, there's mate of mine from all the tanks, that I hadn't really spoken to in years, like, hey, there's a game on Steam that I'm sure you'd love. Like, it's got a really cool soundtrack. And it's set in like a in a Soviet pioneer camp. I'm like, oh cool, we'll be able to explore the Far East to the rousing sounds of like Soviet rock from the 80s, like all the bands I already love and listen to. And well, that was my thought anyway. And then he linked me to what it was, and it was like, oh my god, it's a fucking weeb dating sim. Oh my god, no. And the soundtrack was like not even like Soviet soundtrack. It was kind of lo-fi, but with weeb characteristics. I was just like, my man, I appreciate the recommendation, but nah, I don't do this anime thing. One thing I wish they'd add to the sim, I don't know if there's an add-on or a mod that does this or external app or whatever, but one thing I wish that they'd add to the sim is to give you the option to actually not set an airborne spawn point. Like if you click off of a runway, I would like to be able to spawn in an unmarked field because some of them are runways that the sim doesn't treat as airports. Or, I would like to be able to spawn a float aircraft in the water just wherever. I don't want to be necessarily constrained to starting from airfields and stuff. I'm sure somebody's done it or is working on it, but having it as a basic feature of the sim that's included by default, maybe even as an option that you have to enable, but is there by default, would be quite nice. It would open a lot of options for cool cinematic flights, I think. Actually, speaking of, I just saw red. Oh god, it's doing it again. I just saw red flash up on OBS, so I don't know if the. It might be because I'm loading a flight in MSFS, but OBS is having a tantrum. Hopefully, the stream's still up. Anyway, speaking of MSFS and what it's done for the flight sim ecosystem, and just like generally having something I can fly and chill and not give a shit in. Anyone else remember that there was like a whole sim that was going to be all about bush pilot stuff, and it was announced, and then like MSFS came out, and it's just like, literally who? I don't even know if it's still in development. They probably just looked at this and were like, oh fuck. I mean, I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it, because the more sims the merrier. Every sim does something better that others don't. You know, everyone has a strong point and a weak point, but I just feel like it must have been a bit of a ouch moment for those guys to have MSFS not only come out and not only be a big success, but to actually lean into the GA and bush pilot stuff and really like go from strength to strength the way it has. Dead Stick, yeah, that's the one. They cancelled and then said it's back on, but no one believes it. Okay. Groundfall was just released, if that's the one you mean. It's quite promising. I don't think I've heard of Groundfall. I'll have to check it out and see what it looks like. Because, yeah, like, MSFS isn't perfect. It does a lot of things very well, but it's not perfect. And usually, you know, there's always something another sim will do better. Groundfall was made because Dead Stick took so long. Oof, yeah. Not the first time I've heard of that happening, and a full game being developed because another one is taking too fucking long. Bit of a flex. Gonna make their own theatre for bush flying. I think that's what killed them, seeing what MSFS has. Yeah, probably. Although, like, Asobo seem really amenable to working with other developers on pretty complex stuff to integrate into the sim. And Asobo have Microsoft's money behind them, so I almost wonder if, like, if you're working on a sim project that's kind of been rendered somewhat redundant by MSFS, but you still think you have a good idea that MSFS doesn't 100% cover, you could probably approach Asobo and be like, hey, let's do this together. Like, we can incorporate our idea that was originally going to be a standalone game into your sim, and we can both benefit off of it. I don't know, maybe I'm too inclined towards cooperation for game dev thought, but that'd be neat. If you're wondering why you're hearing sim noises in the background, if you're hearing sim noises in the background, it's because I set the flight up so I wouldn't forget what I was going to do. I'll be flying around Darwin in the car 50, the car 10, not car 50. You know, a decent sized city with good scenery and photogrammetry and stuff. Kind of interesting because it's going to be in an upcoming DCS map at some point or other. But also, like, it's not too big of a city, so it won't take too long to get around because this thing is not fast. Weather's also not too bad by the looks of it, so that should be nice. I did my first flight of this thing from Kronstadt, which is quite cool, though Kronstadt is all autogen, and like the autogen's fucked up a bunch of stuff, so I would like to have more scenery of like the former Soviet Union, but I feel like there's a lot less of that going to be happening in the current situation than more of it. And also, a couple of the scenery creators have gone political on .to, so they keep getting their shit fucking removed because they can't keep their mouth shut and get along. It's so dumb. Anyway, I'm going to eat, otherwise we'll be here all day, and I will sit here with cold lunch, still wondering when I'm going to get some food in me. Beautiful shot of Kiev right there, by the way, the waterfront. Unfortunately, probably doesn't look so much like that anymore. Yeah, I always use the dark green Europe camo A10 when I fly it on Ligmas. Just to reiterate tomorrow's plans for anyone that missed them, because I did say earlier in the stream, I will be doing armor as usual unless I sleep through it. My sleep pattern's been fucked up again. I slept in pretty badly today. But we will not be staying on for 10 hours like we did last time. I actually have assessments to get done. Turns out last week I had my weeks messed up, so I missed the day for nothing and got in a panic for nothing. But I do have some tomorrow, so I may do Gunner Heat PC after Armor, or I may do a quick talk through of something I wanted to do on Alpin's server, but unfortunately now I can only describe the plan to you guys because I kept it under wraps for like 2 years, so nobody would be able to counter it. It was for the I49 Nuke event for another running of it. But yeah, we might have a little impromptu wake service for the Cold War 1947 to 1991 server, which for those who aren't aware, Alpin's decided to call it for now. He may be back in a few years, who knows. He's got a family to look after. He's got a little one that was just born very recently, which is why he was not able to be on the server as much, and why he recruited me to help him keep it running. But yeah, between drops in population and just both him and me kind of having other shit on our plate for real life, I guess he decided it was time, unfortunately. So I'm going to be homeless on DCS now. Probably just sleeping on Tempest's and Enigma's couches, so to speak, but might take me a while to find a new home until Alpin makes his fabled return one day in the future. So we might have a little talk through of that and a look at some of what happened on the server, some of the high points and some of the devious plans we came up with on Red 4. I guess the upside is that it does force me to actually properly get back into the Mirage 2000 instead of flying it twice and then going back to the MiG-21 for the next several months. Because the 2000 looks like she's pretty dominant on Tempest server. Should be a lot of fun. Also, Tempest server is full of very, 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 very stupid Tomcat pilots from what I've seen from Zach. What he demonstrated there recently. Yep, mine too. First multiplayer session. Excuse me. First multiplayer session. First air-to-air kill in multiplayer. I think my first air-to-air kill on anything, to be honest. I don't even think I did dogfights against AI before I hopped in. So yeah. So I was like, I actually noticed last night, and I guess this is sad for a game server, but I was like, hang on, I'm going through the stages of grief and loss here, what the fuck? I don't know, it's like fucking 4 years of my life, dude. Yeah, I saw that, Super. Fucking Eye of Sauron. the other thing, which I actually just remembered, because this is how much of a fucking scatterbrain I am, even when I've remembered to take my meds, I bought the camping add-on. Ross, you say, you lunatic, why would you spend money on virtual tents in a flight sim? They don't even do anything except sit there and look pretty. Well, because they sit there and look pretty, and so when I'm sitting here streaming and I've got onto a fucking 10-hour rant, we can chill by a campfire out in the boonies somewhere that I've landed, and just vibe. It's actually, like, it's a really cool little add-on. I'm not disappointed about picking it up at all. I like what it's doing. I like that there's people putting drivable cars and drivable boats and camping stuff in this. Like, expanding on MSFS not just as a flight sim, but as, like, as an experience the world kind of platform. Leaning into its strengths to really give you an experience you can't really get pretty much anywhere else. So that's pretty nice. Okay, we're just about ready here. It looks like there's a Blériot spawned next to me, because I've got MSFS set to just populate empty parking spots with whatever the fuck I have. So, at like busy international airports, you'll see actual air traffic, sometimes even with the correct livery. But here at Darwin, in one of the GA stands, there's not really many aircraft there parked today that are, you know, on flight radar or whatever. No scheduled flights, so it's just spawned my little car 10, and it spawned a Blériot next to me, and it spawned an RV a little further down. As in an RV, like, 14, not a thing with wheels that people live in. Walking around spooky cabins and stuff. Yes, there's a fucking, there's a Halloween-themed add-on that I need to get. It's free, I think, today. I need to double check what the date is for it, because it was like from a certain time period you could get it and it was free. I want to get it. Obviously I've missed it for today's stream, but maybe later in the week I can do a delayed Halloween stream for it. Tomorrow is the 31st here. So it's the 30th for me today, tomorrow's the 31st. I don't know what we're doing for an armor mission, if it's like a regular campaign mission or if it's a spooky themed one. I keep missing Halloween missions. Like, every time we've had a Halloween mission, I've been away from home, and it shits me. Because I really wanted somebody to do a Roland the Headless Thompson Gunner one. I think Brant did run one that was set in the Congo, and it was kind of like Roland the Headless Thompson Gunner, but I wanted to go, like, all out, because you can manipulate your character's head textures, like your face textures, to appear headless. So I actually wanted to be running around as the Zeus character, as Roland the Headless Thompson Gunner, like, just spooking people. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's Roland the Headless Thompson Gunner is a very excellent Warren Zevon song, which I'm going to be fucking disappointed in myself if it's not in the playlist. Let me check. If I haven't put this in the playlist, I'm going to fucking kick myself. Oh my god, you're kidding. I have no fucking Warren Zevon in this playlist? What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay, that's something I'm going to have to fix after stream. Bear with. I will fix this the old-fashioned way. Type, loud keyboard. I really need to put some more in Zevon on this. There we go. I know we're still on the BRB scene, we'll switch over in a minute. I'm just getting everything finally set up, having some of my tea, and we will go. Looks like a nice sunny day in Darwin, scattered light cloud, so we shouldn't have too many unpleasant weather conditions. This thing is like a leaf on the wind, so it really feels any sort of gusts. we go. Should capture the game scene in a sec. I know, right, Floyd? Just random F104 or F35 or something. Okay, are we on the scene? Yes, we are. Good, good. Look how tiny this thing is. So this was a naval observation helicopter. Wasn't built in huge numbers, but it formed the experience base for what Kamov would go into design later. Very raw, no trim. And here's your cockpit. If I enable the pilot body, it's actually rigged properly, so you move with the controls. Do the Malyuk on the side? Yeah, I know, right? I don't fully understand how to start this thing. I can see the starter there. Battery. Like, I get this stuff, but I don't fully get if there's a fuel cock somewhere that I'm missing. There probably is, but I don't know. There's this thing down here next to the collective, but I don't know what it does. There's the engine there. It's like a fucking motorbike engine or something. So we'll just... I think that's mixture. Yeah, that's mixture. The body's flickering a bit just because of where my head is in relation to the cockpit. It's triggering the node rule, so I'm gonna... Can I get it to stop flickering? Not really. Minor issue. So we'll just, I don't know, we'll leave the pilot body on, it should be okay. Yeah, there's something missing. Let me just look. The only thing I can think of is I'm overloading an electrical system, but I don't think that's... Dunno. Like, I would assume there's a fuel valve or something. Fuel valve, I can speak. And it might be, like, it might be one of the controls on here, or that might be a timing control or something. I don't know. We're just going to do the cheaty, lazy way and hit Control-E, and I'm going to have to study up on how this thing actually starts up. But we won't do it today, because watching me blunder about on stream trying to figure out basics is not very entertaining. Well, usually. And you can see... that's the transfer bar from the fucking cyclic to the swash plate. The rotors are animated, fully animated. You can't see the blades changing pitch with the rotors running, obviously, but if I, you know, when I land and shut it down, you'll be able to see them change pitch. Whoa, fuck. Ooh. She comes off the ground a little viciously. I think that needs tuning. The sim still technically doesn't natively support helicopter flight dynamics, so they've had to do a bit of kludging, I think. There's also a bug where I think I don't know if it's been updated yet, but I think I haven't remembered to update this, where it'll show, like, water mist effects in a weird way, like the water effects are broken when you fly over it. So there'll be some minor bugs here and there. This is a pretty new release, and I think that the the dev that made this is fairly new as well, so... Jazz, yes, in November. November update's bringing official gliders and official helicopters and a bunch of other cool stuff. And the Spruce Goose, the Hughes Hercules. Which is going to be fucking awesome. So this is a shared use civil and RAAF base. Those are RAAF hangars there, revetments. Obviously they look a bit different in real life, but you can see the circular layout. As I mentioned, there's no trim on this thing. It's all hands-on. You don't need to worry about the pedals too much because it is, you know, coaxial contra-rotating rotors. So it mostly takes care of torque itself, but if you get hit by gusts of wind or if you want to make a turn, you will need to use them. And you may have noticed I had a little bit of pedal and takeoff as well, just because I could feel it drifting before it became airborne. Because we took off with a pretty strong wind, which would have been a crosswind, I think, where we were sitting on the pad. So, a bit dumb of me to not turn into the wind before taking off, but I'm not known for my intellect, so... What I'm going to do is I'm going to move the... I'm just going to pause briefly so I don't crash. I'm going to move the pilot's viewpoint ahead slightly, and just up very slightly, so I'm not constantly clipping through my own cap. Darwin is largely photogrammetry. There are a few patches of autogen, but this is default photogrammetry. This isn't custom scenery. I've never been to Darwin in real life, so... This is, like, MSFS is the first place I've really seen it, besides on the telly or whatever. Probably, but I mean, it's a light helicopter, so it's still going to be sensitive no matter if it's less sensitive. I mean, you'd be having the same issues in the Bell 47 as well. Been to Darwin once, saw crocodiles and shit. I've seen crocodiles, but not in Darwin. I used to live just down from the reptile park on the Central Coast, so I got to see Eric the crocodile, who is a big fucking croc. I think Eric died a few years ago. He was ancient. He was like 90-something or 100-something. Best anyone could guess, anyway. But he was a fucking massive salty. Traffic is just everyone cutting each other off. Pretty realistic. Yeah, like one of my first flights in MSFS, I flew over the big roundabout in Fishwick, just at the end, just off the end of the runway at the airport, and there's like some cunt doing fucking laps of the roundabout, cutting across lanes of traffic at 3 times the speed limit. I was just like, yeah, that looks about right for Fishwick drivers. That looks accurate. Where's my compass? Where the fuck am I going? Southeast. So we're gonna kind of hit a bunch of nothingness out here. We'll do a bit of a turn. There's a bunch of different naval installations and stuff around Darwin, so plenty of interesting things to see. At least I should be going southeast. Robertson Barracks is up here. The nuclear tank, the Centurion that was used during the Maralinga test to see if a tank could survive a nuclear blast without significant damage. Spoiler, it can. Tanks do not care about nukes, much like they don't care about napalm, contrary to popular belief. The nuclear tank is a gate guardian at Robertson Barracks. Now, I don't know exactly where Robertson Barracks is, because I've never been there, but it's probably, this could well be it. I don't know. No, it might be industrial, I don't know. It's around here somewhere. I know it's just outside Darwin. Pretty optimistic airspeed indicator. Yeah, I know, right? That's the actual city back there. We'll head back there. I just want to kind of buzz around here and have a look at what's up. The photogrammetry for Darwin extends quite far out into the boonies. I was surprised the first time I came up here. So, was it not that long after the Northern Australia, like the top end map was announced for DCS, I did a flight around to the top end from Broome Airport to Darwin in the F-104, and I posted a shit ton of screenshots in Discord just to give people an idea of what the lay of the land's like. It's pretty barren. I'll give you that one for free. But I was quite impressed with how Darwin looks in the sim. Pretty cool. Aren't you maxing it out, more or less? This is pretty much as fast as she goes. I haven't got the collective fully back, but it's pretty close. It's like 75% or so. At least physical position on my throttle. It might not be logical position 75%. Not having trim really makes this interesting, put it that way. Especially because I got progressive cams on my stick, so the resistance builds the closer I get towards the ends of its motion. So if I want to, like if I'm trying to go fast and I've got to hold it fully forwards, it gets quite heavy on my hand after a while. A bit of crowded house, shit yeah. Sound reminds me very much of a Car 26. I don't know if this is the sound the Car 10 actually made. The Car 26 makes this sound because of the big cooling fans for the Vedeneev radials it uses. I'd love a Car 26 in this. I know Nemeth did one for FS9, but I don't know. FS9 stuff is very obviously dated when it gets ported across. This is probably Robertson here. Those look like, yeah, those are army vehicles. Those are army vehicles. Where's the Gate Guardian? I think for a couple of years now, Robertson's maybe 10 years now actually, because I think they were doing it when I got out. But Robertson was being shared with the US Marines, so you'll see Humvees and American vehicles and shit down there as well as Australian ones. We don't use Humvees here, so that's probably the Yank part of the base. Is that him? I can't tell. The photogrammetry kind of turned it into a blurry, melted mess, but yeah, the nuclear tank, the Centurion that was placed 500 yards from a nuclear detonation during the Maralinga tests, was sent to Vietnam, served in the Vietnam War with no issues whatsoever, came home, remained in service for another God knows how many years, and was finally retired and put on a plinth at Robertson. Obviously they decontaminated it before it was sent to Vietnam, but you know, as I keep saying, DCS players grossly overestimate overpressure damage, particularly to armoured vehicles. They don't care. They do not care. Tanks don't care about fire, and they don't care about overpressure. Unless a bomb goes off literally within, like, almost touching distance of them. At which point the main concern is the tank will get flipped on its head, or it might shatter some welds. Overpressure doesn't propagate through armour. Not as much as you'd think. It does a bit, but it's nowhere near what people think. The main issue with overpressure through armor is if the armor's been punctured in the process of that overpressure forming, i.e. a heat jet, but even that's overestimated by most people. Or the other one is, maybe that's it there, I don't know. It looks kind of like a Centurion shape, vaguely, if you squint real hard. Or the other one is if a very large high explosive detonates near the roof of the tank, like on the underside of the turret or something, and it caves in the roof of the tank and causes direct access. Like, there's simulations on YouTube. If you look up, Damien's done a couple of overpressure ones, I think, but there's another, like, SY something, SciSims, I don't remember what the channel name is, I just know I'm subscribed to it, and they show like the overpressure effects of a 183mm Hesh round, a 120mm Hesh round, an artillery round, all this stuff striking a tank in different places. And as a general rule, you might lose 1 or 2 crew members if it hits the tank in a way that that propagates the overpressure through the armor somehow. But it's grossly overestimated. Like, the whole purpose of tanks is to protect the squishy thing inside from anything that happens outside, and they're very good at it. Yeah, it took forever to get through the approval process, I think, Jazz, but theoretically speaking, if I had had a chance to fly it yet, just totally hypothetical, I might tell you I'm very impressed with how good it is at release. It has some pretty serious bugs with the damage model, but then a lot of things do, even years later. But, like, it's beautiful. In theory, a friend told me, it looks good, it sounds good, it flies the way I would expect it to, like, for a straight-wing trainer like that, straight-wing aerobatic trainer, it flies how I'd expect. So, for example, the C-101, while it has some amazing systems depth, I found I was able to break the C-101's flight model very easily. It didn't take me long. I know things that planes shouldn't really be able to do very comfortably, or at all, and so I can make them do those things, and I found that the C-101 did them very readily, with very little encouragement. The, there's a water park there. The 339, I did all the same things that made the C-101 and even the L-39, which is, an ED module, so it's supposed to be bang on. It made them do goofy things. I could not get the 339 to do it. Like, it feels really solid. I'm really, really impressed. I think I'm probably going to start buying some of their modules. There's Kmart. Some of their modules in MSFS as well as DCS now, on the strength of what I saw from that. Or, sorry, on the strength of what I theoretically saw from that. Server, North Europe, I think, because I usually fly along with CCM and Conti and Fenrir, and all those guys are all in North Europe, so that's typically where I am. Do you think you'll do a DCS versus MSFS MB339 stream? I might do, yeah. I'm not going to buy it right away, and I don't own it in MSFS yet, but I probably will get them, like, get it in both platforms, so to speak, and I will probably do that in the future. I just don't know when. I'm trying not to be too carried away with my spending at the moment, because I just had a very profligate period of spending, only to realize I hadn't been paid for about a month. So I've got back pay now. I'm all good. I'll live. I'll survive. I'm cushy, but it was just a bit of a, oh shit, I pulled a bit more money than I thought I had. And your location? Darwin. We just overflew Robertson Barracks a bit back that ways. We're on the south side of the CBD. Looks like. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Eudes. Hope you're having a good day. Bought the F1 Mirage and barely flew it. Yeah, I noticed you haven't, like, well, I don't know if you have been around and just been quiet, but I haven't seen you around for a while. I was like, where's Jazz? Not like him to go silent like this. Cockpit textures are a bit underwhelming. Yeah, I mean, they're okay. They're better than the mod had. But I feel like, because they haven't decided to do a super heavily weathered aircraft, they're acceptable. It's like the C-101. The textures aren't the greatest, but they're acceptable in the cockpit. The externals look good. The externals on the 339 look really nice. I really like the livery with the faded Dayglow orange on the tips. Like on the tip tanks and on the tail. Like, it looks awesome. But yeah, the cockpit's pretty clean, but the cockpit lighting's quite nice. The way it actually, like, catches the light on the edge of the glass for the instruments. That's a really cool effect. I don't think anything else in DCS really does that. Which airport I flew out of? Darwin Airport, which is also an RAAF base. It should be, like, over there somewhere, I think, relative to me. I don't know the airport code, but if you just go to Darwin, Australia, you'll find it. There's that water spray effect I was talking about. That's a glitch. It's a known issue. It, I think, has been patched or is being patched. I'm not sure if it's been released yet. I've had issues updating my marketplace stuff on MSFS for a while, I think what it is because I'm typically running like a gazillion browser windows and tabs in the background. It just doesn't want to connect because, like, it just, I don't know, my bandwidth's not good enough or something. So I did a fresh restart of my PC before the stream, so I might be able to get it to work at the end of the stream today and just update everything then. Or I might have to wait until next time I do a restart. And all these curved roads disorients me. I'm too much grid pilled. Yeah, you get a lot of curved roads in Australia. A lot of the time because they're following terrain, but also because, like, in newer suburban developments, they build cul-de-sacs. Cul-de-sacs are a fucking cancer here. Well, I say they're a cancer. They're not bad. They keep through traffic from going down your street and annoying the shit out of you, and they result in nice, quiet little neighborhoods, but they're not a very optimal use of space. And also the kinds of houses that are built on cul-de-sacs are also not optimal uses of space. They're fucking mansions. So it's like you take one step forwards and two back. Oh, by the way, Floyd, while I've got you here, you should remind me one stream to go pay a visit to Grover's house. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know roughly where it is, and once we get there, we'll find it. We'll be able to find it from the air. Grover's house is in photogrammetry. You can even see the fucked up windows and the bit where he put the fucking barbecue against the wall and it melted the vinyl. It's like, that was what absolutely sold me on this game. I was already into this game, but then another goon posted on Twitter, folks, when they said the whole world, and he just put like a bunch of screenshots of Grover House, I was just like, oh my god, this game is the greatest thing ever to be released on PC. I need to make a pilgrimage there. Fucking load-bearing drywall and... drywall. I really can't speak today. Load-bearing drywall and insulation under the stairs. Gotta love it. Yeah, it's quite, well, it's tropical up here. So you get not just, like, brown, parched soil, but you get essentially tropical rainforest. All through, like, Kakadu National Park and the Catherine is quite beautiful. You get, like, a lot of the red sort of iron, like, rust red, because it is all iron. Australia's just a giant chunk of fucking iron sitting in the ocean. But you get like the iron red cliffs, and then the clear blue water, and then the, well, brown or blue, depending where it's flowing from. And then you get the rainforest and scrub. Around Wittenoom, you get really blue water, because the fucking blue asbestos, like, tints it. Wittenoom's fucking beautiful. I just wouldn't go there if you paid me. Not even in a full CBRN suit, because I'd be scared I'd fucking get it contaminated, and then, you know, something would get missed in the deco shower, and I'd breathe it in anyway. Badly on a troll all the F-22 pilots with F-106. We need a fucking 106. In this sim, in DCS, I don't care, we need a 106. Any sim, give me a 106. Yeah, I know that Strike Fighters has it, but like a full fidelity sim with a 106 would be dreams. And a bearing straight map, Su-15, 2128, F-106, the F-4 is coming, so we can do Air Force Phantoms in the based Air Superiority Grey Interceptor scheme. The only time Air Superiority Grey looks good is when it's high-vis national markings and on an interceptor. Or at least a frontline fighter that's being used as an AirSART's interceptor, MiG-23 hours. There was at least one F-106 for FSX, but it was FSX, so the flight model was probably not the greatest thing ever, and like it wasn't modeled in any real depth. Didn't look exactly fantastic either, but I'd love a 106 in this sim, dude. Like, if you gave me interceptors in MSFS, I would totally fly simulated air defense intercepts on people. Like when the Tubi tubers get lost because they fucked up their navigation system, I would very gladly position myself on their wing and give them the old follow me and then the flash of the fangs. Like, if I thought I could get away with doing that on VATSIM, I would, but VATSIM's too serious business for me. Way too serious business for me. Shadows disappear from trees at the edge of the screen. I'm not noticing that. What I am noticing is because it's SSLR reflections, like DCS, screen space reflections mean that where the thing that is supposed to be reflecting is occluded, it doesn't render it. So you notice in DCS when you're over water or something else reflective, or in this sim, if there's a post in front of you, part of the cockpit frame, you'll see a gap in the reflection that corresponds to that piece of framing, because the SSLR requires the screen space, hence the name. It requires something to be on screen to then render the reflection. It's not like real-time reflections where it can render whether or not you're actually, whether or not it's occluded, whether you're looking at it or not. What's your username? Should be Rossmum, but with a 0 instead of the O. If you've taken off from Darwin... Actually, did I fly from Darwin or did I fly from one of the fucking air bases? I don't remember. I'm lost. Like I said, I've only been here once in the sim and never in real life. Okay, so look for the Darwin skyline, and it's over there. I'm, approaching the Darwin skyline from the southeast. So we can meet up there, and I think there's an airport there. Yeah, no, the actual airport's, over there, I think, and then the city is there, and then I've done a big loop around looking for Robertson Barracks. The trees on the right now? That's not the shadow, that's a reflection. That's what I mean, that's screen space reflections. So because the edge of the screen is cutting off this, it can't render the reflection from it. Likewise, you'll notice there's a bit of a gap between the reflection and the object that's actually reflecting. There's a slight standoff distance between them. And you'll notice that when I put the, it's kind of hard now because the reflections aren't big enough, but if I put a piece of the cockpit geometry in the way, right there, you see there's a gap that chases the cockpit, or chases the bracings around? That's the screen space reflection. That's just a dint of how that system works. It's one of the downsides of it. So you get quite nice looking reflections, but the downside is that if anything occludes the thing that's supposed to be reflected, you get a gap in it. That's the price you pay for better performance versus true real-time reflections like Halo used to have. Halo actually only used real-time reflections for one thing, and it was the floor of the control room. That was the one place in Halo that had real-time reflections. They had a few more in development when it was still a Mac game, and it was a very different game, but by the time it hit release, it was just the control room floor. Deus Ex has real-time reflections for bathroom mirrors from memory. It's quite weird, you see, this... Oh, no, I see. There's... Yeah, you're right. There's shadows fading there, too. Okay, that's quite cool. I hadn't noticed that before. That might be ambient occlusion fading. That'll be SSAO. That's what that is, probably. Screen space ambient occlusion. But yeah, it's funny seeing all these games from, the late 90s, early 2000s that had all these really Gucci graphical techniques, true real-time reflections, which are holy fuck at the time. Most games are still not even using cube maps yet, let alone that. And now it's you don't see true real-time reflections anywhere. They just don't get used. You see a lot of screen space. That's one reason we're able to get as much graphical fidelity as we have, is there's a lot of trickery going on in the background. Things instead of true reflections, you get screen space ones. Instead of true anti-aliasing, you get dynamic scaling. So for instance, you can make a game look really good in motion, but if you take a screen cap of it, it looks kind of like shit, because there's downscaling going on, or upscaling rather. The game's dynamically scaling its resolution, it's scaling textures, it's doing all this stuff on the fly. It looks fine in motion because you're caught up in the gameplay and you're not really paying attention, and you don't notice. But as soon as you get a still image, it's I see how they're doing this. But it gives you a lot more overhead to play with, so it's... Obviously, computing power has increased massively, but it's a two-way street. It's not just the increase in computing power that's given us better graphics and fidelity. It's the sneaky little tricky ways that game artists, good game artists, and engine coders find to work around things. Like I was saying during the GHPC stream last week, they found that instead of rendering the image twice to do a coincidence rangefinder, they could just use a shader to make it appear that the image had been rendered twice. I mean, theoretically it could intercept seagulls if you flew it low enough. I guess so. Here we can see the photogrammetry's had a bit of a moment trying to convert a brush line into a cliff face. The photogrammetry is quite good. From high altitude it looks excellent. From low altitude, some places actually still hold their quality. They still look good. but others, like here, it's kind of falling down. You can also see, though, how they mix the auto-gen trees with the photogrammetry trees, which is good because it hides some of the flaws of the photogrammetry, but it's bad because they've overdone it. For instance, there's been running jokes since the game's release about Manhattan, without any mods to strip out the auto-gen trees. It looks like fucking, it looks like, I Am Legend. Because the auto-gen trees tend to be too large in scale and often too dense, particularly in urban areas, and they will be placed on anything that is tree-coloured and has surface detail. So you'll occasionally come across... Oh, hello! You'll occasionally come across, like, an oil tanker or some other ship that has a green-painted deck, and the sim has just spammed trees all over it. Hey, Tempest. Check foveated rendering in VR. I don't have VR, so I don't really keep pace of what happens with VR technology, to be honest. Trees on a baseball field? Yep, it happens. It's getting better about it, particularly with things like sports grounds, but it still happens. You can see what I was saying about the water effects. Not only have I got some magical water haze following me even over land, but when the rotor wash hits the water, it causes some artifacting. I'm led to believe that the water up this end of Australia is genuinely this beautiful blue-green colour. But I've never been here, so I wouldn't know. I know in New Caledonia it was. New Caledonia had crystal clear water, and so you could see the blue-green from the coral and the sand underneath. I hope New Caledonia gets some better scenery in the sim sometime, because last time I flew over it looked kind of... It must have been covered by clouds, because Pacific weather, because a lot of it was just generic textures, you couldn't really see anything. Low res on peripheral vision. Yeah, that's quite cool, because peripheral vision is something that you're missing in a lot of sims. A lot of games in general, but especially in sims, it's kind of important. Fucking Gin Palace in construction down there. So this is just default MSFS photogrammetry, this isn't custom scenery. I do use a lot of custom scenery. Sometimes I find that the custom stuff is less melty looking than the MSFS default, but it doesn't blend as well with colours. Whereas the MSFS stuff is better optimised and blends well, but it can be a bit melty and often it can have too many trees auto-genned in. Oh, that was a close pass. Oh! Oh! Oopsies! Uh-oh! Oh shit! Call the NRMA. Roadside assistance. So yes, it's Darwin. I don't know, I've heard good things about Darwin from mates that are in the military, either Australian or US or whoever else that have been there, but I've never been there, and like I don't cope well with hot climates, so I've not really had the interest, to be fair. It looks like a decent place to check out sometime. Might try it one day or other. It has quite a young population, because it is like a defence town, and also there's a lot of industry and stuff up here. So I think the median age or something for Darwin is really, really low. So it probably has really good nightlife and shit, although you guys know me, I'm not much of a nightlife person, I'm a museums person, so... Not that I would say no. Another Gin Palace. It's like a baby cruise ship, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the MSFS Super Hornet can't quite pull the high alpha maneuvers that the GCS Hornet can. They haven't tuned that part of the flight model yet. Hopefully they do at some point, because it'll benefit a lot of aircraft in the sim, but like the high alpha performance on things that should be able to do it just isn't there yet. Oh! Was that a crash or was that desync? It's hard to tell in MSFS sometimes. The multiplayer doesn't synchronize perfectly. Okay, yeah, I think that was a brush with the water. Yeah, sometimes you'll see, like, if you're flying in formation with someone, you'll see them stuttering back and forth. Especially me when I'm taking screenshots, because I've got so many screenshots in my Steam Screams folder that it freezes my PC when I take them sometimes. So yeah, if you fly with me, you'll see me stuttering and rubber banding around every now and then. It usually means I've just taken a screenshot. Hey, Boopy. Yeah, I love this. I absolutely love this sim. It's like my stress relief these days. DCS is the opposite of stress relief. This is chill though. We'll clown around a bit more and then we'll find somewhere to land, I think. Maybe land on top of a building. When I was flying around Kronstadt in it, I landed on top of, it rendered the big fucking Orthodox cathedral for the Navy Orthodox cathedral there as a very oddly shaped apartment block, so I just landed on top of it. Speaking of religious institutions, there's one down there. That actually looks kind of like an Orthodox church. Wonder if it is. There's quite a few around me, because there's a lot of Macedonians, I think some Ukrainians around here as well. I've seen a few Ukrainian flags, but these days it's like, I don't know if they're Ukrainian or if they're just, you know, trying to do their part for support, but I know that there's pretty much every other kind of Slav around here. The chief pharmacist at the place I get my fucking meds from is Russian. So I heard her talking to somebody else over the counter the other day. I was like, oh, I can understand like one of every 10 words they say, almost. Keyboard. Yeah. I had a joystick when I started Flight Sims because my uncle gave it to me. Like, I got into Flight Sims because my uncle gave me his old Logitech joystick, a little Navy patrol boat there. Gave me his old Logitech joystick and a copy of Combat Flight Sim 2 Europe Edition. So I always had a stick, but for a period during school, I would be supposed to be doing homework and I'd actually be playing Flight Sims. And it would have been obvious if I had my stick set up on my desk, so I learned to fly with keyboard. In a few sims I used to play, just so I could get my fix. Like, I am that bad with flight sims, if, you know, I'll be supposed to be doing something actually important and constructive, and I'll just be like, I'm jonesing for a fly, dude. I need to fly. Gotta do it, gotta get my fix. Because this thing's so slow, and also we're quite low to the ground in it, I don't actually know where we are relative to some of the landmarks I wanted to look at. I think they're on the east side of Darwin, so if we head over that side, maybe we might spot them. But there's a couple of Navy installations that are just within the bounds of the photogrammetry. A couple of others that are just outside the bounds of it that have autogen that's reasonably suggestive of what they are, so... You guys know me, I'm half admiring the scenery and half admiring the actual, like, what's built there. Everyone else is doing, like, flyovers of tropical islands, and here I am spotting air defense sites. Whoosh. Straight up into the vertical. Thrust for days. Okay, I see the airport there. I can see the beacon light flashing, and I can see the tower. So that green blip off my, like, 12:30, 1 o'clock, that's the beacon light, and then the thing on the skyline is the air traffic control tower. So I know where I am, sort of, now. Dusted, like, 2 blocks of the city there. Usually if I end up hitting something, it's like I've tried for a bridge and I've got caught out, because it'll be like the one bridge in the entire area that has a collision volume that extends all the way to the water. Or like I'll just clip a tree which didn't appear to actually be where it was or something. My biggest problem is overspeeding, because I overspeed things like a motherfucker in this. I see green. What's this? Army stuff, or no? Construction stuff. Okay, boring. Green tarps. Thought it might have been connexes or something. Some nice wetlands here too, right on the waterfront. It actually, like, it genuinely does look like a nice place. I mean, it's fucked climate-wise, and it's out in the arse end of nowhere. If you want to visit people, you have to fly across the country, but also the Northern Territory's like arse backwards. It's like the fucking 1950s as soon as you leave the city, but it's a pretty nice place. I might have to visit Darwin sometime. Probably just not during the summer. See you in the NT. Oh man, that was so good. They should have adopted it. For those that weren't aware, the See You in the NT travel slogan was actually parody. It was just very well done parody. But they should have adopted it. It probably still would have offended less people than fucking Scott Morrison's dumbass "Where the bloody hell are you" ads, which weren't even fucking funny. Yes, let's advertise ourselves that way to, like, the Asian tourism market. Like, countries known for having really, like, obsessively polite and formalized society. Excellent idea. Go during pitch black and get a free air show? Yeah, I should probably do that, actually. Find out when pitch black's on and go up. Okay, once I land this thing, I'm gonna need a short break. And then we'll head back to my homeland. Well, close enough to my homeland, bit north of where I'm from, but where my dad grew, not where he grew up, but where he bought his first farm after he moved out from home. And we'll do a flight from High Prairie, across sort of middle northern Alberta, over to the Rocky Mountains. We might find a campsite, maybe. I'm not sure what we'll fly, but we'll maybe take a campsite out there with us. Like, particularly in motion, like, if I was to take a still, you'd be able to see the artifacting on the trees and the, like, you know, some of the weird non-planar faces on the models. But, like, moving at this speed, even at this height, but especially if I was a little higher, that looks pretty much photorealistic, you know? Almost photorealistic. Really impressive. Oh, it sure does, yeah. I mean, even the areas in this sim that are still auto-gen, so they're not one-to-one photogrammetry, even those, if I'm over an area I'm familiar with in real life, I can pretty much VFR perfectly. I know where I am. I'm usually able to identify individual buildings just by the shape of them or what color their roof is and where they are. But yeah, in the photogrammetry areas, like, I can identify everything because it looks, you know, a little low res maybe at times, but it is pretty much how it is. We do a little... I'm scared to go external view because the thing will probably nose over into a tree, but we do external view. That's what we're flying. Kamov Kar-10, Light Naval Scout Helicopter. Basically the smallest you can make a helicopter that still flies and has enough fuel to be useful. 2-hour endurance on a fuel tank. Full tank, words. So, nice little spotting helicopter. Not overly successful. They didn't build a huge number of them as far as I'm aware, but you can see where Kamov developed their future designs from, which were very successful. Late 40s, yep. Very early helicopter. Do I have a fuel gauge? I don't think so. There might be one on the tank itself. Not sure. Or I'm blind. We've got pressures and temperatures, but we don't have actual fuel tank contents. We do have a blade pitch indicator there, so I am thrashing the engine a bit. Bring it down to 9 degrees. So it's something Soviet helicopters have instead of a separate torque gauge. They have engine RPM, rotor RPM, and then they have blade pitch. So it takes a little getting used to if you come from Western helicopters, but it's quite a good system, because it gives you a good idea of exactly what the blades are doing. And you can kind of see a distinct threshold for if I go past this angle, the blades are going to stall. Like, it gives you a more direct visualization, I guess, of how close you are to stalling the blades versus just having a number for torque that you're supposed to stay below. Or at least in my opinion. I'm not a helicopter pilot in real life, so I could be full of shit. So the sim doesn't fully natively support helicopter flight dynamics as far as I'm aware yet. It will be with the big November update, along with a bunch of other cool stuff. Whether the devs are able to harness that to the best of its potential, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff the sim can do, and the sim does do for some modules that devs swear up and down that they can't do. You know, oh, Asobo won't let us do this, and then you see some one-man effort that no one's ever heard of does it perfectly. It's like, oh, really? So we'll see how it's utilized in the sim. Like a lot of the fancy new prop dynamics, like the real-time sort of CFD stuff, a lot of modules still don't use that, third-party ones especially, but even a lot of the Asobo ones don't. So, I mean, it's one thing to have it there, but it's quite another to actually utilize it. But the stuff that does utilize is quite fucking awesome. So hopefully there'll be more of that in the future. So you can see the airport tower over there, directly up my 3 o'clock, and then the city itself is just back there. Whoopsies, a little bit of a stutter. There's a lot of stuff we're not going to get to see just because I don't have, well, partly I don't have time, but also I'm going to need a break very shortly because I'm having some stomach issues here. Probably because I didn't get proper sleep. So I'm going to need a short break to try and unfuck myself, and then we'll get back into it with some fixed wing stuff. Back over Alberta. What fighter nets do you have? Like, what fighters in the sim? F-104, both the single seat and the two-seater. F-35. A bunch of the World War II stuff. Trying to remember if there's anything else. I think that's it for modern stuff. I think. I got a couple of the trainers. I got like the Hawk and stuff, but a lot of the especially like the fast jet fighters in this, they're like really badly done fucking asset flips and cash grabs. There's a couple of good ones. Like the F-104 is pretty decent, though it still needs work. G91, same thing. But like some of the you know, the crowd pleaser fighters are just not well modeled at all. I wouldn't buy them even on sale, so take that for what you will. Oh, Envy, it's the banger. It's the fucking banger. Continue this way a bit, and then we'll turn around and head back towards the airport or towards the city. Might land in the city. The Grob, I've had my eye on the Grob for a while, but haven't picked it up. Same with the Goshawk. I'm tempted to get the Goshawk. The Just Flight Hawk for me has been a disappointment. The flight model, I don't know what they did, but the flight model has never felt good to me since I bought it. I believe the story currently is something changed in the MSFS flight model and it broke the Hawk's flight model, but I'm calling bullshit because it didn't break anything else. If anything changed at all, it didn't break anything else, and the Hawk, from the day I bought it, didn't feel right to me. I'd kind of hoped, because it was Just Flight and because they had a pretty good rep from other sims, it was like, oh well, I'm sure they'll do it justice right, but it's like, maybe not. Hopefully they fix it at some point, but I'm not holding my breath. As you may have guessed, this thing has pontoons, so it can in fact land on water. We could do that, but landing on water is easy. Landing on top of a tall building is a little more challenging, so that's probably where we're going to land it when we do set down. Also, once it is on the water, I've got no way of stopping it drifting whichever way the wind is pushing it. Like, I can't drop an anchor or anything, so... Well, maybe there's a hidden click spot to do it, but I haven't found it yet, so I don't want to be pushed into a tree. The flyby sounds for the Hornet could use a little work. They're not terrible, but they could be better. I don't think you get sonic booms from other players either, which is kind of disappointing. You definitely get them from your own aircraft, but I don't know if you get them from AI, and I don't think you get them from other players. Although the Hornet, Super Hornet rather, is not exactly known for being supersonic on the deck. You can do it with a power dive maybe, but she ain't really going to want to get their level of acceleration. We'll kick the blade pitch back up a bit, just because I'm going pretty slow here and I want to speed things up a little. So one of my many fun, persistent undiagnosed issues is I get really bad, like, bloating and stomach pain sometimes for no readily apparent reason. I've had to cut streams short because of it before. I don't want to cut this one short, but I need to go and try and see if I can get something happening there. Probably because I didn't sleep properly last night. I slept for like 5 hours, woke up for another 5, then went back to sleep for another 5, so splitting my sleep up fucks me up. So if you see me suddenly like turn green and run from the chair during a stream, that's probably what's happening. Like my stomach's starting to really hurt and I need to like try and alleviate the situation immediately before it gets worse. Another stuff I got, F-22 and Su-57 are pretty poopy. Neither got their high maneuverability. The sim doesn't really support that yet anyway. I mean, there's probably ways you could do it with custom coding in the flight model, but none of the devs have. 15 and 16 are... As somebody who comes from DCS, the 15 and the 16 are like... I don't have them, but I've watched people fly them. I've seen what their flight performance is like and how their systems work. They look like a 15 and 16 from the outside, same with the Tomcat, but they don't fly like them. Like, the only military jets I'm interested in buying in this are close or exact to their real-life counterparts. I picked up that MiG-21. I knew it was going to be not up to the claims of being the best MiG-21 add-on, like I just knew. But I had hoped that it would have some redeeming qualities. And the devs have expressed interest in fixing some of its issues, but the flight model is just UFO, like complete UFO. The average DCS free SFM mod is more accurate to a real aircraft. There's like a full 2-hour video on it. I really wanted to be positive, but I'm not going to tell people stuff that, you know, I don't believe myself, so... Called it how it was. The flight model doesn't function, like, even vaguely realistically for a Cold War aircraft of that vintage, let alone a 21. The systems don't function correctly for a MiG-21. The cosmetic weapons that you can hang off the outside of it aren't even correct for a MiG-21. It shouldn't be able to carry several of them. Like, you just can't. So, that was a cautionary tale. I'll let someone else buy a module and do the review next time, and I'll just add to the review in the comments rather than spend the money myself. So here's the airport. We'll just cross over that and head back to the city. There are a few other things here worth seeing, at least if you're interested in obtuse defense installations or bits of public infrastructure like I am, but we'll save that for another day. This thing's just too slow to get there anytime before the heat death of the universe, because it's a little further out of town. There's a dispersal there, dispersal hangars for the RAAF side of the airport. That'll probably be a command post or something. You can see the revetment around it on the ground texture, it's just not 3D, but those are dispersal hangars. Actually, that might be the QRA. That's probably the QRA shack or something. Looks like we got an airliner down there. Let's go buzz them. And then head back to the city. The other thing is I don't want to be flying this for too long because not having any trim, my arm gets very tired very quickly. Hey, buddy. What are you, a little 7.3 or something? Tube liners all look the same to me, but it's stubby, and yeah, it's stubby, so it's about the right proportions for a 7.3. I'm assuming that's what it is. Air China? Yep, 7.3. And we got this. That, it's not got the livery on, but that might be a Royal Flying Doctor's plane. They use that type of aircraft a lot. I don't know what type of aircraft it is, I just know they use them a lot. I can't. I used to be able to tell some of the Boeing airliners apart by model, particularly the older ones. Like the 747, you can tell by how many segments the rudder's split into and a few other little things in the shape of the tail. But, I lost that skill long ago. I mostly tell 7.3s by their stubby proportions and the shape of the nose. Also the main wheels not being faired over when retracted and the engines hanging super low to the ground. The 7.3 is a bit chubbier than an A320. The A320 is like sleeker, I guess. 7.3's cuddly. 2154 and MSFS? God, I wish. Not yet. Not that I've heard of. There was a 134 that was being worked on. It was being ported, but largely redeveloped during the porting. But the guy that was developing it's in Ukraine and he lost all his work. He started over, I think, but he's been set back quite badly by the war, as you might imagine. Unfortunately, a lot of really talented sim devs are in that part of the world. So the war is really fucking with upcoming modules for the different sims, both DCS and city stuff. Fearless, who did the 154 for X-Plane, the really, really good 154 for X-Plane, is also Ukrainian, so... The flat bottom engines are for the modern 737s when they put the bigger engines in them because they didn't have enough ground clearance. The original 737s had JT8Ds, which are much narrower, smaller engines. And so they didn't need the flat on it, because it just naturally cleared the ground. I think some of the older ones after the JT8D was ditched, they still had fairly low bypass ratio engines. They were fairly small, and they still didn't have the flat under them. Yeah, 300 onwards. The main thing, though, is the 7.3 is kind of stubby, and it has that distinct like step between the cockpit glass, and then it has quite a like prominent radome, whereas the A320 or A3 whatever, any of the Airbuses really have the overall shape of the nose is more consistently rounded. Doesn't have that sort of step, that change in angles, and they're not quite as stubby. I like the 7.3. It's a nice looking plane, and I've spent a lot of time flying in them. Not as a pilot, obviously, but well, back when I did fly in 7.3s a lot as a passenger, you know, especially if you were a young kid who was clearly interested in aviation, you were invited up to the flight deck all the time. I think some airlines still do that. I think, like, in, you know, less security-conscious parts of the world, or, like, minor airlines still do it sometimes, but for the most part, those days are gone, unfortunately. So, I'm glad I got to experience them before, you know, we lost yet more of our fucking rights and privileges in the name of national security, air quotes, against a threat which was never as bad as it was painted to be in the first place. We've got some doubling up of power lines here. Not too bad, though. Close friend of my mum's, he's like one of the, you know, honorary uncles. You're not blood relatives, but they're your uncle. Yeah, Uncle Roger, he was, I think, the chief captain for Cathay for a good number of years. Makes me really wish that I'd been able to hitch a ride with him into Kai Tak before it closed. Like, being up front on the approach to Kai Tak as a kid would have been, like, the most fucking amazing shit ever. If I had a time machine, that's one of the things I'd want to go back and be able to do. Let's land on one of these. This thing can be a little finicky in landing. I'm told it does experience VRS. I haven't got myself into VRS yet, but I'm sure I will now that I'm streaming. Whereas when I was just playing offline, I was fine. It's a little twitchy on the controls, but I was otherwise okay. That one there, I think, with the flat roof and the thing sticking out of it. Don't want to come off the collective too hard because we don't want to sag the blades. Oh, we caught it just in time. A little bit of a side wind off that building. It's going to take me a while to slow down because, yeah, I don't want to VRS myself or do any other unpleasant thing like that. I wonder if any of these actually have a legit helipad on them that I could land on. There'd probably be a hospital around here that does, but I think we'll just land on a normal roof, which you obviously wouldn't do in real life because you need some sort of reinforcing on the roof so you don't fall through it or damage it. I'm also looking for something that is relatively nice and flat, that the photogrammetry hasn't turned into a minefield of bumps and lumps and unseen edges. Okay, so we're gonna gently encourage her forwards. That building right in front of me, the tallest one right in front of me, that's where I want to set it down. Hey, Prey. I know I already replied to something you said. I'm just slow today. 3070? Yeah, I would stick with the 30 series. I wouldn't go with the 40. Not with the issues they've been having, not with the fucking price gouging. The 30s are plenty enough for the time being. I think we're into the era where it's not worth buying video cards new unless you really hate having a PC that isn't on fire and hate having a wallet that isn't also on fire. A little too much correction there because I felt it sinking. We're probably going to bounce or roll a bit. There we go. Oh, fuck me. That's not ideal. No. Oh, nearly. Nearly. So it's not perfectly flat. We kind of slid off and I didn't want to clip the blades there, so we just yeeted out of there. Come on. Again, this thing has no trim, so I'm doing this very, very, very much hands-on. Just stirring the stick around. There we go. A little rough, but you know, sometimes rough can be fun. And we're down. And on that note, I am going to shut this thing down and I will be back in a couple minutes. There we go. I think that's pretty much fully shut down. And just actually before I do go, I'll show you guys, once the rotor stops spinning, I'll show you the pitch changing on the blades, because it is modelled. You can see it when the rotors are spun down. It's a cute little helicopter. So there we go, I'm moving my cyclic. You can see the transfer bars there to the swash plates. The right one goes to the, looks like the bottom swash plate, and the one that's like the back one goes to the top swash plate, I think. But yeah, you can see it there. And then if I just have the cyclic neutral, but I move the collective, you can see the pitch changing. So it's maybe not 100% fully animated, but it does the things you would expect to see. I will be back in a minute. Using the TI for the 3070, I've got a TUF. I just grabbed the first 3070 that I saw. Jazz saw them coming to the country. It was a very small number of them, so it was like, right, you and me, we're gonna grab them now before somebody else does. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave you guys. No, I will go to the Be Right Back screen. I'll leave you guys for a couple minutes, and then we'll do another flight. Yeah, the rotor design hasn't changed that much. I mean, a few things probably have. I think there's like probably what do you call them? The buffers that stop the blades from getting too carried away, oscillating forwards and backwards, like the lead lag dampers. Those things. That's it. Lead lag dampers. I don't think I spy those on this, but it might just have them under shrouds or something. But yeah, like the overall design hasn't really changed, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Also, yeah, I've heard about NVIDIA's current habit, which was even a thing with the 30 series, but is getting worse with the 40, of making the video card have the marketing name of something more powerful while not actually having extra power. So it's getting to be a bit of a minefield these days. I'm glad I built this PC when I did and not now. But I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Hopefully I'll be feeling a little less like my guts are about to blow up, and we will do a flight back in my homeland.
you know, at least until the fabled day when the second coming occurs. I assume he'll come back. He always has when he's done this in the past. At least Alpen's server's memory will be kept alive in my BRB screens, because that's where like probably 90% of the DCS screenshots are from. I'm gonna miss Mike Delta's cheeky combined arms stuff and sling loading Sams into very naughty places, because nowhere else really does that with a Cold War setting. I mean, Blue Flag does, but Blue Flag does things differently. I like the set piece missions. Same mission for years on end, but it plays different every single time. It's like a comfort blanket. Just gonna chill for a bit and then I'll get another flight going. Just trying to take things slow so I don't end up in crippling pain tomorrow, and you know, that would be very inconvenient, but that would also be very much like a thing I would do. He's just taken a break from DCS from the sounds of it. The server's gone down. He's closed it for the time being, for the foreseeable future. He's got, you know, a new kid that was just born pretty recently. He's had his hands full with his family, with his work. He hasn't really had as many people on the server as during its sort of peak time, so I guess he decided the cost benefit just wasn't really balanced anymore. I'm sure he'll be back though, with a newer, better server. It's the unfortunate thing, like, I already had a rant on stream before about the reasons why I think the population's dwindled. And there's been conspiracy theories pushed by particular people, including people that haven't even been on the server that long, but, you know, kind of acted like they own the place. You know, that Enigma server killed it, or Enigma server was intentionally designed to, like, no, the plane set's similar because there's only one plane set you can do with Cold War stuff without adding the fucking 2000s era US stuff. And the gameplay is totally different. Like, Enigma's gameplay is very, very different. The problem is that a lot of the Cold War regulars from Alpen server either don't play DCS anymore because they're busy, like, it's not COVID anymore. People have been going back to work or starting families or, you know, playing other games. As much as people have, after COVID, realized, like, oh, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in this shit dead-end job, I'm going to quit and go do something better. There's also people who've been playing DCS who are like, oh, I've spent so much time playing DCS and I might, you know, I don't know how much longer I got to spend with my family. I'll just quit DCS and go hang out with them instead. Then there were guys that moved to modern stuff because they'd just been flying Cold War so long and they got bored of it. Like, it was a multitude of things. It wasn't any one, like, thing that killed the population. And the population still, like, came back on certain days. It's just, I don't know. DCS is in an interesting place. I feel like a lot of the older servers are starting to fizzle out one way or another. Obviously, we've got some pretty strong new servers coming in, but I don't know if I'd say it's like a changing of the guard, but it does feel like there's a distinct difference. Like, now we've got all these new third parties coming, we've got so many new maps and aircraft that have just been announced. Like, there's been a whole shift in the way ED approaches third party stuff. Like, they're approving them left, right, and center. It feels really good for the future of DCS, but it's kind of sad to see some of the old standbys go. And particularly for that server, because that was my home in DCS. I don't know what I'm going to do without it. I get bored pretty quickly on Enigmas because it's like, the gameplay is good, the server's well thought out, everything like that's fine. It's just that the opposition there is not at the level I need to keep me interested. They're kind of, I'm going to be real, they're kind of easy kills, a lot of them. And the ground game being, like, the mechanics in the ground game are quite clever, but I'd like to be able to push it myself with combined arms. Because as janky and shitty as combined arms is, it's also hilariously fun when it works. And I'm really going to miss it, because that is the thing that Alpen did that many servers don't, is having, like, that level of combined arms gameplay and focus on helicopters. And at the same time, I doubt Enigma would change anything in his mission to move towards that. First, because it's the reason he made his server is because he didn't like that kind of gameplay. And a lot of new players struggle with it. And, you know, even if he did want to change it to match, it just wouldn't work, because his server does its thing well, Alpen's server did its thing well, and sort of never the twain shall meet. That's why I used to play both, and I kept telling people, play both servers, dude, don't miss out. They're both different experiences, they're both great in their own ways. Play both servers and enjoy them. But, you know, Another reason for me to go around saying I told you so now, I guess. Oh, I found Gary on the map. I should do a flight around Gary sometime. I doubt it. It's probably autogen, not photogrammetry, but I'm curious. Like, I want to go have a look. For those who aren't aware, Gary, Indiana, which became kind of a ghost town after the US steel mills started closing down, because Gary was built for a steel mill. That's the whole purpose of it being there on the Great Lakes. But Gary, Indiana was the blueprint for Magnitogorsk in the Soviet Union, just in the Urals. Like, as in, they basically copied the whole thing and pasted it. That was part of the Soviets' crash modernization scheme during the 20s and 30s, was to get the, was it the Stalin quote, something about buying the rope from the capitalists to hang them with? That was the plan, like, just pay Western industrialists to come over and show the USSR how to modernize itself, and then outpace them with the USSR's production, and then bring about, the workers' revolution, which never ended up happening, but that was the plan, at least. And it's a pretty clever way of doing things, why wouldn't you? Okay, here we go. Hi, Prairie. I will switch scenes here in a sec. And off we will go. So this will probably be the last flight for the day. I would like to keep going, but I've been live for just over 7 hours already. I probably want to get a few things done this afternoon. I'm months behind in actually, like, going through my VODs for looking for stuff that's worth highlighting or clipping or whatever, getting it up on YouTube. And I've got a few other things to do too. Plus, I've then got 2 assessments tomorrow. One first thing in the morning, one in the afternoon. So the pace of things is not really going to slow down any for a while. So streams are still going to be a bit spotty, I think, for probably a couple weeks minimum. Over like December and January, we should be a bit better. I'm going to be away for a while over Christmas, spending time with family, but I should be off for most of January, I think. So I'll be able to stream like every other day if I can force myself to stop trying hopelessly to catch up on things. The Junkers is quite nice. I haven't flown it on my stream yet. I've flown along with CCM on his stream in it. But I don't think we'll do the Junkers today. We might save that for another day. I was trying to think, what haven't I... Daily 10-hour streams? Let's not get too carried away. There'll be more streams more often, probably. I don't know if they'll be long, and I don't know how regularly they'll be. It'll definitely be more than one a week, though. Unless something pulls me away from home. I don't really feel like flying something modern. Aha! Although there's not really any water where we're going. Fuck it, don't care. Clunk? Did you see the clunk? Are you sure? Did you see a meteor? I don't think I have a clunk. I have a meteor. I don't think there even is a clunk. Yeah, there's your meteor. And then a hunter, and then further down a vampire. They're all freeware, but they're I've been having issues with them. The throttle won't register always. Like, I was going to fly the little French thing, the Nord Aviation thing, Nord 3400 or whatever it is, first flight today, but some of the freeware modules don't recognize your throttle for some reason. I know there was the issue that a lot of modules wouldn't make the proper distinction between engine 1, engine 2, or just thrust axis in general, so you had to bind both or switch around what you had it bound to, but even with that done, it still doesn't work. Oh, there's a French Catalina livery. Nice. I need to find some more liveries for this. Buffalo Air. This would be, that's Northwest Territories, but this would probably be the most locally appropriate livery. And I wouldn't mind repping Buffalo, but I think we'll go with a wartime livery. I've flown with this one before. Let's do this one with the old high-vis yellow, the old interwar US Navy scheme, because it looks cool. I wish there was a version of this with the turret on the nose. So this is the Canso. This is a Canadian-built Catalina. I wish it had the turret on the nose, or had an option for it at least. We're not going to use too much fuel. The Catalina will go forever with a half fuel load. Like, you look, endurance 20 hours. Bro, I ain't streaming for fucking 20 hours. I'm not even streaming for another 10, so we'll just take half fuel. The weather. could be a factor. I don't know what it's doing. It's night there as well, so it's going to be a bit sketch. Meta, can I don't remember if you can access the meta from this screen. You probably can. I'm dumb as fuck. Brain not working. But we'll just fucking roll with it. If the weather's really sketchy and we can't see anything, like, I don't care if it's windy, I can fly in wind. But if it's like bad for sightseeing, we'll swap it around, change it to something else. Yeah, I tried it off stream. I did a nice flight around northeastern Germany. I was looking for Damgarten Air Base, which I ended up finding. I flew from where was it? I flew from Peenemünde, or no, sorry, I flew from near Prora, up on Rügen Island. So I flew from near the resort at Prora and went past Damgarten and landed. I think I actually landed just in the bay at Rostock, from memory. That was a couple days ago. We're going to do some camping too, so don't let me forget. Wherever we land, we're camping. I don't know where we are going to land because Catalina's not really optimized for weaving into little short strips in the Rockies, but we'll manage. It's kind of crappy weather. It's not awful though. We can get by. We can always brighten it up if we... One thing with this freeware is that the side windows are smeared as fuck, so if you want to see what's going on outside, you need to open the window, but I'll stick my head out anyway. This is freeware, yes. Okay, I need to remember how this plane works. Where's my... Remember what I said about study sims and how I don't study? I got to try and remember how to start this thing because I've only started it manually once, I think. Once or twice. That's the landing gear. Where's my fuel cock? It might even already be open. It'll be around here somewhere. Actually, it might even be behind me. Yes, it is. Okay. Left engine can go to left. Actually, it can go to both on. Or is that the... Actually, is that for the magnetos? No, because the magnetos are here. That's the magnetos. Yeah, that is the fuel tanks, I think. She Tracker Pro Clip wasn't such cheap trash? Yes. Yes. I've had to replace this a couple times. The camera's fine. The camera's fucking excellent. Never had issues with that in the 12 years I've owned it. Never had issues with the software. But the fucking clip itself is so flimsy. So badly designed. Flight instrument lights. Oh, can I not do that? That's the... A lot of features in this aren't done yet. So it is what it is. It's freeware. It's heavily work in progress. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sudden change in lighting. Okay. I think pushing that in turns the ignition on in these old magneto things. I'm not used to them. Used to the British style. Okay. Battery, 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 battery. Where are you? That generator. Battery, battery, hello? Battery, not up here. Where is he? Yeah. Yeah, there's some really amazing freeware in the sim. Oh, I know what that is. I wondered what that was. That's the fucking nose wheel well, so you can see if it's fucking retracted. Holy shit, that's cool. It's like the fucking Long Easy, but here it kind of makes sense because it's a flying boat. Fuck my life. Where is the battery? I literally started this thing the other day, so I should remember this. Aha! Ahaha! Down here. So, AC Master. Really should have your alternators on before you hit this, but avionics. APU. There's an APU? What? We won't worry about the emergency hydraulics, those. Let's open our cowl flaps up. Hello? The arrow's inverted on those. We'll open them up, just because I don't trust myself not to cook the engines. Carb heat, we won't worry. Fuel boost. We'll prime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did manage to kill the engines last time I cold started this myself. I don't know what I did wrong. Probably something important, but... Like I said, I learn by doing and fucking things up. Not studying. In the sim. In real life, I'm obviously going to study. Alright, started. The sound is localized to the left engine because the it's using the default Cessna sounds at the moment. The sound engine doesn't support it on both engines. It's a work in progress, like I said. So, oops, I don't want to press the floats button. So both sounds are, like, for the engines are kind of coming from directly behind me. Yeah, no, they're both coming from there. Oh, someone's got different scenery than me, I think. Or they're in something significantly larger than a Bonanza, which is higher off the ground. Okay, let's taxi landing, nav, beacon. We'll put the beacon on, strobe off. Nose gear lamp on, pitot heat on. Prop ice, windshield ice we won't do yet, but we may need them given the weather. So this is High Prairie. This is my dad's old local. My ADI is not behaving itself at the moment. Does the APU even do? I don't know. Are you gonna... Okay, no, I can't fix that. Whatever, I'm gonna be flying visual anyway. Oh, in the Pelican? I have the Pelican. That's interesting, I'm not seeing it though. Model matching is kind of janky in MSFS at the best of times, but usually you see it. I think there's a difference between marketplace stuff and third-party stuff, because I've seen people who have... Like, I have the same plane as them, but I have the marketplace one and they have third-party or vice versa, and I see it as Bonanza. It's weird. It's kind of difficult to steer this thing on the ground. Because I think she doesn't have actual nose wheel steering properly. She has, well, she has a little bit, but she needs differential braking. It's going to be interesting turning around down here to backtrack. We're probably going to have to go off-roading. But she's a big girl. She's well built. She'll handle it. We're going to be flying pretty low, I guess, because of the cloud, but we should be okay for now. It does make it a little hard to sightsee on the ground, but I like flying with the live weather, even if it's not ideal flying weather, just because it throws some challenges in. I've done plenty of flying in good weather in real life. I don't need to be in pure good weather in the sim. I feel like I might want to be using the pushback mod here just to get me turned around quicker. There's probably like a tiller or a switch to change the gain on the wheel that I'm missing. I don't know. If I had split throttles, I could do this. I do have split throttles, but I use the left throttle for my prop pitch, for my RPM, not for the engine power. So we're just gonna... I really need a quadrant for this bigger, like, twin-engine prop stuff. Not fuel, sorry. We're gonna use the pushback mod, and we're just gonna do a, we're just gonna do a turn that way. Modern problems require modern solutions. We'll drop some flap. Actually, no, the cat doesn't have flap, does she? No, she doesn't. She's got a big parasol wing, she doesn't need any. Well, off we go. Bit of a crosswind coming in from the right. I don't want to cook my engine, so I just keep an eye on the revs and the manifold pressure, keep them out of the yellow or the red. Oh, wind's giving us a little bit of a blow over to the left here, and up we go. Come off the rudder, let it weathercock into the wind. Gear up. There it goes, you can hear it. Come out of the revs a little. Does have a placard there telling you not to let it sit in a particular range of RPM for extended periods. I don't know if that's actually modeled in the sim and causes the engines to choke, but I'm not going to chance finding out. Hey, Giggles! Cheers to the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We're just closing out a pretty lengthy MSFS session with the Catalina. This is a free mod, by the way. Not payware. Freeware. Flying over my dad's old haunt at High Prairie up in Alberta. I'm going to head out to the Rocky Mountains, somewhere around Jasper or just past it, find somewhere to land this thing and set up a little campsite and just chill for the last bit of the stream, I think. Hey, Round. Good to see you, man. I've been trying to get my flying fixed, dude. I've been too busy to fucking touch anything airborne for the last couple of weeks. Done a little bit of MSFS stuff off stream, but not much. I need to get my stream on. That was fucking funny as shit, dude. That was fucking hilarious. Alright, we can get rid of our taxi and landing lights. We don't want to be blinding people with them. Not least myself. That's the hospital, by the way. That's the High Prairie Hospital there. My dad crashed his ultralight and nearly killed himself, like, on the other side of the highway from it. So I guess if you're going to fucking have a massive crash in an ultralight, there's probably not really a better place to do it, but... yeah, like, sometime back in, fuck, I don't know, the 70s or something. So it was a while ago, but... Goes to show self-preservation and intelligence do not run in the male side of my family at all. What is the aircraft? It is a Canso, a Canadian-built Catalina. It's freeware by, I think, French VFR is the team that made it. By the way, High Prairie doesn't look this built up in real life. The houses look about right, but, like, the little office blocks and shit, nah. It's all auto-gen, so it's close enough, but it's a little too built up. There's the lumber mill there. Self-preservation ultralights don't mix? No, not at all. He was actually, I think, one of the first properly rated ultralight instructors in Canada, back when they separated it out as an official thing. So he had quite a bit of experience on them, but he also had a very unpleasant experience on them. There we go. Ain't she beautiful? Freeware, by the way. Totally free. Just saying. There's some great paid add-ons in this sim, but there's some fucking amazing free ones too. Some of the free ones are better than some of the paid ones, I'll say that fucking much. Let's keep an eye on the engines. 30, we'll give it 35 inches. Is that fucking lightning? Whoa, ooh. Yeah, this is good weather to fly in, hey. Excellent weather to fly in. Kinda don't want the... Okay, so the engine noise is the same whether it's open or closed. We'll just leave it open, fuck it. So Dad's farm is around here somewhere. I'm not going to go to an effort to find it, but yeah, Dad's farm is around here somewhere. I did a fly over it and got some screenshots of it for him when I first came up here in the sim. I'm from Edmonton, so he grew up in Thorsby, then he moved up to High Prairie, and then he went down to Edmonton from there. He worked for AGT, so he's around the province a bit. Obviously, I've lost my accent from living in Australia for so long, but yeah, I was born in Edmonton, spent the first 4 years of my life there, moved to the UK, then spent a couple of years there and moved out here. My mum's from Sydney, so... I go back home every couple of years when I get the chance. It's like I never left a lot of the time. Like, it's still home to me. Oh, hello. There's our escort. Very nice. These clouds are going to be interesting as we get closer to the Rockies, because the Rockies are taller than these clouds are, I think. Or some of the taller mountains will be. Let's pick up a little altitude. We've got plenty of space here before we hit the bottom of the cloud layer. Stuck in Hinton. Ah. We'll probably be going past Hinton at some point. I'm just doing my usual form of MSFS nav, which is I'm just going to pick a direction and fly in it. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing at all. I can recognize some landmarks out here for VFR, but I'm not super familiar with what it looks like from the air. So, like, if we keep going the direction we're going, we'll probably eventually hit Grand Prairie. White Court should be down that way, I think. I accidentally found White Court last time I flew around here. Like, I was just like, kind of want to just bum around till I find something I recognize going west, so found White Court, then found Edson, then Hinton, and went in through that entrance to the Jasper Park. It's probably what we'll end up doing this time as well. Don't know what's up with my ADI. I probably should have... Like, I probably haven't got something turned on that I should have turned on, but whatever. We can see the horizon, we're all good. I know it's a couple degrees skewed left, so... Flying again, picked up Flying Circus when it's on heavy discount ages back. I need to play Flying Circus. I think I've got it. I'm pretty sure I've got it. I used to play Rise of Flight a lot when that was, you know, the World War I thing. I never ended up getting the Felix Stowe. Like, I really wanted to fly the Felix Stowe, but by the time it came out, I kind of moved on. But I might have to get into Flying Circus. We've got a pretty detailed cabin back there. I won't show it now while I'm flying, but you can actually open the... Oh, the rear hatch is open. You can open that, and then the stairwell comes open as well if you click it. There's a bunch of stuff down here. If you go through that tunnel, you can see the backup mechanical cranks to drop the floats if the hydraulic system fails, or electric, or whatever it uses. I think it's hydraulic. She's pretty nice. Freeware. Like I said. I've been, like, there's some freeware that I was like, whatever, but... Some of the freeware I have got for the sim genuinely impressed me with how well done it is, or how good the attention to detail is. Some crazy weather flying today, wind shear like a motherfucker, getting no lift, and all of a sudden 1400 feet per minute. Yeah, when I was learning to fly out at Bathurst, as you were coming in for final on runway 35, the Great Western Highway runs right at the end of it, and so because Bathurst gets fucking hot during the summer, you get wicked thermals off the road. And so you'd be coming in, you'd be perfectly set up for landing, and the aircraft would just balloon upwards at like over 1500 feet per minute climb, and you couldn't stop it. You'd be trying to push it down, but it wouldn't do anything. It's just still going up. And then as soon as you were past the highway, over the grass, it would drop out from under you again. So it was good fun. A good timely lesson in what thermals can do when you're trying to land. So it was something I had to bear in mind every time I flew in the summer after that. I haven't flown in any, like, genuinely nasty weather in real life, but like I said, Bathurst gets really hot during the summer and you get a shit ton of thermals. So, you do get buffeted around quite a lot. I think if I follow this river, it should take me towards Whitecourt, from memory. Yeah, you get buffeted around a lot out of Bathurst. The only time you get a smooth flight is a cold winter's morning when the air is dead still, which I've enjoyed a couple times. Very few times I was able to get weather that good, but it was just heaven. Go up, get the aircraft over the training area, just hands and feet off the controls, just guarding them in case it did anything nasty, but just chilling. I think we can go ahead and half shut the cowgills. It's probably not that warm out there. Worst weather I've landed in was a 12 knot crosswind gusting 22, not horrible, but still a challenge. I think the biggest crosswind I landed in would have been about the same, 12, 13, something like that. The Jabber is rated to 14, so if it was above that, I'd use the cross strip, because Bathurst does have a cross strip, but we usually just deliberately land into crosswinds to get the practice in. And because the cross strip was just gravel and kind of short. It also had a really sketchy approach. Like, the approach was, it wasn't sketchy because of terrain or anything, it was sketchy because of trees. So as you were approaching the cross strip from the eastern side, you would go behind, like you'd pass through this windbreak for a lumber mill, and between the buildings at the lumber mill or lumber yard, whatever, and the windbreak, if the wind was coming from the south, which it usually was in Bathurst, you would get this really nasty washing machine, like right on off the threshold of the runway. So you'd come in, it'd be fairly smooth, you know, normal Bathurst bump now and then you'd just be like, in the last 5 seconds of trying to set the thing down. Cross strip points right into Charlie airspace. I don't like anyone using the other runway unless it's absolutely necessary. Yeah, that's fair. There's nothing controlled out at Bathurst, not at, you know, GA or recreational aviation height anyway. So I didn't have to worry about that. Part of the reason I learned to fly out there is because there wasn't really that much traffic and I could just kind of focus on my own flying. Didn't have to fuck with controllers or, you know, worry too much about lunatics trying to fly into me. Okay, we're actually going like way too far south, so I'm going to swing out here. Like I said, my geography of this part of Alberta is not great because I haven't been up here that many times. But from memory, Whitecourt's like southwest or south-southwest of High Prairie, and then Edson's a bit down from that, and then you get Hinton on the way through to Jasper. Like, it's just outside Jasper. I'll know it when I see it. I just need to make sure I'm pointing myself in roughly the right direction. And we need to get some altitude again because I've sunk a bit. Firebomber variant of the Catalina? I think it might be. There's a livery for one of the Firebomber variants. It doesn't have the nose gun position, I can tell you that much. But we are rocking like an early World War II or interwar US Navy livery. Watch that new All Quiet on the Western Front movie and pass out. Catch you later, man. Cheers again for the raid. Good seeing you. And I'll have to come dump my fucking load of miscreants on your stream sometime soon, hey. I think it's been a while since we paid you a visit. Yep, PBY. Well, specifically a Canso, it's a Canadian-built PBY, but yep. It is a Catalina indeed. Northern Alberta is a little more interesting to fly over than southern Alberta. There's actually like trees and sometimes even a hill. Once you get like out past Calgary towards Suffield or out towards Medicine Hat, there's just nothing. Absolutely nothing. Dead flat. Checked out the World War II Midway scenery. I've had it since it released, but I haven't actually used it in the sim yet. But I think I will. Now I've got the Catalina, I've got a bunch of World War II planes, I might install it. And we'll do some flights out of World War II Midway. How are the engines looking? They look pretty happy. I might dial back the, like lean out the mixture a little though. Set it to auto lean, so I'm not wasting fuel. Not that we're going to run out in a Catalina, we got like 10 hours worth on the plane. Yeah, the Goose, the F6F, the F4U, there's a lot of really good stuff for it. Hopefully someone releases a good A6M soon. I know there's a freeware A6M, but I wasn't overly impressed with it, to be honest. Like, it just didn't feel right flight-wise. The old cat's not very fast, but let's see which. We're just over 100 miles an hour here, like 110 miles an hour on a slight climb, but she ain't fast, but she stays in the air forever. Somebody said they're going to do a Wildcat too. Oh, nice. That'd be awesome. Just get the full Pacific collection. I'm hoping that the DC-3 that comes in November is going to be well done, or at least moddable. I'm a little worried about that we're making an experience thing. That kind of worries me, but if it's either good in itself or at least moddable to be good, then I'll be happy. It's not quite a C-47, but it's close enough. Most people wouldn't notice the difference anyway, to be honest. Myself included. See, in some parts of the world, particularly in Alberta, the rivers are very, like... they have corners. The actual watercourse in the sim has corners. Just because the mapping's not very high resolution. The satellite imagery is fine, but the sim isn't drawing things like roads or buildings or... oh, wow. That was nice. Or watercourses off of the actual satellite imagery. Not usually. Sometimes it does, but usually it's using road maps or hydrology maps, and they don't always have the best resolution, and you can see the result there. It doesn't look too bad if the light doesn't catch it, but like here where the light is catching it, it's really obnoxious. Hopefully, hopefully that gets addressed. Modders have fixed that in some areas, like where they've got really blocky sections of river or coast, so it is moddable, it's just I haven't figured out how to do it. Mostly just the big door. Wait, what about the big door? What door? I'm a little slow today, you'll have to be patient with me. Okay, that should do us for altitude for now. This does have an autopilot if you really want to use it, but I prefer hand flying. Even if I am notoriously bad at trimming the aircraft to fly level. We're going to turn a bit more westerly here. Because once we hit the mountains or the foothills, we can navigate a little easier. Chat lag is the thing? Ah, I gotcha. Yeah. I think there's some other little things too. I've been inside a C-47, but it is pretty hard to tell. Like the C-47 I was in, a lot of the wartime equipment had been stripped out of it when it was restored, and some of the fittings have been replaced with the civilian ones. So the only way you could tell was basically by the nameplate saying it was a C-47, and by the fact that it was painted as one. Cheers to the follower, and Reese, cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We're flying over Alberta. We took off from High Prairie, where my dad haunted his youth. And we're heading out to the Rocky Mountains. We're going to probably land somewhere around Jasper or Banff or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. Do some camping. Weather's maybe not ideal, but the Catalina's been through worse during the war, so she'll be fine. All good, man. All good. It's what DCS Twitch is here for. We all look after each other's communities. Hoping to get back into it this coming week. Get some Mirage 2000 action in on Tempest server. Maybe some MiG-29 as well. It's nice to have somewhere, though, to actually fly the Mirage 2000 where it's not, you know, dealing with AIM 120s or Phoenixes all day. You can deal with them if you fly it well, but I'm not that good. So, it'd be nice to take the 530D out and put it to use. I think I remember flying over this area before when I came out here, so we might spot White Court as we pass it, or we might just go direct to the mountains. All freshening up on our Mirage 2000 skills. Yeah, that's the way, dude. That's the way. The Angry Triangle is a sick little plane. She's very strong when flying right. To work with on once pulled one by hand across the ramp as part of a team for charity. Oh, nice. Yeah, so the airport that I was, or the well, it's a regional airport, whatever, I was learning to fly at, Bathurst, amongst many other interesting oddities like a L-29 and a pair of L-39s and a pair of Polish-built LIM 2 trainers based on the MiG-15. They also had a C-47 fly-in. It had been restored down in Albion Park at HARS, the Historical Aviation Restoration Society, which I still need to visit, hopefully this year or next, early next. But yeah, they'd flown up to Bathurst and they were going to do a flight all up the north coast of Australia, hop across Indonesia, hop up through all Borneo and all through there. And basically they were going to chain the flight all the way up to the airfields that they used to fly over the hump for, you know, when they were running supplies to the Chinese over the Himalayas during World War II to fight the Japanese. And so I got to see it at the airport for a couple of days because they took a few days in Bathurst just to double check everything was good for the next hop, which is going to be a really big one over, you know, pretty empty land in the interior of New South Wales and Queensland. So I got to talk to the aircrew, check out the aircraft, got to sit in the cockpit while they were testing out all the avionics. I got to watch them start it up and fly off. It was awesome. It took them like 20 minutes to get one of the engines started and about 5 minutes for the other in typical 1930s radial fashion. They had some really good stories too from the flight. When they were in Indonesia, they actually had an engine fail on them. They had to get a replacement in. I think they had one already in the back of the plane lashed down just in case, but they had to get a replacement. They had to get a bunch of Indonesian Air Force ground crew to help them work on it. And they had some Russian advisors with them too. And at that point, you know, this was obviously before current events kicked off. It was several years ago now. So then the Indonesians and the Russians worked on the plane overnight and then spent the rest of the night drinking, which is apparently an awesome time. And then off they went. And they did, you know, they had a few little other mishaps and adventures along the way, but they eventually got it to where it was supposed to go. Popped over the Himalayas, and it landed at, I don't remember which Chinese city it was, but it was one of the fairly major Chinese cities that you don't hear about if you're not Chinese, but it has like a shit ton of people in it. One of those ones. It was going to an aviation museum there, so they did the last flight over the hump with it, and then it went into the museum, which is pretty cool. So I got to see that. Bought the Mirage 2000 today and got familiar with it. Be on the new server tomorrow. That's the way. Just a really nice plane. Like, especially in close combat, just it feels like second nature to handle. It's so responsive on the controls. It feels right, man. It feels right. And the missiles are nothing to sneeze at. You know, the Magic 2 is like an R60 on crack that actually hurts things when it hits them. And then you got the the S530D, Super 530D, which is probably one of the best, if not the best, medium-range missiles in the game, certainly for semi-actives. That thing fucking moves, man. You only get 2 of them, but if you make them count, you can really wreck someone's day with it. Hopefully IL-2 will finish their C-47 soon too. Yeah, that'd be really nice. I'd like to see more transport stuff in DCS. Now that we've actually got confirmation on the Hercules, I would love to see some more transport stuff come to DCS. I know it's not a popular opinion, particularly with Hoggett, of course, but, you know, just because it doesn't have fucking LGBs and Mavericks on it, which are the only things Hoggett knows how to fucking use anyway, doesn't mean it's not important in warfare, doesn't mean it shouldn't be in DCS. And it helped bring across a lot of people from sims like this that maybe haven't haven't really stepped foot in DCS yet because they're not as interested in the combat aircraft, or they're just not confident in their ability to fly them, they could hop into DCS and fly that. Caribou? I'd love the fucking Caribou, dude. I know someone was working on one, but I don't know what the progress on that is, because I think the last updates he posted were a while ago. But a Caribou would be nice. My personal one is the An-12. I want the An-12. It's a beautiful aircraft. Hey, Fenrir, good to see you, man. You managed to catch me, because I woke up late today. I started streaming quite a bit later than usual. I know we got a few streamers here in chat, and because I'm notoriously bad at forgetting to shout out people, if you guys are in chat and you stream, obviously Reese does, Fenrir does as well, Envy does from time to time, but if you guys are in chat and you stream, just chuck in like a, I don't know, a 1 or something to get people's attention, and my little friends here that come and put up with me for 10 hours at a time can go drop you guys a follow and hang out in your streams too. They're a good bunch. Bit sprightly sometimes, but they're a good bunch. C-130 is just a bit big. Yeah, it's a bit big, but... I mean, depending how soon and to what scale the whole DCS world thing ends up happening, because I assume ED still want to follow through on that, it might still work out pretty well. It's going to take us a while to hit the Rockies. The Cat is not really the fastest thing on Earth. It's a nice, chill flight. Gives me time to actually catch up on chat and talk to you guys. Because it's pretty far behind chat at the start of the stream today. I think it was like 2 hours behind and I finally caught up. Holy shit, we're getting raids from every direction today. Amplified, cheers man, appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Everybody here, what I just said about following these other guys, go follow Amplify as well if you're not already. Hope you're all having a wonderful day, wonderful evening for you, Amplify, and anyone in the same time zone as us. We're on our 3rd flight of the day. We did, well, 4th if you count the one that didn't quite work out. I was going to fly the Nord 3400 freeware, but it is afflicted by the freeware aircraft throttle issue, where the throttle just doesn't work sometimes and you'd have to restart the sim to fix it, which I don't have time to do. So we scrapped that flight, we hopped in a, shit, what did we even do? My memory's already fading. That was the one I think we hopped in the... Oh, right, yeah, we had frame rate issues too, so... We did a quick flight in the, Brain, please. Please. I'm drawing blanks. Something. We did a quick flight in the something around Honolulu. But I actually managed to incompetently double up some photogrammetry scenery, so I was getting like 1 frame every 2 seconds. So we scrubbed that flight, just set it down and scrubbed the flight, and then took the F6F Hellcat out over to the Canary Islands. Had a nice little flight there. Hung around on the apron chatting for a while. Took it to Car 50, the little coaxial spotting helicopter in the late 40s. Took that up, did a bit of a fly around Darwin. And now we are flying a Canadian-built Canso PBY Catalina from High Prairie, which is where my dad used to fly from when he was younger, over to the Rocky Mountains in general, and hopefully in the vicinity of Jasper, but I'm not paying attention to where I'm going at all, so I'll be happy if we hit the Rockies in any way, shape, or form, let alone end up at Jasper. Thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. I do a lot of DCS here, although I've been away from it for a while. I'm looking to pick it back up. Obviously, quite a bit of MSFS. Playing this sim is like therapy to me. So, quite often I'll just hop in the sim for the day and chill. Don't really do any organised stuff. I'm not an organised person, so if you like just going on scenic tours and watching me fuck things up and then hastily learn how to unfuck them, this is the place for you. Or also get distracted by chat and go on like 5-hour rants about some really obtuse topic, which is what we had earlier today. Yeah, Hellcat. I was flying the Hellcat on the second flight. The flight before that, though, there was something else we were flying, and I am at a loss to... Oh, no, I remember. It was the Long Easy. That's right. We're flying the Long Easy out of, what's it called? The airfield, not on Ford Island, but the next one down, across from Honolulu, the airbase, that one. Catch up to chat, yeah, I know. I can see signs of lights up ahead, so we're about to hit some town or other. We have been going, like, pretty much south for a long ways, and now we're going west, so we've kind of dog-legged it, but that should be okay. Because as I recall, it's, a lot of the places I use as waypoints to get to Jasper are quite a bit south of High Prairie anyway. So, last time we were home, we went up to High Prairie to visit some of our family friends, check out Dad's farm, which one of his mates is on the farm now. So we caught up with Howard as well. It's good to see him again. I haven't seen him since I was a kid. And then we cut across through the wonderful farmland up here down to Jasper. Rather than going all the way back down to Edmonton and back out through there, we went through the back roads, which was awesome. We saw lynx. We actually saw lynx. It's quite cool. There's a lot of wildlife in Jasper in general, but the lynx was actually outside the park. It was just before we hit Edson, I think. Ran out into the middle of the road, stared at us, and then took off into the scrub. Hey, Bag. I'm good, thanks. Hope you're having a wonderful day as well. Privilege of checking out a real Catalina museum the other week. Ooh, nice. Very nice. I love the Catalina, dude. Like, if I had, if I had unlimited money, and if I was the kind of person to spend money on myself instead of just giving it to my friends because I'm a dumbass, I would probably try and buy a Catalina and just live in it. Like, this to me would be awesome to have. Instead of a fucking houseboat or a yacht or something, or a gin palace, I would totally live in a Catalina. Or a Sunderland. The Sunderland would be the dream, but there ain't too many of them left. Catalinas are a little more common, and a little more manageable in terms of size and complexity. Looks like the weather's starting to clear up, so we might actually be able to see where we're going once we get out over the Rockies, which is good. Gonna be for Halloween? Probably just, myself. I haven't scheduled for any Halloween parties this year. I was gonna go to one last night, but I was feeling pretty exhausted, so I just ended up not. Halloween's not actually that big in Australia, to be honest. It is a thing here, but it's not a big thing. It is. It's getting bigger, but... Just live in nowhere? Not really. I don't live in nowhere. I live next to the fucking capital, dude. Like I said, I was invited to a party. I just didn't end up going because I was like fucking passing out from exhaustion by about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. My sleep pattern's been a bit munted lately, so... I've been trying not to make commitments I know I can't keep. Catalina I saw was living under the tail of the spruce goose. You know we're getting that thing in the sim, right? In November. It's gonna be cool. I doubt it'll be like full fidelity modeling, but hey, if it's unencrypted, somebody could always mod it to be full fidelity. It'd be cool to have it in the sim at any rate. Lots of really cool vintage aircraft being added to MSFS. It's really, really awesome to see. Okay, we've got a town coming up. Which one it is, I don't know. We might be able to figure it out when we get a bit closer. Can't quite spot the mountains yet, but we should be seeing them reasonably soon. They're probably behind that layer of cloud over there. Saw a thread about the asking price for the MB339 for DCS. A lot of people hating the price. Thought it was a pretty decent mod. It's nice to see another nation's aircraft. The actual, not the mod itself, but the module, like the mod was already very good. The mod was already like almost payware level. Well, was payware level. But the actual module is really well done. Like, it is modeled in such detail that they did a a humble flex in the known bugs part by saying, oh yeah, by the way, the repair doesn't replace a battery if you drain it or overheat it. Like, how many modules in DCS do you think simulate the battery overheating? Probably not many, I'll tell you that. Like, I don't mind paying the money for a trainer if the trainer is simulated in very, very, very high fidelity. And if it looks nice, sounds nice, flies nice, which it does. I was saying earlier on the stream, the 339 flies pretty much exactly how I would expect it to. I tried to do all the things to it that I managed to break the C101 and L39 flight models by doing. It would not do it. Didn't do anything that it really shouldn't have done. So I was suitably impressed. I'm going to be following India Fox Echo's developments with keen interest. There's a beacon down there or something. Only one person has flown to Spruce Goose, so the flight sim community can't complain about the FM. I'm sure they will. They'll find a way. You and I both know they'll find a way. The funny one for me is when people will defend, like, the one time they'll defend a flight model, it's completely obviously fucked to anyone with any flight experience whatsoever. Just like, bruh, no. What are you doing? Like I said earlier, she does have an autopilot, but we hand fly around here. I only use the autopilot if I'm in external camera taking screenshots or if I'm going to go get a drink. Half the fun for me is hand flying. So, having the autopilot there's a nice thing, especially for a larger aircraft that covers longer distances, but I prefer not to use it. Not only that, but those of you who hang out in CCM stream will have heard this from him, but for those who don't, CCM is a good friend of the stream here. He works in aerial firefighting as a bird dog, as a spotter for the tankers. And he's discussed what kind of things you need to be able to do to get a job in that on his stream a few times, and made a note that a lot of the guys that come over from airliners just can't cut it because they don't have the hand flying experience. They used to just, set and forget, take off, land, and nothing else in between. Whereas when you're doing firefighting, you're going to be doing a lot of low and slow flying around dangerous terrain, power lines, trees, in poor visibility with smoke coming into the cockpit, all sorts of nasty stuff. And so having a lot of hands-on hand flying experience without relying on an autopilot is preferable. So if you have a lot of GA hours in something with no autopilot, or with, just a lot of hand flying time in something, you've got a much better chance of getting a job in that field than you do if you come over from the airliners. PPL student with IRL flight experience, etc. flops the forums to complain. Start the post with "in my experience." In my experience, flying a completely different type of aircraft in a completely different part of the world with different climatic and weather conditions, with a completely different fucking avionics fit and a different engine and a modified airframe. Yeah, I love that one. Like, I'll say something just doesn't quite feel right to me or something, but I'm not going to say this is wrong because I don't fucking know. The only thing I can really speak with authority on is the Jabiru, and it's not that much authority because I only have about 25-30 hours on it. Like, I learned to fly on it, but then I switched to the Bristol. That's as far as my authority goes. Instantly overridden by anyone with more hours than me. It's like DCS players, man. DCS players will say, oh, this and that. The plane should do this, the plane shouldn't do that. It's like, bro, read the flight manual. It describes the way it flies. It describes its behavior in this situation. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Look at, if you can, look at footage of the way the aircraft moves through the air. Look at what the pilot's doing with the controls to get it to do things. Look at what the manual says about how it flies. Consult with pilots, although do be aware that, a lot of their memories are going to fade or they'll have personal biases, but... It was like that example I brought up earlier. The guy made perfectly valid points about the Spitfire's flight model in Great Battles. This is before they fixed it. But because he prefaced it with, oh, I work in biotech, so I'm familiar with the scientific process, and I also am a very experienced real-life glider pilot. Like, a fucking glider's not a Spitfire, dude. Shut up. Let your arguments stand on their own merits. Don't try and wow everyone with your amazing fucking life experience that's not actually that relevant. This guy in the Fighter Pilot podcast that was an aerial firefighter, he talked about that a little bit. Yeah, so I may or may not have flown a simulated air tanking operation in the DC-6 in this sim. Potentially. And it was, maybe, if I had done it, the most fun thing I've done in this sim. You know, just hypothetically speaking. Especially because there was a power line right where I was trying to time the drop. It was awesome. It's fucking awesome, dude. Really gives you an appreciation for the amount of skill those guys have. Wrestling such a massive aircraft around, so close to the ground. And like, this was in good weather. The sim doesn't simulate fires and stuff yet, or any of the air currents they cause. So this was good visibility. You know, in the day, no nasty updrafts or anything. There was wind, but it was like reasonably calm. And of course, I'm one-banding a DC-6, so I did cook the engines a bit. You'd usually let your flight engineer help you out with that, but oh, it was an awesome experience. Just having such a large aircraft so close to the ground in the sim and seeing your own shadow like that big under you, it just feels so good. So good. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. It only takes the slightest thing going wrong. The amount of precision, the amount of knowledge it takes, the amount of, like, just feeling what is going on. What the aircraft's doing, what the air's doing. Just fucking awesome. Unironically, we would probably get to Jasper faster if we drove. What are we doing? Cruising at 130-ish, which is about as fast as she wants to go without me thrashing the engines or tearing bits off the airframe. The roads here are mostly pretty straight, so, I mean, you wouldn't want to speed on them, but just saying, they're mostly pretty straight. It does make me a bit homesick every time I fly here in the sim. I'm from further south, obviously, but, you know, still the same province. Just my part of it has less trees. Less trees and more fucking oil rigs and pump jacks. So for those who haven't seen the exterior of the Catalina we're flying here today, if I can just get it roughly straight and level. Ain't that a beauty? Ain't that a fucking beauty? And it's freeware. If you guys weren't aware, this is freeware. You go to the French VFR site. You've got to go to MSFS native aircraft, and then you should see Canso PBY, and that's what you want. Not a pilot by which some of the tail dragger and float plane dynamics allowed the laws of physics better. Yeah, some aircraft in the sim have really good float plane or tail dragger physics. Like the F6F we were in earlier today, I'd say it probably could still use a little tuning on the tail dragger physics, but it has a free cast ring tail wheel. It doesn't have any sort of active steering unless you enable the easy mode option. So you're steering just with your differential toe braking and application of throttle, the way that you should be in pretty much every World War II tail dragger. So that's a bit of a challenge, but it's a fun one. A couple of the other aircraft, even if they do have nose wheel steering proper, they do have good ground handling. The Black Box Islander and Trilander have really good ground handling. You have that slight lag in the nose wheel steering that you have in real life. Likewise, the Cessna 414. The 414 and the Islander and Trilander are also turned really well. Just like if you don't want to use the active steering, like the nose wheel steering, you just use the toe brakes and they turn just fine with those. So there are aircraft with really good ground handling in the sim, but it is relatively uncommon. It seems like a lot of the third-party devs haven't really cracked that one yet, and Asobo themselves are more focused on getting, you know, the core sim up to scratch. So a lot of the vanilla aircraft are still kind of in need of TLC. But It's funny to me, especially as a DCS player, because some of the DCS devs do this too. Every time a dev can't figure out how to make something work, they just blame Asobo and say the sim doesn't support it. Then you see like a one-man garden shed project come along that no one's ever heard of, and it has exactly the thing that's supposedly impossible. It's like, oh yeah, the sim does support it, you just have to actually like know how to configure it properly. It's like a lot of the flight model issues you get with third-party modules in this, or even the Asobo stuff. You change literally one line, or one variable in the flight model config file, and it fixes it. It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest. It's literally just named all my favorite planes in the sim. They're good planes. The 414's flight model took a while, especially on single-engine stuff. But it's in a really good place now. Really, really good place. I love it. Looks good, sounds good, flies nicely. Beautiful aircraft. I do need to fly the Trilender. I've been meaning to fly that goofy-ass thing on stream for a while. I think we're going to do a flight around Wales, maybe, with the Trilender. Around Wales, maybe up to Liverpool. Go visit Stella. The 310 is amazing, too. I haven't flown the 310 for a little while. Like, with the state-saving planes, I tend to not use them for just goofing around. I'll actually fly them on proper scenic hops or whatever, because I don't want to bust the plane by doing silly shit, but I do really enjoy the 310. Still has a little twitchiness in crosswind, the 414. Okay, so CCM, because he has so many hours on light twins, because, you know, he flies them for work, I did ask him about that, because I don't know much about general aviation aircraft. I'm a military aviation person and like vintage stuff. So I don't really know much about those sort of classic 50s, 60s, 70s Cessnas, or whenever the 414's from, I think like 70s or 80s. And he said that it's quite common for those kinds of aircraft to be quite twitchy and have a bit of like a feeling of directional instability to them and a bit slippery side to side. I think some of that's also the way that the sim does do turbulence at the moment, so like I notice you get knocked around in yaw quite a lot, but with the 414 I've noticed it will search with the nose, so... But he said it's maybe not 100%, but it's pretty accurate behavior for a light twin. A lot of them do that. It also has that massive fucking tail fin on it. So I looked at, like, just looking at the shape of the aircraft, I look at that tail fin and I wonder, was that put there to try and remedy a lack of directional stability, or is that the cause of the lack of directional stability? Like, is it too much tail? Which does happen. But, I don't know, it might be a research project one day, is learn about the design of the 414. Do we have an escort again? I just saw a shadow flash over the top of me. Might just be the clouds teleporting. So the live weather, for those that aren't familiar with the way the sim's live weather works, it isn't smoothly moving. I think the clouds do move a little, but it's not like smoothly moving like DCS's new clouds are. They jump between update windows. I think the update window is like anything between 5 minutes and half an hour, depending where in the world you are and how good the info is on the meta. So you will occasionally see the lighting levels jump suddenly or a cloud teleport. But the live weather isn't 100% true to life. I've personally checked a few times just to see how close it was, but it's close enough. You know, it's relatively convincing. And it's just nice to have dynamically generated weather that isn't some predictable preset. Presets are nice, but being able to just load up a flight and not know what I'm going to have for weather, because I'm in the sim, I'm not flying in real life here, and I don't really care to check the meta because I'll take what's given to me, you know. I was kind of talking about my philosophy with sims earlier in the stream, but obviously in real life I do everything I can to be a safe and, you know, not stupid pilot. But when I'm flying a sim, I can learn from every time I fuck up. I can learn from every crash, from every death, from every little thing. So I don't make any particular effort to fly, like, properly, by procedure or anything. I just throw shit at the wall and I see what sticks. I don't study these aircraft. I don't think the word, or the phrase, sorry, study sim has any merit with regards to civilian market sims, like commercial market sims. If it was a military training sim, an actual proper military training sim, or like an actual proper commercial training sim that the airlines use, yeah, that's a study sim. This sim? No. There's aircraft that you can pull circuit breakers in, but pulling circuit breakers is not studied. Half of them you don't need to pull anyway, they're just there so you have something to click and amuse yourself with. Like, you're never going to encounter a situation where you need to pull that breaker in most of these aircraft. A few are starting to move in the direction you might need to learn the emergency checklist, but most of them you don't. I just hop in an aircraft that I've never flown before or seen before, and I just intuit how to start it up. As you guys saw, I have started this once before from cold, but I had to remember how to do it today. And I just take it for a fly. I do the test pilot thing. If I don't know what the landing speed is, I'll either make a best guess based on a similar aircraft I have sim experience with, or know about, its real-world reference speeds, or I'll take it up to a safe altitude, I'll take the power off, and I'll see where I start losing control. I'll see where the ailerons decide to stop working and a wing drops out from under me, and then I'll just add 10 knots to that maybe, and that's my landing speed. Test pilot stuff. I'm not a test pilot, and I never will be, but in the sim, I can be if I want to be. The biggest issue with the Xbox is just, it's a little difficult to get the full experience of the sim, I guess, just because of the way the Xbox is. They can't mod stuff, so they're kind of stuck with, if something on the marketplace is only good once it's been modded, they're kind of stuck with it in its crappy state. Also, a lot of the more predatory kind of asset flip, low effort things on the marketplace are very much aimed at the Xbox market, because they know that, like, these guys aren't super discerning, they're new to the sim world, so we can rip them off. But I don't have anything against people that play this on Xbox, so, like, I don't mind it. It's not even a competitive game like War Thunder is, where people bitch about cross-platform advantage, auto-aim assist or whatever, but it doesn't bother me. If you want to fly on an Xbox, go for it. If you want to fly on a fucking Raspberry Pi, go for it. If you want to pull the navigation computer out of a plane from fucking 1970 and somehow get it to run the sim, go for it. It's one of the nice things about this sim, like, it's brought so many people who otherwise wouldn't really have an interest in aviation into aviation. People who are like, oh, I'm not that into planes, but I want to see my house. It's so cool to go see my house. Like, Aussies will know who I'm talking about. Well, maybe not all of them, but younger Aussies will know who I'm talking about. Spanian. Spanian did a fucking stream on YouTube. This is a rapper, right, who's been in and out of jail all his life because he had a pretty shitty upbringing, and, he struggled. He got institutionalized and he struggled to break the habits. But, Spanian did a fucking MSFS stream, flying around finding all the jails he's been to around Sydney, pointing them out from the air. It was really interesting, actually, watching this guy who, had grown up in the system, unfortunately, just talking about, like, oh yeah, here's such and such jail, and he'd talk about a bit what it was like there, and like what the internal layout's like, what kind of people they send there, what the life was like. It was really interesting. Just goes to show, Particularly interesting some of the stories he had about how the best jails from his perspective to be in were the old ones, like Maitland Jail. You'd think, oh my god, no, why would you want to live in a fucking panopticon prison built in 1800 and frozen stiff out of stone, and you have a cold slab to sleep on? But it's just because, like, the more modern ones, they were the surveillance was a bit more pervasive. It wasn't just your old panopticon, but they had cameras everywhere, and he didn't like the layout, and they weren't very well built, in his opinion. It's quite interesting. It's like, no matter what sort of walk of life you're from and who you encounter in your life, there's always something you can learn from somebody else. Always. YouTube guy? Oh, he's a rapper. He's a rapper, but yeah, he has a YouTube channel as well. If it isn't a flight model with support from an aircraft manufacturer, it isn't study level. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. It's just a marketing term, particularly when it comes to MSFS. Like, it's meaningless. People throw it around so much. Oh, it's not study level because I can't pull breakers. Yeah, but it simulates engine damage better than this plane you can pull breakers in, so which one's really study level? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, people use it as an excuse to turn their nose up at this or that developer or this or that module. It's so stupid. Or, to justify prices that really are too high, or... Probably the best value you can get in the sim, still, although it's still got a few persistent bugs that haven't been updated, and I gather that the dude that made it is a good developer when he makes stuff, but he doesn't really remember to support things long term. The fucking 247, the Boeing 247, that thing was, like, what, 20 bucks at release? 20 fucking bucks. And you can tap on the instruments to make sure that they're reading correctly. I still wouldn't call it study level, but holy shit, it's detailed. Like, you can tune into different period radio stations if you have them installed. It has the old, what's it called? The radio ranging navigation, the AN Morse code bleeper thing. Like, it's so cool, dude. Has all these different, like, it has ground equipment, it has all these different configurations you can put in, it has failures simulated, it has state saving on the fucking passengers' ashtrays. $20! $20 fucking dollars! Madman! And the logic was, you know, if you price something $100 and whatever dollars, like, say, the MD-80, I haven't flown the MD-80, it looks alright. I think the art could be done better because it looks kind of like it was ported almost, but I've heard it's good in terms of simulation. But, like, the MD-80 is super expensive, that's why I don't have it. I'm not really a tube-liner person, but I don't mind flying them from time to time. If I bought an MD-80, I'd probably do faux tanker work with it, just because I like flying things low and slow. Kind of on the edge of the envelope. But, yeah, it was like $100-something bucks. And then you've got the 247, which is just, like, probably one of the most fully simulated vintage aircraft you'll find anywhere, particularly from that era. And you really have to learn its quirks to get it to work right, you know? There's so many things you can break on that plane. Partly because the cooling wasn't quite working properly. Some of the temperature values weren't, well, I think the gauges weren't reading correctly for oil temp and pressure. That's what the problem was. So a lot of us blew our engines on the first couple of flights, but once we figured out what kept it happy, you know, you're managing your coolers and your rad flaps and your carb heat and all this stuff just to keep the engines happy, stop them from icing up, because they will ice up, stop them from burning, because they will burn. My first ever flight in the 247 went absolutely wonderful. I took off from just outside Honolulu, same place I took off from tried to take off from first flight of this morning in the Long Easy. I forget, it's an air base, I forget the name of it. It's west of Honolulu. Took off from there, did a nice flight around the island, then headed east. I figured I was going to go land on the big island. And it went wonderfully. Like, I had an awesome flight, and then right as I did kind of a spiral descent, because I didn't set up for a proper approach. I was just like, oh yeah, there's the airfield, chuck it over into a bank, and down we go. As I was kind of on my second final little corkscrew to get down to pattern height, one of my engines had orange stuff come out of it and made very unpleasant noises. I'd shut down the engine, pull the fire extinguisher. Well, this is not ideal, but we can manage on one engine. We're close to the airbase or airfield, airport, whatever. We've got enough altitude. We're good. I can handle this on one engine. It's not too bad. Well, as we were on short final, the other engine packed it in. So we glided it down with fire streaking out of one of the engines. Just fucking tap the brakes on the left to spear off the runway and pull the fire extinguisher. Very eventful and interesting first flight. Made me fall in love with the plane immediately. I think maybe next stream I do in this is we might try and... we'll get a Trilander flight in maybe if I can remember. Do a Trilander flight around Wales or something, and we'll find somewhere to fly the 247 because it's been a long time since I flew the 247. I'm sure I'd find fun and interesting ways to set it on fire again since it's been so long. From what I've heard, Cranky, it's a bit of a habit of his. You know, some devs kind of, they have a very short attention span. They release something and they forget they released it, so it never gets updated. But, I don't know, I could be wrong on that. People say the same shit about Carinado, and Carinado has released quite a few patches for some of their aircraft in the sim, so... I think I've been too far south here, because I should, by rights... I mean, I know I'm very slow in this thing, but I should by rights be seeing mountains by now. I'm gonna commit heresy. We're gonna go to the Garmin or whatever the fuck this thing is. I don't do modern avionics. No idea where I am. CY... Is that CYGU? CYQU? CYOQ, I think. I have a vague idea where I am, but I don't remember for sure. I think I've flown out here before, so we might be okay. We're just, like, slow, because it's a Catalina, so it'll be a while before we hit the Rockies. I didn't plan this out very, very well. I was planning on my last flight not being too long. Wasn't planning on another 10-hour stream today, but it looks like we might be doing another 10-hour stream today. Oh well, what a shame. How terrible. Do some more 337 stuff as well. I haven't flown that for a bit. He might be working on something new. I might be mixing up my devs here, but I seem to recall he has a reputation for going radio silent for long periods, and then suddenly like, oh, look what I made. It's like, holy shit, where'd you pull that from? Like, I think that was largely what happened to the 247, wasn't it? Either way, the biggest issue the 247 has is the gauge is misreading for oil pressure and temp, and there's already a community fix out for that, so... And even then, even if you don't have the community fix, you just memorize where the needles want to be. I think it was pressure wanted to be at 10 o'clock and temp wanted to be at 2 o'clock. Or vice versa. Trial and error. Stick figure, cheers for the follow, and anyone else whose follows I missed today, appreciate it, guys. I've been doing the streaming thing for several years now, and I still haven't got my alerts in a convenient way to read. I have to crane my neck to look down at my phone screen. Pro streamer, obviously. Pegman, thanks for the follow as well. Coronado let the Mooney fuel switch bug sit for like 4 months, but other updates have been much faster. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's not entirely dissimilar from DCS, where you'll have one really obvious bug that needs to be fixed, and it'll sit for years sometimes, while really esoteric stuff that only gets found by accident gets fixed like literally the next day after someone reports it. It's very odd. I have flown the Mooney. I don't think I've flown it on stream, but I have flown the Mooney a couple times, and I quite like it. It's quite nice. It's quite a pleasant plane. I can see why people like them. But yeah, like the Coronado, the classic Coronado sound bug, it's been fixed on some aircraft, but not others. So I can't remember which ones it worked, like it's been fixed on, but I know I was flying the, I think it was the new Cessna, was it the 185, 195, 185, no, 195 I think, the executive one, vintage executive one. And I think I got the engine bug on that, and I got the engine bug on the Banana, the V-tail Banana. So it still exists on some of their aircraft, but some of them it's been fixed. Which is very weird, because it's presumably the same bug causing the same thing on all their different modules, so I don't know why it would be difficult to just copy-paste the fix. Getting blown a little by the wind here. Kind of blowing us to the north. That's alright. I'm not ashamed to admit I am more or less lost at this point. I know there's a field under me. I recall the airport code from somewhere. I think it's CYOQ. I don't want to zoom in to check and then have to unzoom again and find where I'm comfortable, but I'm pretty sure I've flown around this patch before. I think I'm generally going in the right direction, but it might have been a wise idea of me to at least find what the fucking... what vector I wanted to fly out on from High Prairie to hit Whitecourt, because once you hit Whitecourt you can just fly the rest visual pretty easily. I am seeing rivers up ahead though, and I know Whitecourt is on a river system somewhere, so it might be ahead of us or it might be further south, I don't know. If we follow the rivers, we'll find the mountains, because that's where they're coming from. What'd you guys say about the C-130? What about the C-130? As in the one in the sim, or like the real thing? Because he hasn't flown tankers, he just does spotting for them. However, he did have some words to say about the C-130 crash that happened here. Namely, it was pretty much what he thought it was, and it's one of the reasons he doesn't do the, the exchange where the Canadian firefighters come out here in Canadian winter and Australian summer. Because he had a bit of a close call himself one year. He wasn't a fan of the way that they were being vectored to different places, so... a bit of a communication breakdown, I gather, and that is not what you want in those kinds of situations. Don't understand how these bugs get fixed to propagate for years on end. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I can tell you from DCS experience, sometimes really obvious bugs, the devs don't, some of the devs do play the games, but quite a lot don't, or they just don't play it much. So quite often, the devs won't know the bug exists, and the players will assume it's so obvious somebody's reported it. And you'll go 5 years and realise, actually, no, nobody ever reported it. It was just assumed knowledge. You can't fix what you don't know about. That said, there are bugs that have been reported multiple times, and the devs have even acknowledged some of them, and then they just don't get around to fixing it for years, if ever. It's weird. I managed to get a couple of really like autistic fixes for the DCS MiG-21, just because I was browsing through the manual, like the real life flight manual, looking for something else. I was like, huh, that's not how it works in game. So I poked up a couple of bug reports, and within like a couple days, Novak had issued fixes for them. So I guess he just saw them and was like, oh, there's something to do here. But, you know, meanwhile, other stuff still needs reworking, so I don't know if it's just they're waiting for any major overhauls to do after the Corsair releases, which would make sense, I would totally get that. Or if it's just a case of, you know, certain fixes require a certain amount of social credits compared to others. Then there's stuff like the Vigan, the flight model, and that I gather is kind of, what's the word you use? Somebody else's code after they leave and you don't know how to fuck with it. Like, it's not even really like, well, it's partly legacy code because of the way it was added to DCS before official support for a lot of the functions it needs. So there's like a lot of back-end workarounds like the MiG-21 has. That's something the 21 and Vigan have in common. It's the root of a lot of their weapons and systems bugs. But like the flight model bugs, I gather that the guy that did the flight model up and left, I think he was the one that got headhunted by Meta Immersive Synthetics when the whole thing was going on with Heatblur, looking at joining forces with them. So, I mean, it was a bit of a non-answer, but what I could sort of divulge from the answer I got about why it was not fixed yet and what they were going to do about it was there was a lot of guesswork and fiddly black magic involved in getting the aircraft to hit certain numbers while, you know, at certain conditions, and it's like, well, it doesn't hit the numbers even close in any of the other conditions, so it needs tuning, but I don't know. I get the impression that they maybe don't feel confident in their ability to fuck with the other guy's code, because maybe he didn't leave enough documentation for it or something, or maybe they're just too busy with their other modules. They got too much on their plate, in my opinion. They're doing the Razbam thing that everyone criticizes Razbam for, even when Razbam don't do it, which is, you know, taking on too many projects and not maintaining the ones they do have. But, like, Razbam are the complete opposite of that now. They still have a lot of projects on the go, but they actually work on old stuff too to bring it back up to what it should be. Moral of the story, doesn't matter which DCS third party you are, or how many staff you have, or how big you are, you could very easily fall into the same trap. Why it always gives me the shits when people on Hoggit or wherever play favorites with devs. It's like, nah, dude. They all have their problems. Several of them have the exact same problems as each other, but the community has these double standards where what one dev gets lauded for, the other gets fucking crucified for. It's just so stupid. A lot of these guys from all the third parties are doing this as a part-time thing outside of a day job, which is why it takes so long for things to happen. Like, there's, you know, there's money in it, but there's not a shit ton of money in it, put it that way. And DCS gamers, just like gamers in general, severely underestimate how much time, money, and effort it takes to develop this stuff, and how complicated it is. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. It's been a pretty chill one today. I am going to need to fetch myself a drink, I think, when I do finally land, because otherwise I'm going to talk myself hoarse again, which is not ideal, considering I need to use my voice tomorrow. Got a couple of assessments for a counselling course. I have a pretty decent natural knack for counselling, natural talent for it. I've had a lot of practice in my life, which you could see as either a good or bad thing. But I need to have a voice to do it. So I don't want to get too carried away. I'm not very good at the self-care thing, especially on stream. I just get caught up in what I'm doing, you know, it's ADHD sort of thing. Caught up in what I'm doing, can't stop myself. Before I know it, a 3-hour stream has turned into a 10-hour stream and I can't speak the next day. I think ED is the worst of the abandonware problem. Look at the F-86 and the Soviet trainer they've ignored. Oh, the Yak. The Yak is so close to greatness. It just needs a little, like a few little things, damage model being chief among them. But yeah, it's weird. They are very much... Their focus jumps from one thing to the other. I've actually used the term ADHD gaming to describe DCS development, not just from ED but from the third parties as well, and that kind of sim development model in general. Modders are particularly guilty of it, but you see it a lot in Sims and like Eastern European game development. It's literally the autism ADHD fucking development dynamic. They hyper focus on random shit that doesn't actually contribute that much to the game, and then they like either forget something really important or they just don't focus as much on it as they should and take years to come back to it. Sorry, I got a bit of dust on my screen here. Like DCS has better looking fucking train models than a lot of railway sims do. You know how often you see those up close? Not often, let me tell you. Like I'm down with it. I see you, whoever's the train stand at ED. You know, I appreciate a good train stand, but why? Like, there's just so much hyper focus on little details that it's a flight sim, dude. It doesn't matter. I went on a big rant like I think it was a couple months ago now on stream and in Discord about how it's great that they're updating the old 3D models from the lock-on and Flaming Cliff stuff and making it look not like arse. The problem is they're going too far the other way. So the amount of detail on the B1 and the B52 models they're working on, like, imagine you want to have a large bomber raid on screen while there's other stuff happening elsewhere in the mission. Like, take like Enigma server or something, and yeah, that could be a problem. Unless they find a way to really well optimize it, which I kind of doubt, it's going to be a big problem. Because, like, they've modeled so much detail. There's things up in the landing gear bay, you're never going to see them. You're never going to look up there. Like, I get that DCS sees a lot of attention from people that like to make game screenshots or, you know, make movies from the game. That's fine. You know, the cinematic people need some bones thrown to them from time to time, but we don't need that for gameplay. Like, I'm not going to get so close to a B-52 that I can tell that, you know, the avionics bay cooling vent is 3D mesh rather than just a normal map texture. I'm not going to be able to tell if, like, a specific hose in the landing gear well is not in the exact right position for aircraft, you know, 63-44969 fucking whatever. I don't care. I just want something that looks like a B-52, looks reasonably good at the kind of distance I'd be flying in fingertip formation with one, and runs well in large numbers in the game. We don't need all the extra detail. It's nice to have, but we don't need it. And that's, like, you know, the amount of time it takes them to replace all the models because they're going to so much detail. Like, we could have had so much more content in the game. It needs more content. That's DCS's problem, is it lacks content for different time periods. It has a lot of content in general, but, like, once you thin it down to, okay, well, this is World War II, this is Korean War era, there's very little Korean War stuff. You have to reuse a lot of World War II stuff, and even then it's missing a lot. Aircraft especially. Like, there's just so much missing. Like, why not take it a little easier with the fucking puzzle piece detail and just focus on adding the, you know, more stuff to flesh out the environment. A fleshed out environment is a lot more immersive and convincing than super duper amazing details that you're never going to see anyway. You know, even like playing IL-2 1946 with its 2000s era graphics, when we did the big event that, you know, the slot event that Enigma ran, or the SimG guys ran actually, and Enigma promoted it. When we did that, it didn't matter that my aircraft had 10 polygons on the entire thing, and like the texture res was the size of a postage stamp. It doesn't matter, because I looked sideways out of my open canopy and I saw a bunch of my buddies flying with me in SBDs, also with open canopies, over the Solomon Islands, and I was like, holy fuck, this is amazing. And then when we arrived at the fleet, we went into trail formation, dived through a cloud. We had, like, so much flak and AAA coming up at us. It looked like flying into a snowstorm vertically. Like, just white streaks coming up past me. And it looks like shit from a modern graphical perspective, but it doesn't matter, because I was immersed, you know? So my example is, like, people who churn out a pretty decent volume of reasonably detailed aircraft models that you could use for AI. Like, if you go on ArtStation, Sketchfab. Go on Sketchfab, look at what Tim Samedov makes. Or Egg, who is a member of my community. Look at stuff Egg makes. He's working on a 3D model of the Ye-8, which was the what was originally meant to be the MiG-23. It was a MiG-21 PFM with free-floating canards on it and a chin intake. It looks like a fucking Euro canard from the 1960s. It's fucking gorgeous. He's making a 3D model of that, but he's not going overboard with every little detail because A, it's a prototype, so, you know, he doesn't have good detailed references of it, And B, it's not meant to be like super seen up close in game. He doesn't even know if he's going to put it in game. He made a Tupolev 141 Strich, which is that little old Cold War 70s era reconnaissance drone the Ukrainians have brought out of mothballs. You know, one of them ended up having a detour to a club in Croatia and dropped some sick beats right outside the front door by crashing and exploding. That thing, he modeled one of those. And it looks great from the kind of distance you would normally see it in flight if you were trying to shoot it down or if you were trying to even fly formation with it to see what it is. It looks fine. It's not overly detailed, but it looks good at reasonable distances. And it's so well optimized, you could probably put it in a fucking 20-year-old game and it would run just fine. Like, you really... And it took him, like, not that long to make. You really don't need to go overboard with this kind of stuff. I mean, I know we have the graphical fidelity to do it. I know that performance on PCs is getting better and better, and like, look at MSFS, this is fucking gorgeous, but you still don't need, like, MSFS, you're not going to usually see like 100 aircraft flying in close formation in the same airspace, while there's flak and SAMs going off. DCS you are, and you need to be able to have some usable performance after that. So I kind of feel like DCS has really improved in direction lately. There's a lot happening, things are really accelerating. There's a lot of new Cold War aircraft coming, there's a lot of new third parties being minted, there's a shit ton of maps coming, like some of them I question the utility of, but hey, new maps, why not? So it's great to see DCS really flourishing, but there's still aspects of its development that I think they could do better, or that just don't really make a lot of sense to me. Like, I don't quite see what they're aiming for. I was watching earlier, switched to Amplify, missed the last bit, and looks like we're back again. Yep. Amplify dropped by with a raid about an hour ago, a little while ago. We've had quite a few raids today, actually. I can see something that resembles foothills. Not mountains yet, but foothills. We're getting there, chat. We can actually see them. It's a start. Man, look how fucking slow this plane is. I love it, but God, it's slow. You know, we'll see how we go, but I don't want to be streaming for too long today. I do have things to get done this evening, and then obviously tomorrow I've got some assessments to do, so I'm going to be pretty busy. Got my armor stream to do in the morning and then straight to it, so if we don't get to the Rockies proper before too much longer, we might just find a little lake or something to land on, or a nice field that we can turn into a runway, and we'll set up a little campsite, have a little closing chat, and then might do a flight to the Rockies and something slightly quicker next time. I underestimated the amount of time this would take, because last time I did this sort of flight, it was in a 337, a turbo 337 in the sim, and you know, I was kind of belting the engine to get there quicker. So flying a Catalina with the engines dialed back, because I don't want to blow them up, it's a little different. Probably more chance of finding a suitable landing spot around here than in the mountains proper anyway. We are seeing some foothills, so we're getting a bit closer. How about taking the texture time work they're doing for the non-flyable aircraft? You can start to update the P-51, F-86 and MiG-15 cockpits? Yeah. I mean, that is at least the case where they're using the art team to do art team stuff. A lot of DCS players have pretty unrealistic expectations, though. Like, you'll see every time ED tease like a new weather effect or something like that, you'll have people going, ooh, why aren't they working on fucking multi-core? Like, yeah, dude, the art team's really going to work on multi-core. Great fucking insight there, bro. You know, like, I think there is some improvement to be had in what ED does or doesn't focus on, but I also think by and large a community are not helpful, because they have no concept of how game development works at all. Like, ED's priorities might not be the best, but the communities are somehow even worse a lot of the time. And now you have, again, I'm going to go on another Hoggett rant here, I guess, but you've got the geniuses on Hoggett that are acting like now that we've got the Strike Eagle coming, and all that stuff. Oh, well, now there's the Apache, the Strike Eagle, the F-18, the F-16. What else is there left to do? Is DCS over? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Bruh. oh yeah, we got all the modern Blue 4 planes, there's nothing else to do, that's it, aviation's done, well, guess I'll pack it up and go play something else. Like, come on, man. Where you at in the sim? Fucked if I know. Somewhere probably west or southwest of High Prairie. I was hoping to spot Whitecourt and then VFR from Whitecourt cross Edson, Hinton, and then find my way into the Jasper National Park that way, but I did not even bother preparing by figuring out which heading I wanted to fly out on to get there. So I've just been meandering kind of generally south and then west. I know vaguely where I am. I'm not completely lost. I know that the Rockies are in front of me because I'm heading west. I know that if I go further south, I'll hit Rocky Mountain House eventually. But yeah, we don't know exactly. I don't really plan these flights ahead. I just get in the plane and fly wherever my fancy takes me. It's a shame that E is the only version of the F-15 that exists. I know, right? Or like the C Block 50 is the only F-16 ever to be designed. Yeah, like fucking hogget brains, man. I don't know. I mean, it's one thing for dumb takes like that, but then if you try and bring it up, or you say, oh, you know, I think we've had enough of the modern planes, I'd like to see some more variation in what DCS has, and they get this massive fucking chip on their shoulder. I don't know. In case you can't tell, I don't like Reddit in general, and I especially don't like Hogget. I just had a whole little rant about, you know, oh, well, you're gatekeeping, because, like, no, they're gatekeeping because they're introducing new players to the game by bestowing upon them a terminal skill issue. Teaching them to do shit wrong, giving them the wrong attitudes towards the sim, and kind of, you know, stymieing any hope that these bright-eyed young things coming into flight simming might become interested in anything more fucking interesting than a fucking Hornet. That's just sad. Starting to look more like it. So this is... we're probably past Whitecourt, because where it gets hillier like this is out towards Edson Way. I don't know if we're going to pass over Edson, because I'm not entirely sure where I am, but we might. We're in the right general area. Do you ever watch Growling Sidewinder? I used to. Some of his older videos were interesting to me, but a lot of his newer stuff is just X country plane versus Y country plane. It's kind of... I'm not going to say that he shouldn't do it, because he's found a good earner, he knows what he's doing, but he does also, like Hogget, to a much lesser degree though, he doesn't really always know what he's talking about. He sounds like he does if you don't know yourself, but again, this isn't to shit on another person's content. I respect what he does, he's clearly found a good little niche for himself. But, yeah, like he'll just repeat myths about aircraft that have never been correct, because he doesn't really research things deeper than checking Wikipedia or whatever, or just repeating what other people have said to him. And a lot of the dogfight stuff, it was more interesting to me early on when he showed some more interesting tactics. Like a lot of the more recent stuff is just hypotheticals of this country versus that country, because it brings in views. Like, I totally get it. It brings in views like you would not believe. But like, all the interesting maneuvers that he used to do were in the earlier videos. I mentioned earlier, like, one of the coolest things I saw him do, which most DCS players, like, never think to do this, is he intentionally put the MiG-29 into an incipient spin to sweep the nose across somebody and get a missile off as they overshot him. That's some pretty high skill shit. You don't see that very often, but that was in one of his really old videos, and since then I watched a few, and like, it just became sort of, you know, it was a lot of this plane versus that plane that I either already had experience with that fight myself in DCS, or I'd already seen it. So what are your sensitivity settings? I've got a bit of a curve on my controls, I think. I could just check it quickly here. The other thing, though, is he does a lot of stuff with mod aircraft, and he doesn't really communicate to people that modded aircraft in DCS, the vast majority of them, the flight models, are not even close to reality. So people draw real-life conclusions from watching modded planes that don't behave like the real plane does. Which is a bad habit the DCS community in general has. Oh, I don't have any curves. Okay, disregard me then. So yeah, I'm just using straight stock everything since I got my new stick. I used to have curves on the Warthog, but I guess I got rid of them when I got this. So it's, in some aircraft it's a little sensitive, but it's not bad. I like having it a bit sensitive so I can make little corrections if it's, if it's a bit bumpy out. But yeah, like, GS isn't the only one that kind of does stuff like that, so that's not against him. That's just a DCS sort of community issue in general, is a lot of them just don't study history or don't study the way this stuff's designed to be used. And so they make ridiculous conclusions from the way things play out in DCS, and they may not even, it may even be between a pilot that knows their plane and a pilot that doesn't. And they'll make real life conclusions about stuff. It's just stupid. But Hoggett is probably like the nexus of that kind of thing, because it's where most people first go when they hear about DCS. And because of the Reddit format, where you upvote things that you think are funny or people that you think are cool, and you get downvoted if you actually reality check someone that's in the popular club, even if you're right, it just turns into a cesspit of misinformation and high school popularity games. Reddit's a fucking terrible format for anything, let alone learning or like sharing any sort of useful information. Which is ironic considering it was formed as a news aggregator, but it is what it is. Going for nearly 9 hours. We'll give it another little bit. Like I said, I can see the foothills here, but we're still quite a ways out from the mountains proper. So we'll continue on for a little more, and then we'll find somewhere to set down. We'll set up a little camp, I guess, and just have a little chat till the end of the stream, and then I will find someone to send you guys off to. I will be on tomorrow morning my time, so I play Armour with a group that's based in Europe, so that means it's early morning for me that they play. So there'll be a short Armour stream tomorrow, maybe a little bit of discussion about the Cold War server on DCS, which is unfortunately closed. So I'll have a little bit of a sort of wait for it, a little reminisce about it, and I kind of want to talk about a battle plan I had for one of the missions on that, which I never got to use. I really wanted to, I never got to use it. But I can't stream for too long tomorrow, so it'll just be a short one. I think we are getting kind of close, though. Not close enough, but kind of close. Like I said, I really underestimated just how long it would take to get there in this plane. It's a pretty big province, takes a while to cross. And we're doing, what, like 130 mile an hour, so that's, what, like not even 100 knots, I think? Maybe 100 knots? When I was doing this in the 337, because it's a turbo 337, because CCM modded the engine, it was like 180 knots, 200, something like that. So it was a lot faster. Even then, it was a pretty long flight. We got some nice scenery, though. I only took half fuel in this thing, and it's still good for 10 hours of endurance. The Catalina, if you fly it right, on a full tank of fuel, should stay in the air for about 20 hours, roughly. Nearly a full day, which is just insane to think about. It's why they were so popular for anti-submarine warfare and as fleet spotters during World War II. Obviously, it's a flying boat, so naval ops are ideal for it, but the really long endurance, the fact it can loiter because it's so slow, and the fact that it's got such good observation out those blisters in the back. It's a really fantastic naval spotter aircraft. Hey Breezewind, good to see you. Just caught us in the last little bit of the stream here. We were planning to get to the Rocky Mountains, if I can speak today, from High Prairie, but we are in a Catalina, and I forgot just how slow the Catalina is and just what a big distance that is.
So I'm not sure we're going to make it this stream before I kind of run out of time, but we've had a pleasant flight either way. Just hand flying it. For those that missed me spruiking it before, this is a freeware aircraft. If you go to the French VFR site and then go to MSFS native aircraft, you'll see it listed under Canso PBY or something to that effect. We are getting quite a bit of wind here, blowing us off track. I kind of feel like if we just hit the edge of that cloud is probably sheathing the mountains. That happens quite often, like you see it all the time flying around them in the sim. You'll see a wall of cloud and there's mountains in it. So we might actually be a bit closer than I thought. They might just be hiding behind the clouds, we'll see. We're definitely in the foothills though, so we're not that far out. There are a few airports around Hinton which I would be able to spot, or should be able to spot. But I think, yeah, if I head north, maybe that might be the go. Ah, there you go. Cheers for that, RTR. Hero of the hour, getting that link in there. Playing against a friend of mine in MSFS and totally screwed up. I was in a P38 and he was in a 0 and broke right. My plan was to apply power and pull the F4 outside loop since I can't out-turn the 0, but I got over eager and lost too much airspeed and had to disengage. Oof. I haven't done any dogfighting in MSFS yet, I don't think. Me and Sable were thinking of doing it in the F4U, but we haven't got around to it yet. Me and Sable need to do some DCS dogfights as well. I keep saying I'll do it, but things keep coming up, unfortunately. It do be like that. But yeah, I haven't done any dogfighting in MSFS with the Warbirds. I might have to try that sometime. I've tried that 0 freeware. I don't know, I know I was kind of talking shit about people saying this before, but to me it doesn't quite feel right. Something just doesn't... Oh. I don't know if Yuki's still here, but I quite like this song. I'm glad he put me onto it, so I'm going to turn it up. Because the Catalina is the loud girl. It's the only way we're going to hear it. Also, the sound modeling isn't fully completed in this yet, so closing the window doesn't quieten it down any. Oh yeah, well I wouldn't be surprised if he'd outpull a P38. Especially at lower speed. The 0 historically was known to have issues with its controls getting extremely heavy, like almost it couldn't maneuver levels of heavy. Mind you, this is from Taiyu assessments, so it could just be more Taiyu bullshit. Zinc would know. But allegedly it got very heavy in the controls at high speed, so the 0 would try and force a low speed fight. Whereas the P38 should actually turn better at high speed, simply because the pilot can pull a bit harder. We had a bit of a discussion about that little attribute of different World War II fighters earlier. He sometimes gets a little overzealous with the performance on some of the aircraft, I think, but generally they feel alright. May need a little adjustment back and forth here and there, but they usually feel alright. I haven't flown a Spit in a while. I need to double check on that, because initially when I got it, it felt like it wasn't draggy enough. Like as you come into land, it just wouldn't bleed the speed. But I know there's been some flight model changes on that, so I have to give it another look. I'm pretty excited for the Wilga. I'm pretty keen to get some bush flying done with that. Yeah, It's the Goose's big brother. From another mother, actually. Consolidated, not Grumman. Watched a few of the previews for it. It looks pretty good. I like all the little details in it. Like, it's nice having little widgets to play with. I know that, like, some people are, oh, it's just candy, it's weird, it's important to simulate it properly and not have, like, yeah, but it's nice to give it some life as well, you know? It's nice to have something that kind of gives you the sense that the aircraft is alive and moving through the air. Little bits of subtle visual feedback, like, you know, the sunny's hanging over, swaying as you bank the aircraft, or things like that. Or the, like in the S6F we were flying earlier, you could see the stick vibrating when it was running on the ground from the engine. I still don't know for sure where we are, but I don't know. My spidey sense is telling me we're not actually as far from Hinton as I thought we were. We'll know if we see it anyway. So, just looking at the little cheetah Garmin there, I can see that there's a river flowing into the mountains, which then forks off, which should be about what I should be seeing if I was to hit Hinton and go into Jasper that way. So we might actually be kind of close. Like I said, the clouds are probably shrouding the mountains. I'll turn it back down so I don't blow your eardrums out. This is a really good song too, though. It's the only downside about flying in Misfits, a lot of the planes are so loud I can't hear the music very clearly over them. Yeah, I know you could have the hear like you've got your headset on, but I feel like that it gets rid of the noise too much. Like, I like having the audio feedback in Misfits. In DCS, I have the hear like in helmet option on because it's, you know, it's less of a filter in DCS. It doesn't make it go dead silent like it does in Misfits. Yes, I do play Gunner Heat PC. I do indeed. Eagerly awaiting the future developments for it. Particularly infantry, just because I want to watch all the War Thunder players suffer as they learn that tanks are not actually the king of the battlefield. But, yeah. And patiently awaiting my favourite tank, the T-64. When the T-64 is in the game, I'll be a very happy man. The 50 cal? Okay, so the 50 cal, the Commander's 50 cal for the M60 works, although there's not really any way to aim it besides just aiming off traces currently. The Abrams Commander's 50 cal doesn't yet, but it will in the future. So the a lot of the turret-based anti-aircraft machine guns or heavy machine guns are not fully implemented yet. They will be, they just haven't got round to it because it's not priority. I don't want to speak too soon, but I have a gnawing feeling in my stomach that we may actually have accidentally found our way to where I wanted to go in the first place. Just by dumb luck, which wouldn't be the first time I've done it. That would be, well, you can only select it on the M60, so yeah, it does work on the M60, but you can't turn the main turret with it selected. And you can't really aim it very well, you kind of have to just guesstimate, because it doesn't have its sight implemented yet, but it will in the future. Yeah, I have a feeling I've accidentally navved to exactly where I want to go, or at least close to where I want to go. So I know there's an airport near Hinton, and that might be that northern one. And just looking at the shape of the hills here, it looks about right. I don't know. The moment of truth will be when we actually get closer and I can see what the town looks like. It's a gamey, twitchy flight model. Misfits always bothers me and renders it useless for me. Like now I can even see from the stream how that's me. That's not it. That's me. I'm being kind of clumsy today. But also the air is alive in Misfits, unlike DCS. This is like, you know, I'm not going to say I've flown a Catalina, because I obviously haven't, but flying the plane I learnt to fly in Misfits, as it does exist in the sim as a third-party add-on, it feels about right. Like, people bitch on the forums, ooh, turbulence is overdone, ooh, it's not this turbulent, oh, there's no way turbulence would be that vicious. Like, clearly they haven't spent that much time on an airliner going through a nasty pocket, because I can tell you fucking sure as shit, if you don't have your seatbelt on when you hit some really bad turbulence, your head's hitting the fucking baggage locker above you. Like, turbulence hospitalizes people, and people on the forums are trying to tell me, oh, it's overdone? Like, really? Okay. Some of the aircraft are twitchy. A lot of it comes down to individual flight model configuration. Sometimes you might just hit, like, a lot of really aggressive gusts that hit you at a nasty angle. As I was saying earlier, I think there's probably not enough verticality or roll, and there's a little much yaw. Like, it just feels like there's a lot of nose searching. I'm doing this with the rudder, but it feels like there's a lot of this in turbulence in Misfits, but you get a bit less of this. Whereas you should be getting a good mix of all of them. For larger aircraft, I mean, well, you're still going to get affected, but from my own personal experience in a very light aircraft, 600 kilo max takeoff weight, if a sudden thermal or gust of wind hit me, it would be like, it would knock the aircraft over quicker than I could do anything to counter it. Like, it would do this, I can't even do it in the Catalina because its roll response isn't quick enough, but in the Jabiru, if a sudden gust hit one wing, it would just do this, straight away. And there was no way I could predict it or fight it, I just had to correct it once it happened. I have, yeah. I haven't done it on stream, but I have flown the Trilander a bit. I quite like it. I've had it drop wings, but not like, I don't know. It's not consistent. Like, right there, it just dropped a wing. That wasn't me at all. That dropped a wing, and then it almost dropped the other one. So you do get it, but I don't know. It might just be the different kinds of turbulence the game is modeling or something. It might just be the individual flight models of the aircraft. It could well be the flight models of the aircraft, the way that some of them are fucking configured. The third-party ones in particular, a lot of the time are just... There's some very weird decisions made in the configs, if you actually read through them and look what the devs have done. I think probably half of this sim's problem is a lot of people are judging its basic flight model off of what they see from third-party devs that don't really put the effort in, or from the, you know, the less carefully crafted Asobo planes. Because Asobo have some really good ones, and then they have some, like, really ones that need a lot of work. Okay, I don't think we are exactly where I thought, but... I got hit with that false hope. We'll press on a little further. Flown the Discus? I don't think I've flown the Discus. I've flown the AS-33, the little freeware thingy with the electric motor. I know the Discus has one too, but... It's a recreational pilot's license cheaper to get than PPL? Yes. It's still expensive, but it's quite a bit cheaper than a PPL, and the medical requirements aren't quite as strict. You're limited to day VFR and a few other things, but, you know, the limitations are a fair trade for being cheaper and, not having to deal with medicals all the time. Basically, if you can drive a car, you can get a recreational license here. I don't know how it is in other countries that have something similar. But yeah, I don't think I've done the Discus. I've done the AS-33. I've never actually had any gliding experience in real life or in Sims until Misfits.
with the AS33, which I quite enjoy. The first day was alright, it was a little, well, the first day was actually shit, but the first proper day where I put effort into learning went alright, we had a few spills. And then not too long after, I managed to fly a pretty significant distance, and I only had to pull out the little electric motor once. We had no slews, and, well, except one where my internet dropped out, so I had to. And no crashes. A few poor decisions that nearly made me have to pull the motor out, but I managed to recover it. It was really satisfying to be able to land after like 3 hours solid of just pure gliding with no motor, no slew, no nothing. And be able to say that, like, this is my, you know, only my second real proper flight doing it. Certainly, had to learn quite a few things. It's very different than how I'd fly in the sim, and I would imagine in real life too, obviously. I'm trying to remember how long it actually took us to do this drive. I think probably not as long as it will take the Catalina to get there, but that's also because I've misnabbed a few times, so that doesn't help. She is not quick, not at all. Been pleasant though. Like, it's nice to just sometimes get a nice slow plane and chill. Don't have to do everything in a hurry. Engines look pretty happy. I just set and forget them after takeoff. I haven't had to touch them at all, which is also nice. Haven't got any passengers back there, but we've got a nicely modelled cabin. I can shut this door too if I want. Just leave it open. Just the fact that the air feels like actual air and it feels alive is huge to me. Like, as a DCS player, it just... DCS has some pretty nice flight models in it, but a flight model's only as good as the environment it's in. And so when you're flying something with an amazing flight model in a sim where the air is either dead still or you just get like consistent sort of random bumps to try and simulate turbulence, and it's consistent across the entire map with no respect to terrain or weather patterns, it kind of wears thin after a while. Little river valley down there. It does feel good surfing the ridges and the gliders. It's pretty cool too, actually being able to use thermals. Like, just, you know, you've got to make it between two ridges, but you can see there's a spot where a nice thermal might be. It looks like it might be a little warm there. Go over and sure enough, up you go. Because that's something that, like, I think I'm starting to get some here. That's probably where the bumpiness is coming from here, is the valley below. But like flying around Bathurst in the summer, you are getting thermals everywhere. You're just being thrown around like you're in a washing machine. And it was nice to finally have an experience like that in the sim. We are going to want to set down. We're getting quite a bit there. We are going to want to set down sooner or later, so we'll head up here and see what... Got that other... There's an airport over there, or an airfield of some sort over there. It's a ways out though. Like, considering how long it's taken us to get here, it's quite a distance. Let's continue ahead, we'll see what's down here. I really do want to get at least to Hinton, but I think I kind of screwed the pooch on that one by not just actually doing proper navigation. What a surprise. But we got some nice flying out of it. We'll find somewhere to set down. We'll set up a little camp, just because the camping add-on is, you know, maybe not strictly flight sim material, but it certainly is nice to play with. Especially for streaming. Like, I can just, if I want to go get something to eat and chill out and, like, chat with you guys instead of fly for a bit, I can do it. I've got a nice little visual sort of thing to do with it. Yeah, we're getting quite a bit of lift off this. See, she's dropping wings a little bit here, so you're getting some roll. I just wonder if it's maybe the flight models of individual third-party aircraft. It could well be. Because I've noticed a lot of them will search with the nose, but they won't actually seem to ever get bumped in roll or pitch. Or just, you know, get the straight up, straight down of going over a thermal. It'd be worth, like, testing sometime off stream, just trying out some of the Asobo planes, some of the, like, the really high sort of high fidelity third party planes, and some of the other ones that I haven't spotted that behavior in. Let's see what they do. Okay, well, I am not overly keen on flying into that in a Catalina anyway. So that might be my my we go no further west line here. I mean, it can do it. It's got instruments in. Well, my gyro's out, but for some reason, I think that's possibly a glitch, or maybe I didn't do something correctly during the startup. But my ADI's out, so I don't have a true artificial horizon at the moment. Not only that, but I know there's mountains in there if I go far enough, and I've been flying for plenty long enough anyway. So we're just going to find somewhere and set down, maybe right at the edge of the clouds. If I was in something faster, I'd go further into the mountains, climb over them. If there's a straight enough section of the river, I don't know if it'd be deep enough in real life, and, you know, you'd be worried about logs or rocks under it, but find a straight enough section of the river, I might set it down on that, taxi over to the shore, something like that, or we could just pick a field. Got the VSI, yeah, but I kind of want to know if my wings are level or not. I know it's skewed a few degrees left, so there's that, but still not ideal. Normally when I get myself lost because I didn't plan my flight ahead in the sim, I'll just open Google Maps or something and look for landmarks. It works, but in this case we're on a magical mystery tour. I can't be asked. Cannot be bothered. Head over to that escarpment there, or, you know, whatever it is. I can see there's either an erosion channel or an actual river running through there. So we'll go see what that is. And look for somewhere to land there. I know I keep saying this, like, oh, I'm gonna land, but I'm just pushing my luck. Because, you know, that's a smart thing to do in a plane. I think we're close, though. I swear, this looks familiar. I think we are close. We'll see if we hit a town up here. If we hit a town, then I've magically found my way to where I wanted to go by the power of sheer stupidity alone. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Everything looks pretty happy, so should be good. What engine did the Catalina run? I honestly couldn't tell you. I'm not that smart with radial engines. Some form of Cyclone, maybe? I don't know. Someone in... if any of my regulars are still awake at this time of day, because a lot of them are in other time zones, one of them might know. Got a lot of World War II tragics here. Got a little baby river here. And we got what looks like it might be a bigger river in front of us. The Catalina's engine. What was it? Oh yeah, that's a river. See the water from here. Twin Wasp. Okay, I was wrong. It wasn't a Cyclone, it's a Twin Wasp. Yeah, there's an airport there. Don't know what it is, though. I don't know, dude. This looks about right. Like, I feel like I've accidentally found my way where I wanted to go. And it wouldn't be the first time. But we'll have a look. Because there should be at least one airfield near here. And then a river valley, which we've got. The last time I saw this in the sim, it was snowed in, though, so it looked a little different. I'm feeling like 60% confident, put it that way. And I remember that around Hinton there was a lot of generic textures because there was clouds over the satellite imagery when they took it. So these shitty textures you see in front of me, that's what MSFS does when there's a cloud over the satellite imagery and it can't get high resolution sat image. It just is like, oh well, guess I'll die. And it puts whatever it thinks should go there, but it's like fucking FS98 textures. So it looks like shit. And it usually happens in the really interesting places I want to see high-resolution satellite imagery of. I think we found our way to the right spot, though. I think. So let's just follow the river for a bit and see if we spot a town of some description. Now it's getting a bit more bumpy. See, there's the nose searching, so it might just be side gusts. Maybe I've been running into more side gusts than anything else recently. I guess I have been flying around valleys a lot, so maybe. But she was dropping wings before, so it's probably just me being stupid as usual. I like both. Most of my favourite planes are powered by V engines, but I do like a radial. I do have a big soft spot in my heart for a good radial. Agreed. I hate glass cockpits. I can't cope with them. I really struggle to process information on a screen like that. I mean, obviously I'm on a computer, I can manage fine with that, but just the colors, the amount of clutter, the way the controls are laid out, I don't like glass cockpits at all. Give me a full stack of gauges. Like, my brain can't separate them out, it just sees a blur of stuff, and it takes me conscious effort to try and look for or to try and spot the piece of information I need. Because it doesn't jump out at me, I don't see it. Fiddly buttons, yep. And you can't wear polarized sunnies with them because then you can't see them properly. And then if the sun glares on them, you can't see them at all regardless. If the electrics go out, you're fucked. Like, I just really don't like glass pits. Yeah, I ain't got time to keep flying too much further down this, so we're just going to find a nice landing spot. In real life, obviously, you wouldn't be so cavalier about landing on a river because you don't know what's in it, don't know how deep the water is, don't know what's under it. But, hello, can I got a scroll wheel on that, I think. We'll get our flaps, or not our flaps, our floats out. This thing doesn't have flaps. You can see that there's some deformation where the water like goes up the sides of valleys in the sim. That's always been an issue in it. Some spots are worse than others. It's just that the water maps, like I said, are based off, I guess, hydrology maps, and they don't always line up one-to-one perfectly with the elevation mapping. So MSFS is drawing information from multiple sources, and they're not always perfectly aligned with each other, which is how you get little errors like that. There's actually quite a series of severe water elevation errors in the Jasper National Park around Jasper itself, but I've got a mod that fixes the worst of them, and it pops in with LODs as well, so the closer you get, the more likely it is to pop to what it should be. Yeah, it's fucking amazing for a free airplane. Come on. She flies so slow that she doesn't want to land. So we're still technically at flying speed. Come on. Down you go. Got plenty of space ahead of us. Just give her a bit of right rudder so we don't bump the shore over there. Hey, there we go. There we go. How's that? Oh, I can see a road up there with cars on it. And the road is like at a very steep angle on the hill. That's another issue that the mapping has sometimes. Now, I am not aware of a way to slow this thing down on the water, to be honest. Even at ground idle, well, there is no ground idle in a piston, it's just idle, period, but, like, even at idle, she doesn't want to, and it's difficult to turn around. Like, I'm full right rudder. I don't know if the aircraft has some sort of water rudder helper that's hidden somewhere, but, she does not want to turn. So we'll try going left, maybe. Get rid of some speed. Just serpentine it to slow down and then see if we can double back around. It's going to want to turn into the wind, is what it's doing. So it's really hard to get it facing the other way. Yeah, that's where it wants to point. Whoop, and we're pushing that wingtip into the water a bit far. Well, it looks like our campsite has been chosen for us, I guess. Although it's not real flat ground, so it's not ideal. Tell you what, we might not camp today, because we don't have ideal flat ground for it, and I can't get the aircraft to go where I want it to go. We might do one next stream, I think. I'll have to shut it down the only way I know how, which is... because I don't think you can even drop an anchor in this yet. Hey Sterlo, oh, you caught me just as I'm about to end, mate. I'll be sending everyone on a raid shortly, but good to see you. Hope you had a good day. Brain work, please. Okay, mix to idle cutoff. We'll turn our fuel off. Okay, there we go. We'll just let her sit here and she'll point whichever way she wants. Just leave the cowl flaps how they are, turn the gens off, avionics off, AC master, oh, there we go. Just yeet all of them. Hello? Okay, well, there we go. There we go, okay. Mags off, window's already open. There we go, that's our freeware Catalina. Pretty pleasant little plane. We got one prop still spinning to a stop. Might actually be windmilling. I think it's windmilling. You can see that the water's actually bumpy. It's not perfectly flat. Like I said, the elevation mapping and the hydrology maps or whatever they use for the water don't always agree with each other. But there we go. Fishing rod out the window. Yeah, the big radial screws, actually, you can go on top of it, like onto the top of the wing, and there's a click spot that adds a fishing, like a camp chair and a fishing rod. It's pretty awesome. Well... I'm just gonna try and not look at the way the water is warped up the hillside there. Let's find someone to raid, guys. Longer stream than expected today, but that's usual for me. Oh, hello. Ah, okay, so that button unlocks the camera. Hang on. There we go. Let's see who's on. So I'll be doing a brief stream tomorrow morning, my time, for Armor, and then probably the next stream will be sometime later next week. Don't know when. We'll try and get some DCS in, maybe some more Misfizz, more Gunner Heat PC, I'm not sure yet. Imagine planning. Literally can't even. Who haven't I raided for a while? Who have I not raided for a while? I might send you guys over to, I think, Korchek. Once I get Twitch to cooperate with me. There we go. Alright guys, thanks again for hanging out with me today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe. I will catch you either tomorrow for Armor, or if you guys can't make that stream, I will hopefully catch you later in the coming week. And we'll get back into DCS, finally, after a couple months away. Anyway, enjoy Korchek, and I'll catch you on the next one.